Part 5. I am Su Yang. My fiancée Xiao Ning, who I have been in love with for 5 years, confessed her love to another male star at our wedding, which embarrassed me in public. Now, I have fallen in love with Lin Lily's girlfriend Sun Xiaoyu, but my ex-fiancé wants to get back together with me? Chapter 94. Xiao Ning is very conflicted now. Lin Lily, don't look down on me. Have you forgotten how I suppressed you all these years? How many projects do you have that can beat mine? Lin Lily gets angry when she talks about this. Haha, people say you are a business genius, and you are really breathing heavily? Who doesn't know that? If it weren't for the Su group, your Zhao group would have collapsed long ago with your strength. What do you have to be so arrogant about? Don't make Su Yang sound so great. Do you know how much effort I put in? Xiao Ning has not been doing nothing in the past few years. She personally inspects every project. The company has also been making rectifications. Although he relied on the connections and resources of the Su group and took a lot of shortcuts, but I have also paid a lot of effort. Lin Lily's words were an insult to herself. In fact, this was one of the reasons why she wanted to break up with Su Yang. She didn't want outsiders to say that she relied on Su Yang to get to where she is today. What's the point of saying this now? Don't I know the situation of your company? You know what's going on in your heart, so you don't have to pretend in front of me. Xiao Ning clenched his fists tightly. Lin Lily, just wait and see. It won't be long before I trample your Lin family under my feet. Xiao Ning said this with great confidence. She has now separated Iwo Automobile from the competition, which is a way of survival by cutting off one's own arm. Wait until the stock price goes up. As soon as her funds were in place, she planned to invest all of them in Iwo Automobile. Will the Lin Group's electric vehicle industry survive by then? Is it possible? Don't think that she can be arrogant just because she has boarded the big ship of Juanda times. You wish. Lin Lily heard her speak so confidently, she began to doubt herself. Don't you have any backup plan? Humph, you don't need to know now. The only thing is, you will never be able to beat me. These words made Lin Lily a little angry. Anyway, no matter whether it depends on Su Yang or not, in the past few years, she has indeed been under a lot of pressure from Xiao Ning. This is a fact. Xiao Ning hung up the phone. Looking at the photo sent by Lin Lily, her chest heaved and she felt a little uneasy. I'm still planning to call Max. The call was connected quickly. The first thing Max said was, Xiao Ning, have you finished my business? Xiao Ning was a little disappointed. This period of time. Max is always like this. Can't you please care about whether she is tired or not? Max, don't worry. Things are almost done. You have to hurry up. My show will be aired tomorrow, but the discussion about me is still so low. How can this be allowed? Have you made use of those fan groups? Speaking of fan base, Xiao Ning was speechless. Now many active fans have joined that small group. Moreover, they have become fans of Su Yang, and even started to slander Max because of Su Yang. Of course, I scolded her as well. What a good man she let go. Su Yang is so pitiful. Only half of the fans are still cheering for Max. Don't worry, I've told you everything. That's good. That's good. By the way, can't you come back today? You said you could rest today. Recorded a show. Max should be able to return to Tianhai City today, but I didn't see him come to see me. I have something else to do outside. I'll come find you tomorrow. That's it for now. I'm hanging up now. Max seemed to be in a hurry. Hearing that he was about to hang up, Xiao Ning said hurriedly, Max, wait a minute. I want to ask you something. Well, you said? Speak faster. The person opposite seemed to be running and panting. What's going on between you and Zhaoli? Lin Lily just sent me a photo. At Yunbian restaurant, you and Zhaoli seem to be quite intimate. Xiao Ning said this. He felt a little uneasy. Afraid of getting an answer that I don't want to hear. The other side paused. Then he said, oh, it's like this. Didn't you come late that day? Senior Zhaoli and I were acting together, and Senior Zhaoli wanted to give me some pointers. Maybe I wasn't paying attention at the time, so she took a picture of me. Xiao Ning thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. I felt relieved. Zhaoli is almost old enough to be Max's mother, so how could there be anything going on between the two of them? And both of them are in the entertainment industry. It's normal to play against each other. Oh, I was just overthinking it. Sorry, Max, I misunderstood you just now. It's okay, it's okay. I'm used to being misunderstood. It's my fault for not telling you in advance. Yeah, Max, have you eaten yet? Do you want to come out and have dinner together? Max's tone was rarely so gentle, and Xiao Ning recalled the good times he had in the past. She was feeling very upset today, especially after being hit by Su Yang, and now she really wanted to be comforted. Xiao Ning, I want to see you too, but I can't leave right now. I'm exercising. I need to stay in good shape so that I can reach the next level. Where do you work out? I can go with you. No, no. I'm fine by myself. If you come here, I'm afraid I won't be able to concentrate. Xiao Ning was a little disappointed. Well, okay. Then take care of yourself. Okay, got it. That's it for now. Max hung up the phone, and Zhao Li under him smiled. What's wrong? Did your girlfriend call to check on you? Max chuckled. You won't even go to check on me, Sister Zhao. I just want to serve you well now. Xiao Ning and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. You are so bad. I just like the way you look like a scumbag. Ha ha ha. My toes are suddenly a little dirty. Max frowned, but when he saw Zhao Li's commanding look, still keep smiling. I'll do it. I'll do it. Xiao Ning was lying on the bed, feeling extremely lonely at this moment. Her current relationship with Max considered boyfriend and girlfriend? She hopes Max will confess his love to her. But she was also a little afraid that Max would always be so troublesome. But this is not the main thing. The most important thing is that she is very conflicted now, because from time to time, Su Yang's figure always appears in her mind, and she can't help but pay attention to his every move. Su Yang on Wei Xin these days that she even had an impulse, but it was more than just an impulse. Instead, I went to his company impulsively. Want to get back together. But the other party ruthlessly attacked her, saying that he thought the person was not her, but another woman. It's so humiliating. But even so, she still missed him a little, and she no longer understood what she really wanted. It's White Moonlight Max. Still the reliable boyfriend Su Yang. She doesn't know. Her mind is confused. She tossed and turned in bed, and thought about the call Lin Lily had just made to her. She wants to bring me and Su Yang together? Is she sincere? Considered it for a long time. Xiao Ning couldn't help but call Lin Lily. Chapter 95. She ran and he chased her. She couldn't escape even if she had wings. In the hotel, Max and Zhao Li were very happy, but they didn't notice it at all. The curtains were not drawn. On the tall building opposite, there were two men following. They all wore windbreakers and glasses. One of the younger men asked, Master, if we take this picture, will we make a fortune? An older man lit a cigarette. This is a task assigned by someone else. I won't make much money, maybe a few million. The young man swallowed his saliva. A few million isn't enough? The middle-aged man slapped him on the head and said, Can you be a little more promising? With your master's reputation in the industry, I can make tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars at a time. The young man smiled awkwardly. Master, can't we sell these photos to other people? Zhao Li is also a big star. Maybe it won't be okay to sell the photos back to her. Don't think too much, kid. We can't afford to offend that client. Did you take a clear picture just now? It's clearly filmed. It's clearly filmed. That guy called Max is really humble. He actually licked someone's toes. The middle-aged man laughed. What's the big deal? I've seen dirtier things. You'll just have to get used to it. That's how the entertainment industry works. Lin Lily waited on the roadside for a while. Not long after, Xiao Ning also drove over. The two men opened the car windows. Haha, I thought you weren't coming. Weren't you so tough just now? What? Are you moved by hearing about getting back together? All right. You must have your reasons for calling me over here. If you keep making sarcastic comments, I'm leaving now. Lin Lily was afraid that she would really leave, so she didn't mock her. Su Yang and Xiao Yuer went to Qingqing Mountain, which is a very romantic place. If they stay there for too long, something bad will happen. So we have to hurry over there now. Xiao Yuer, the new secretary he hired? Xiao Ning frowned. That secretary was so beautiful that I felt a little anxious about my appearance when I stood in front of her. That's right. Xiao Yuer is my cousin. I don't want her to be hurt by Su Yang, so I asked you to come out of selfish motives. What do you think? I've been honest enough. Xiao Ning hesitated. What can we do in the past? Of course I stopped him. He liked you so much before. If he met you again in such a romantic place, maybe the spark would be rekindled. Xiao Ning was still a little confused. I've broken up with him. Come on. You can take the initiative to go find him, and now you're out again. Don't think I can't see that you still have him in your heart. Are you going or not? If you don't go, I'll go by myself. Lin Lily stepped on the accelerator and drove out. She knew that Xiao Ning would definitely catch up, and sure enough, Xiao Ning's car followed closely behind her. Lin Lily smiled. A love-brained woman is so easy to see through. Qingqing Mountain, the highest mountain near Tianhai City. The mountain has beautiful scenery and complete facilities. Many people like to come here for self-driving tours or barbecues. And many people like to watch the sunrise on the top of the mountain. So there is an open-air cinema on the top of the mountain. The open-air cinema is also unique. There are no seats. In the large square, the car is your seat, and people park their cars on the drawn lines, quietly waiting for the movie to start. Soo-young changed to an Escalade. The car may not be very expensive, but it has a large space. The rear seats of the car were folded down. Even if Soo-young, who is over 1.8 meters tall, lies down on it, there is no problem. Soo-young parked the car in the last row. He is the only car in the last row. Why are there no cars next to him? Because Soo-young gave money. All the people in this row were cleared out. Sun Xiaoyu sat in his arms, feeling shy. You guy, didn't you say you were here to watch a movie? Don't hug me for so long. I'm not used to it. Let's watch a movie, okay? Soo-young smelled her fragrant hair and smiled. What's so good about the movie? Can it be as good as you? Sun Xiaoyu blushed. Can you please behave yourself? Don't move or touch me, okay? What if someone sees us? Don't worry, you can't see inside from the outside. My car is so high that we are the only ones who can see them. Did you see the moving car in front? Following Soo-young's finger, he looked over there. Sure enough, there was a car bouncing up and down in front. Sun Xiaoyu was a little curious. How come his car can dance? Soo-young couldn't hold it back anymore and burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? His car can really dance. Isn't it very cool? Sun Xiaoyu said. Soo-young hugged her slender waist and rubbed his chin against her neck. My car can dance too. Do you want to see it? Really? Your car is so heavy, how can it possibly jump? That's up to you. As long as you want, you can move any car, no matter how big it is. Sun Xiaoyu didn't believe it at all. You're lying. I'm not its owner, and I know nothing about cars, so how can I make it jump? It's okay. I'll teach you. I have a switch here. As long as you touch it, the car will jump up. Is it so magical? Then let me try it. Sun Xiaoyu was really ready to make a move. The dancing car is just like the cartoon car in anime. Who doesn't love it? But less than a minute passed. Her face changed drastically. He pulled his hand back as if he had been electrocuted and gritted his teeth and said, Asshole, you dare to lie to me. How can this be a switch? This is clearly. Soo-young kissed her when she wasn't paying attention. I said yes. Asshole, why didn't you shave? It pricked me to death. Is there? No? Yes. Do you have a razor? Let me look for it. Soo-young actually let go of his hand and started searching in the car. Sun Xiaoyu used the same trick again and jumped off him. Like flowing water, he opened the car door and ran out. Soo-young realized he had been cheated. He immediately regretted his decision. You slippery little fish. Don't run. She ran and he chased her, and she couldn't escape even if she had wings. Not long. Sun Xiaoyu was caught. But just as Soo-young was grabbing her and rushing back, fireworks suddenly appeared in the sky. Under the dark night sky, brilliant fireworks shot up into the sky. This is not the city. Without so many visual obstructions, beautiful fireworks bloom in the empty night. Both of them stopped. Many people on the bus got off. Sun Xiaoyu stopped struggling. So beautiful. Soo-young also let her go. Such a beautiful scenery, such a gorgeous night. If you still use force, it's indeed a bit hard to understand. Put your hands in your pockets and look up at the night sky. How do you like it? Sun Xiaoyu relaxed his guard a little. Nonsense. What girl doesn't like fireworks? Let's go. Let's go check it out. Soo-young raised his foot and walked forward. The surroundings were unfamiliar and Sun Xiaoyu didn't dare to run around. I had no choice but to follow him. Hey, where are you going? To set off fireworks? Sun Xiaoyu was stunned. It's so late. Are there any fireworks for sale here? Soo-young turned around. Just then, a huge firework rose up from behind him and exploded violently. Wouldn't it be fine if whoever has it buys it? Chapter 96. Encountered a confession. The other side of the square. A group of young people gathered together, holding glow sticks in their hands. Candles were arranged in the shape of a heart in the middle. There were several bundles of fireworks nearby. A fat boy knelt on one knee with a bunch of roses in his hand. Ruyan, will you be my girlfriend? I will love you, cherish you, and care about you forever. Today is the 133rd day since we met, and it is also the 8th time I have confessed my love to you. You said you like romance, so I specially prepared this fireworks confession. I have already fulfilled your requirements. I bought the BMW you wanted. I also paid the down payment for the house you wanted. My current salary is 30,000 yuan per month. After we are together, I will give it all to you for safekeeping. The girl standing inside the heart-shaped candle was still a little hesitant. Many young people around have started to make a fuss. Together with Su Yang and Sun Xiaoyu also walked over. Sun Xiaoyu stared blankly. Are they confessing their love? What else? Playing house. Su Yang smiled. Oh, it's quite interesting. Sun Xiaoyu sighed. Su Yang turned and looked at her. Hasn't anyone confessed to you before? Sun Xiaoyu thought about it. It seems yes. Have. Of course there was. When she was in college, she had a wall of confessions all day and night. Countless boys chased after me and wanted to confess their love to me. But at that time, in her eyes, these boys are like zombies. Do you feel like a zombie siege? She didn't feel any romance at all, just horror. But today, from the perspective of others, she and Su Yang seemed quite interesting. Hey, do you think that girl will agree? Su Yang shook his head. Won't. Why? Isn't this quite romantic? Why doesn't she agree? That woman is obviously an expert in fish farming. She is wearing designer clothes, but she doesn't look like a rich person. The guy who confessed his love to her is wearing clothes that cost no more than 1,000 yuan. She doesn't like that. Hearing Su Yang's analysis, Sun Xiaoyu took another look. It seemed to make sense, but she didn't want to agree with Su Yang. Then, maybe she will be moved by this guy's sincerity? Su Yang smiled. This guy is obviously a bootlicker. What can I say? Exactly the same as in my previous life. There was humility in his eyes, no matter how many times he confessed. The result will only be disappointment. There is still a possibility for a rich bootlicker to become a regular employee, for example, myself. But for people like this who don't have much money but want to show off, forget it. Didn't some women say that? How could a woman who had been protected by a lion possibly fall in love with a dog? Look at all the branded clothes this girl is wearing. It can be seen that it has been protected by many lions. The lapdog in front of me can only be a bootlicker and can never be converted to a regular employee. I'll make a bet with you. I bet she won't agree. And she'll even say, let's just be friends. Do you believe it? Sun Xiaoyu didn't know why he was so confident. His confession success rate was 50 to 50, but if he said the specific lines, wouldn't that be a bit exaggerated? Let's bet. What do you want to bet on? Su Yang touched his chin. If I win, you kiss me, and if I lose, I kiss you. How about that? Sun Xiaoyu refused without even thinking about it. You wish. Do you think I'm stupid? Isn't it all the same? If you lose, can you please stop touching me from now on? Su Yang shook his head decisively. No, then I won't bet. I feel like the stakes aren't equal. Sun Xiaoyu stamped his feet anxiously. So what do you want to bet on? If I lose, I won't touch you tonight. Okay? Sun Xiaoyu. 1 month is okay? No, 1 day at most. 5 days. 2 days. 2.5 days. Is this okay? Sun Xiaoyu pouted. This guy was actually bargaining on this matter. Hey, deal. Hold your hands together. Then the show started. The girl standing in the center of the heart spoke. I'm sorry, I don't think we are suitable for each other. The boy kneeling on the ground was heartbroken after hearing this. Ruyan, why? You said you like driving a BMW, so I bought one. You said you like owning a house, so I bought one too. You said you like being ambitious, so I work very hard and now I have a salary of 30,000 yuan. Why? No reason. I don't have any feelings for you. Thank you for inviting me here today. If there's nothing else, we don't need to contact each other in the future. The young people who were cheering just now suddenly became quiet. The boy kneeling on the ground looked depressed, as if he had lost the light of life. At this time, Sun Xiaoyu suddenly shouted, yeah. The sound is very abrupt. The people around her looked at her, which made her look embarrassed. But he still looked at Su Yang with some excitement. See? Although he failed in his confession, the girl didn't say, let's just be friends, so I won. Su Yang shook his head. Who said that? It's not over yet. Are you blind? Isn't this already over? The two people talked loudly. The people around us looked at each other, and all felt that something was wrong. What are these two people doing? Are you making a bet? People are confessing their love. They are making bets. Do they have any sense of public morality? Do you have any sympathy? Su Yang touched Sun Xiaoyu's head and said, wait a moment. Then he walked towards the girl. The girl had not walked far when Su Yang called her. At first she thought he was a friend she knew. But I didn't expect that he was actually a handsome guy, and judging by the way he dressed, he was very rich. His eyes lit up in an instant. Hello, what can I do for you? The girl's voice was so sweet that Soo-young felt she was a green tea bitch the moment he heard it. Hold back the nausea. Go up to him and say, go over there and say something to that boy, then say, let's just be friends. The girl looked confused. Are you his friend? No, I'm just a passerby. Forget it, I really have nothing to do with him. He is just being sentimental. By the way, handsome guy, what's your name? My name is Lu Ruyan. We can get to know each other. Soo-young smiled. The woman in front of him actually had his eyes on him. He had no time for bullshit with her. Lu Ruyan, right? Right. What about you, handsome guy? Lu Ruyan tied her hair up, looking very delicate. I'll give you 50,000 yuan. Just go over and say this. Is that okay? The woman was stunned after hearing this. 50,000? Just for saying one sentence? Soo-young nodded. Is it okay? If so, I can transfer the money to you right now. Chapter 97. You are cheating. I don't accept it. Scan the QR code to transfer money in one go. Lu Ruyan straightened her chest. I walked to the side of the boy and saw my sweetheart coming back. The boy's eyes suddenly lit up again. The young people around also started to make a fuss. Ruyan, are you going to agree to me? The boy was so excited that his speech was slurred. Together. Together. The booing started again. Sun Xiaoyu stood nearby, looking at everything in front of him with some confusion. What on earth did this guy say? What's going on? Can someone explain it? Lu Ruyan cleared her throat. He said word by word, I'm sorry, let's just be friends. The boy, who was extremely excited, just now suddenly wilted. His lips were trembling and his speech was unclear. Oil, smoke? No one expected it to be like this. Lu Ruyan came back just to stab this boy in the heart again. This woman is so cruel. Very scary. The boy finally collapsed completely, kneeling on the ground in agony. Soo-young walked to the side of Sun Xiaoyu, looked at the stunned Sun Xiaoyu and said with a smile, Did you see that? I won. Sun Xiaoyu looked at Soo-young in astonishment. IKFC JBJ star you. You are cheating. What did you say to that woman just now? Soo-young shrugged innocently. I didn't say anything. I just advised her to be more kind and not to say that we should never see each other again. If the confession fails, we can still be friends, right? Sun Xiaoyu looked at Soo-young as if he were a monster. Why do I feel like you're a bit perverted? Soo-young patted her head. Ouch, what are you doing? How do you talk to the boss? You're the pervert, isn't it? The boy was very sad at first sight, and you even persuaded the girl to come back and stab her again. You are simply insane. I think it's better to stay away from you. I'm afraid I'll be beaten later. Soo-young crossed his arms and looked meaningfully at the boy who was still kneeling in front of him. What do you know? I'm helping him. Help him? Not even a dog would believe you. Look how badly he was hit. It's good enough that he didn't jump off the cliff. Soo-young sighed. There's a saying that goes, you have to face death before you can survive. As a man, you have to fall in love once and feel completely desperate once. Otherwise, you will never learn to grow up. Sun Xiaoyu pursed his lips. What you said sounds good, but maybe the other person has poor psychological endurance. What you said makes sense. Not everyone is as strong-willed as me. Just go ahead and blow it. You've blown all the cows in the sky. Sun Xiaoyu rolled his eyes at him. Shall we go over and help him? What? Sun Xiaoyu asked in a daze. Soo-young took her hand and walked forward. Just follow me. That's all you can say, but don't hold my hand. If someone hits you later, I can still run faster. Come here. You're dilly-dallying like a woman. Damn, Soo-young. I'm a woman, okay? Soo-young pulled Sun Xiaoyu over. The fat boy was still kneeling on the ground, and several of his good friends were comforting him. Brother, there are plenty of fish in the sea, so don't worry about it. Yes. Tell me, how much money have you spent on Lu Ruyan during this period? Look at your BMW. It's a second-hand one, right? You even borrowed money from someone? Look at that house of yours. The down payment your parents gave you emptied out our family savings. Look at your current job. Brother, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but we're salespeople, and we occasionally get 30,000 yuan a month, but it's not every day. It's really awesome. Can we stop bragging? The fat man seemed to be deaf to all this. Always immersed in my own pain. Soo-young pulled Sun Xiaoyu to them. Several people looked up. Someone noticed that Soo-young seemed to have said something to Lu Ruyan just now, which is why Lu Ruyan came over. You kid, did you say something to Lu Ruyan just now? Why did she come back and stab my brother again? Yes, it's this guy. I even saw him transfer money to Lu Ruyan. He must want to make fun of my brother. Brothers, beat him up. Sun Xiaoyu quickly hid behind Su Yang and held his hand. Asshole, run away. I told you not to come over here. Su Yang smiled. Don't be nervous. I'm just coming over to say a few words. And look at how I'm dressed. I'm rich, very rich. If you hit me, you can't afford to pay me back. This makes a lot of sense. Those impulsive boys immediately stop their punches and kicks. You look at me, and I look at you. Good job. He was really right. They really couldn't afford to offend the rich. See, they are not impulsive anymore. Su Yang squatted down and looked at the fat boy. Hey, are you still alive? The fat boy looked up at him and said nothing. Still immersed in his own pain. 8 confessions failed. Now he wished he could find a hole to crawl into, or just bang his head against the wall and die. You spent a lot of money today, didn't you? Su Yang asked. None of your business. The fat boy finally spoke. Of course it's my business. I'm here to give you some money. Do you want it? After hearing this, the boy finally looked at Su Yang seriously. What do you mean? Su Yang glanced at the fireworks next to him. It's okay, they haven't finished yet. Let's do business now. Sell these fireworks to me, and I'll give you a good price. The fat boy was stunned for a moment and looked at his brothers. One of them couldn't help but say, Fat Tiger, just give it to him. You spent 20,000 yuan to buy these fireworks. The boy winked at Fat Tiger. What I mean is that he should speak higher. In fact, all these fireworks only cost a few $1,000s. There is no 20,000 at all. Fat Tiger thought about it. He did not follow his brother's words, but directly quoted the original price. I bought this pile of fireworks for 5,000 yuan. I set off half of them, and there is still half left. I don't need them anymore. I'll give them to you at a lower price. Just give me 2,000 yuan. As soon as I heard the price Fat Tiger quoted, his brothers all covered their heads. This boy has been honest since he was young. Su Yang couldn't help laughing out loud. This guy didn't make a lot of money for himself. He is really honest. Give me the QR code. Fat Tiger took out his mobile phone and opened the payment QR code. Su Yang scanned it and transferred the money directly. Thank you. Wait a minute. 20,000? Big brother? You pressed an extra 0. Fat Tiger became excited. Su Yang ignored him and turned to look at Sun Xiaoyu. That's my girlfriend. She thinks you're a very nice person. It's really hard for her to treat you like this. I also let that woman say something that hurt you just now, but I apologize to you. Fat Tiger saw Sun Xiaoyu. He was shocked. This girl is so pretty. How come she looks like a fairy? This angel-like girl actually thinks she is a very good person. Then why is he sad? Is it necessary for him to be sad for Lu Ruyan anymore? No, no, no. Big brother, you don't have to give me so much. I've also figured it out. There's no need for me to be sad for a woman like this. Su Yang patted his shoulder. Just figure it out, brother. You are indeed a very good person. The brothers next to you are also very good to you. Cherish the people around you, and keep your eyes open when you look at people in the future. Fat Tiger nodded. Thank you, brother. Brother, where are you going to move these fireworks? I'll help you. Yes, we will help you too. His brothers were obviously very grateful for Su Yang's generosity. Sun Xiaoyu's heart suddenly beat violently. This guy seems quite humane. Wait a minute. He just said, I'm his girlfriend? Su Yang also ran away. He ran and cursed. Which bastard designed the lead wire to be so short? Fireworks shot up into the sky. The scene became lively again. Sun Xiaoyu laughed very happily when he saw Su Yang being humiliated. I could hardly stand up because I was holding my stomach. Ha 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 ha. You deserve it. Su Yang ran to her. In the reflection of the fireworks, Sun Xiaoyu's smile was as beautiful as a flower, and her youthful and lovely appearance made her look like a fairy descending from the immortal world. Su Yang was stunned for a moment. Sun Xiaoyu, who was laughing wildly, noticed Su Yang was staring at him. His face suddenly turned red again. What are you doing? You seem to have forgotten something? Su Yang said with a smile. What is it? Anything? Of course. Have you forgotten the bet we made just now? If you lose, you have to kiss me. Su Yang pointed to his left cheek. Hiss. Sun Xiaoyu really forgot about this matter. When she saw Su Yang close his eyes, her heart started pounding. What should I do? Should I kiss? I'm so conflicted. Waited for a long time. Not seeing Sun Xiaoyu coming up to kiss him, Su Yang opened his eyes and turned away. But the moment he turned his head, Sun Xiaoyu finally kissed her. Their lips just touched. At the same time, the largest firework in the sky bloomed instantly. Time seemed to stand still. Neither of them had expected that it would happen so suddenly. Lin Lily and Xiao Ning just got off the car. I saw the scene in front of me. The two women covered their mouths almost at the same time. I couldn't believe it. Su Yang and Sun Xiaoyu progressed so quickly that they kissed each other. They actually kissed. Lin Lily felt her heart was bleeding. She was just too late for this step. It feels like the little fish has been snatched away. She now regrets very much that she agreed to let Sun Xiaoyu be with Su Yang. Xiao Ning was stunned. A short time, Su Yang actually had an affair with his little secretary. The two of them actually kissed in public. A nameless anger surged in my heart. Who is Su Yang? That is the only child of the Su group. In the future, he is an omnipotent person in Tianhai. What is the identity of the little secretary next to him? Why should she be with Su Yang? If Su Yang was with Lin Lily, that would make sense. Lin Lily is also a president after all. Although not as good as the Su family, at least they are a good match. But how dare this little secretary? Is it enough to just be beautiful? The two women raised their feet almost at the same time and walked over angrily. The two men let go. Su Yang touched his lips and smiled with great satisfaction. Xiao Yuer, you are quite proactive tonight. I like it very much. Xiao Yuer's head was almost down to his chest. Bad guy, please stop talking. I feel like there's a crack somewhere and I can get through it. Su Chun held her face with both hands and was about to say something. Xiao Ning and Lin Lily rushed over. Su Yang. Little fish. What the hell are you doing? Hearing Lin Lily's voice, Sun Xiaoyu woke up instantly. Lin Lily guiltily. Lily, why are you here? Lin Lily stretched out her hand and pulled her behind her, glaring at Su Yang angrily. What on earth are you doing? Why are you bullying Xiao Yuer? Su Yang didn't say anything, but stared at the two women. Xiao Yuer quickly explained, Lily, you misunderstood. We didn't. Xiao Yuer, don't talk. Lin Lily was very angry and very irritated at the moment. Sun Xiaoyu had no choice but to shut up. Xiao Ning said, Su Yang, what's going on? What happened between you and her? Su Chun glanced at her with disdain. Is this any of your business? Why is it none of my business? I'm your ex-girlfriend, Xiao Ning said with some lack of confidence. Su Yang sneered. You even know to add the word ex, which means you are not that stupid. Since she is my ex, you have no right to tell me what to do. Su Yang, you. Why do you say that? I was planning to give you a chance today, but the way you are now, I don't see any hope. Su Yang covered his head, speechless. These few years, he seemed to give Xiao Ning a lot of confidence in front of him. He used to be no different from the fat tiger brother just now. A dog licker. So even though Xiao Ning broke up, he still had the courage to yell at himself. Su Yang glanced past them and looked at Sun Xiaoyu. Xiao Yuer, come here. Sun Xiaoyu looked a little frightened. Come here. Don't be afraid. I will explain everything to them today. Chapter 101, I'll take you to another place. Su Yang didn't expect that Sun Xiaoyu pulled him over just to talk about this. Of course he knew very well that the woman Xiao Ning wanted to take advantage of him. But how did Xiao Yuer know? Is she smart too? Not really. But no matter what, Su Yang was still very happy that Sun Xiaoyu could say this. Does this count as caring about me? Su Yang asked with a smile. Sun Xiaoyu's crackling mouth stopped. No, don't be so self-indulgent. I just can't stand it, that's all. I don't care about you at all. Who would care about a pervert like you? Shame on you. Su Yang shrugged. Well, if I don't care, then I don't care. I'll let her take advantage of me. It's not the first time anyway. If she changes, I might actually plan to get back together. Sun Xiaoyu subconsciously grabbed his arm. Asshole, how dare you? Are you going to die? You can tell at a glance that woman is a green tea, just like the Lu Ruyan we saw just now. She only cares about benefits. She wants to get back together with you just because of your family background. Aren't you very smart? Can't you see this? Sun Xiaoyu said a lot of things in a flash. Finally, she found Su Yang looking at her with a smile, and she knew she had been fooled again. I couldn't help but punch Su Yang in the chest. You lied to me again. You actually had no intention of getting back together, right? Su Yang grabbed her little hand and just looked at her without saying anything. Then the face came closer. What are you going to do? Sun Xiaoyu's voice became much lower, and he felt his face getting tighter and tighter. I became more and more nervous. Seeing that their lips were only 2 fingers away, Sun Xiaoyu turned his head away. Don't Don't be here. We'll be seen. Su Yang was simply melted by her cuteness and put his arms around her slender waist and pulled her over. Then go to my car? Sun Xiaoyu glared at him. You are so stupid. Go to your car. What if the car starts dancing later? She now knows what car dancing means. Su Yang's mood became excited. He just wanted to eat a piece of candy. Didn't think that much. But unexpectedly, Sun Xiaoyu seemed to have other meanings in his words. I can't help it. Even the great immortal came, and he couldn't help it. Holding Sun Xiaoyu's hand, he walked straight forward. Sun Xiaoyu asked worriedly, Where are we going? I'll take you somewhere else and make sure no one else knows. But Lily and the others are still here. Why do you care about them? They have a car and can go back later. How about we do it another day? Sun Xiaoyu said pleadingly. What do you mean by postpone? This is called it's better to do it today than to wait for another day. But Sun Xiaoyu was still a little worried. To leave Lily here? Wait a minute. I'll make a phone call. Su Yang stopped and called Lu Yu. We talked a few words on the phone. Then he hung up. Okay, everything should be fine now, let's go. Su Yang pulled Sun Xiaoyu into the car. Were you calling Secretary Lu just now? Sun Xiaoyu asked confusedly. To be precise, you should call him Mr. Lu now. It's all the same. Haha, almost. What did you tell her? Sun Xiaoyu was a little curious. I just asked her to call President Lin and discuss cooperation with her about the new company. She will definitely not refuse. Sun Xiaoyu was surprised. Lily had mentioned to her before that she wanted to participate in the cooperation of Su Yang's new company. I remember that Su Yang refused and didn't agree at that time. Why now? Why? Didn't you reject Lily before? Sun Xiaoyu still asked. Su Yang held the steering wheel and looked at her. Why? Isn't it obvious? Of course it's for you. Sun Xiaoyu was devastated by this sentence. She thought of it. But when Su Yang said it himself, it felt different. This moment, she was really touched. She was reluctant at first, but now, instead, she was secretly looking forward to going to the place with Su Yang. Keep your head down. My face is flushed. Xiao Yuer, you are depraved. Don't you dislike men? Why can't you refuse the request of Su Yang, this bastard? Could it be that I like boys too? She was shocked by her own thought. I used to be chased by boys, and I always felt like I was in a zombie siege. It's terrifying. Later I met Lily. Lily was extremely gentle and caring towards her over time. She also fell in love with Lily. She always thought she didn't like men. She was absolutely sure of this. But ever since I met Su Yang, my heart has always been moved by him intentionally or unintentionally. Su Yang gave up his own interests several times for her. And even refused a beauty like Xiao Ning who was offered to him for free. He is not a big pervert. It seems that he is so lustful only to himself. Sun Xiaoyu's hands kept playing with the hem of her skirt. Lily, don't blame me. I did it all for you. Yes, that's right. I gave in just for you. I don't like him at all. Or rather, I don't like him that much. I'm telling the truth. Sun Xiaoyu has been brainwashing himself repeatedly. Unconsciously, the car stopped in front of a homestay in the mountains, and the two got out. Went directly to the front desk to register. On the other hand, Xiao Ning didn't say anything practical to himself. He just kept practicing Tai Chi. Lily was annoyed after hearing this, and just at this moment she received a call from Lu Yu. Lu Yu told her about the new company on the phone and hoped that she would find time to chat tonight. Lily was very happy when she heard this and was about to agree, but then she remembered that Xiao Yuer was still here. Ask Lu Yu if we can do it tomorrow? Lu Yu said that she would be on a business trip tomorrow, and if she couldn't come over tonight, she would have to wait half a month before she could come. Lily thought about it, and Xiao Yuer knew that she was here. I should be smarter and not be fooled by Su Yang. The opportunity to collaborate is so close. I should hurry back. There's still time. Okay, then I'll go back now. Lily quickly walked to her car and saw that she was so anxious. Xiao Ning was also a little puzzled. Lu Yu's call? What's the matter? The more I think about it, the more it seems wrong. Xiao Ning also quickly got in the car and followed. Su Yang simply picked up Xiao Yuer. Xiao Yuer didn't seem to be so resistant now, and supported his chest with both hands. Can you not be so rough this time? Su Yang rubbed her neck with his chin. Don't worry, I will be very Asa-like this time. Chapter 1022 Women's Night Talk. Summer rain comes without warning. There was a heavy rainstorm outside the window. The sound in the room also fluctuated. A thunderclap sounded and Sun Xiaoyu curled up into a ball again. Soo-young held her in his arms and whispered softly in her ear, "If you're scared, can we just sleep like this?" Sun Xiaoyu didn't say anything, just gently twisted Soo-young's waist with his hand. Soo-young was a little confused. "What's wrong?" Sun Xiaoyu said in a voice as small as a mosquito, "Continue. This sentence is like a stimulant." Soo-young felt fully charged in an instant. Outside of the guest house, 2 cars stopped. The rainstorm is so heavy that it might be dangerous to go down the mountain now. Open the car door. Lin Lily and Xiao Ning ran down. Just a moment. They were soaked. Why does the rain come so suddenly? Lin Lily patted the rain off her body in dissatisfaction and called Sun Xiaoyu, but the other party did not answer. "I don't know if they have returned yet." Xiao Ning saw that the rain was not going to stop. Had to go to the front desk. "Get me a room." Lin Lily, who followed behind. "I'm sorry, because it's raining tonight. Our rooms are full. There is only one king-size bedroom left. Are you 2 together? If so, we can get one, L." Hear this. Lin Lily's eyebrows twitched. Xiao Ning didn't care. After all, they were all girls. Even if she and Lin Lily didn't get along, this was the only way under the current circumstances. "Open it," said Xiao Ning. Lin Lily hesitated to speak and finally nodded. The front desk checked in the room and handed the card to them. "You 2. It's the 3rd room on the left." The 2 nodded and dragged their wet bodies forward. In the room, Xiao Ning entered the door. He took off all his clothes, leaving only his underwear. Seeing that she was going to continue taking off her clothes, Lin Lily swallowed, turned her head to the side, and went to the bathroom first. "Wash faster. I need more." Xiao Ning, who was standing outside, reminded. "Okay." Lin Lily took off her clothes and breathed a long sigh of relief. He patted his face with his hands. "Lily, Xiaoyer is the only one in your heart. That woman is just a woman you hate. It's no big deal that she has a slightly better figure." After reminding myself several times, Lin Lily finally came back to her senses. After she came out, Xiao Ning muttered something. "You took so long to take a shower? If someone didn't know, they would think you were doing something bad in there." Lin Lily blushed. "Go quickly." Lin Lily was lying on the bed, turning on her cell phone, and felt a little disappointed when she didn't see a reply from Sun Xiaoyu. What is she doing now? She was struggling over whether to make another call. Suddenly I heard some discordant sounds coming from next door, and I listened. She was feeling a little excited in the bathroom just now, but suddenly she became hot again. I couldn't help but put my ear close to it. Xiao Ning saw Lin Lily put her ear against the wall. He said unhappily, "What are you doing? Are you eavesdropping?" Lin Lily put her fingers in front of her lips and hushed. Xiao Ning raised his eyebrows. "What? Is it true?" She also came over out of curiosity. Sure enough, I heard some discordant sounds. His face flushed in an instant. "Lin Lily, you are actually listening?" Lin Lily rolled her eyes at her. "Aren't you listening too? Stop talking." Xiao Ning wanted to refute something, but now seemed to be a rare opportunity. A desire to peek into other people's privacy arose in her heart. She couldn't help but put her ear close to it like Lin Lily did. The noise is getting louder and louder. The 2 women were also quite excited after hearing this. Lin Lily looked at Xiao Ning's body intentionally or unintentionally. Fair skin and hair that is not completely dry. Strands of wet hair still lingered on her collarbone. Looks particularly tempting. This woman has a really nice figure. Lin Lily swallowed and muttered something. Xiao Ning didn't dare to listen anymore and just lay down. "Go to sleep. There's nothing good to hear. Listen for a while." Lin Lily felt that she had been too obvious, so she had to lie down, but she still felt a little unsatisfied. There should be a man and a woman in the next room. Man? Lin Lily had never thought about it before, but now she is more or less curious. Xiao Ning, who had his eyes closed, I suddenly wanted to chat with him. "Hey, Xiao Ning, are you asleep?" Xiao Ning closed his eyes and replied, "What? What can I do? Let's chat. I have nothing to talk about." Xiao Ning refused directly. Living in the same room with a woman she hated was already depressing enough for her. Still chatting? What a bullshit chat. Lin Lily hasn't given up yet, because curiosity has filled her heart. "Hey, did you and Soo-young have sex?" After hearing this, Xiao Ning opened his eyes and looked at her in disbelief. "Are you sick? Why are you asking this?" Lin Lily smiled. "It's raining so hard, and I can't sleep anyway, so I'm just chatting, because I heard from outsiders that you 2 have been together for so many years, but it seems like you haven't done anything. I don't know if it's true or not." Xiao Ning paused. Who said that? We are a normal couple, okay? Lin Lily moved a little closer to her. Really? Why do I feel like what the outside world says is true? Maybe there really is nothing between you and him. You believe that kind of tabloid news? So how did you do it with him? Lin Lily asked curiously. What? Just act like a normal couple. Hug and kiss. No further? Lin Lily continued to ask. What are you thinking? We're not married. Lin Lily rolled her eyes at her. They had been together for more than 3 years, so what if they hadn't gotten married? Aren't there many young people nowadays doing that as soon as they meet? It's not ancient times. So, what was it like when he kissed you? Lin Lily's words reminded Xiao Ning of some things. That was the first time she and Su Yang kissed. Ever since he saved himself, Xiao Ning felt much more relieved, no longer resisting his pulling her hand. On her birthday, Max had to go out of town and couldn't celebrate with her. So she agreed to Su Yang's request and asked Su Yang to hold a birthday party for him. That string of words, Hongwan heartbeat, was also given to them at that time. Max's disregard and Su Yang's attention caused her to feel a huge psychological contrast. So that night, she took the initiative to kiss Su Yang. That was also her first kiss. She remembered that Su Yang was very surprised and his body was shaking with emotion. Think of this. She suddenly laughed. Lin Lily next to her was a little puzzled. What are you laughing at? What do you care about me? I can laugh if I want to. Seeing Xiao Ning's somewhat happy, silly smile, Lin Lily suddenly felt itchy. Because she had kissed Su Yang before, she was very resistant at the time and didn't feel any enjoyment. But now I hear the sound from next door. This feeling, I really want to feel it again. Chapter 103. Was he here last night too? Sun Xiaoyu slept particularly soundly that night. Last night, she experienced all the happiness that could be felt, and she gradually discovered that this feeling was not so bad. Su Yang's chest is very broad, and I feel safe lying in his arms. It was around 6 o'clock in the morning. Su Yang woke up. Sun Xiaoyu opened his eyes. She tickled Su Yang's nose with her hair. Su Yang wrinkled his nose and scratched it with his hand, but he didn't wake up. Sun Xiaoyu covered her mouth and smiled, once at the ears and once at the mouth. Su Yang felt that the soft and fragrant body lying on him was moving restlessly. He stretched out his big hand and scratched her armpit. Oops. Sun Xiaoyu twisted his body like a little fish and laughed continuously. Su Yang opened his eyes and their eyes met. Sun Xiaoyu stared at the ceiling, as if nothing had happened. What time is it? Why are you awake so early? It's none of your business. You must get up when the sun rises. If you want to get up, you should get up first. I'll sleep for a while. Su Yang continued to close his eyes, and Sun Xiaoyu woke him up again. Hey, don't sleep anymore. I'm hungry. Go buy me breakfast. No. Su Yang refused without even thinking about it. Go ahead. I'm really hungry. Boss, please. The little fish started to act coquettishly. This was the first time she acted coquettishly towards Su Yang, and it really worked. Su Yang climbed up. Put on your clothes. Sun Xiaoyu lay in the bed very contentedly. Go quickly. I'll be waiting for you. Bye you. Sun Xiaoyu made a little heart shape with her fingers, and Su Yang couldn't stand it. He just falls for it. I lost to you. What do you want to eat? I want to eat fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and soy milk. Sun Xiaoyu ordered a lot of things, and Su Yang just listened quietly. Anything else? Sun Xiaoyu shook his head. That's all for now, go quickly. Su Yang went out. Sun Xiaoyu picked up her cell phone. She heard the incoming call last night. I don't dare to answer it. Just happened to take a look now. Good job. 8 missed calls. D. She quickly called Lin Lily back. The other side of the wall. In the room. The phone rang, waking Xiao Ning up. He was about to go over and turn it off. Suddenly I realized something was wrong. Lin Lily didn't know when she hugged herself tightly, and her hands were pressed tightly on her breasts. She looked embarrassed and quickly struggled to break free. Hey, wake up. Lin Lily opened her eyes dazedly and was surprised to find her hands on Xiao Ning's body. If you get an electric shock, generally let go of your hands. Xiao Ning looked at her with contempt. What a bad habit. Don't you have one? Lin Lily was also embarrassed because she had some somewhat exciting dreams last night. So it's a bit out of control. Your cell phone is ringing. It's so noisy, said Xiao Ning. Oh. Lin Lily quickly took out her cell phone and saw that it was Xiaoyer calling. He quickly stood up and went to the bathroom and closed the door. Xiao Ning frowned. Eccentric. Xiaoyer, where are you? This was the first thing Lin Lily asked. That's it. I'm at home, Lily. How about you? Lily looked at the door. I'm home too. Oh, I saw you called me. I fell asleep in the car last night, so I didn't answer it. You won't blame me, right? No, no. As long as you are safe, by the way. Did Young do anything to you? Ah, no. Definitely not. Don't worry. Lily breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. At this time, there was a knock on the bathroom door. Sun Xiaoyu was a little confused when Xiao Ning's voice came over. How long are you going to stay in there? I need to use the bathroom. Lily, what's that noise over there? Lily was a little panicked. Xiao Yuer, let's stop talking now. My mom is knocking on my door. Let's talk later. Lily hung up the phone after she finished speaking. He quickly stood up and pretended to flush the toilet. Then he opened the door. Xiao Ning came in. He gave her another strange look. What? Why are you being so secretive? Lily puffed out her chest and said, It's a commercial secret. Don't worry about it. SK. Get out of here right now. I need to go to the bathroom. Sun Xiaoyu was a little confused when he saw the call was hung up. That voice doesn't sound like Lily's mother. But she didn't think so much in her little head, and she still trusted Lily. Logically speaking, she should be the one feeling guilty now. Last night, several times, I took the initiative on my own, which is very different from the previous 2 times. She was forced the previous 2 times, at least mostly. But last night, she seemed to like that feeling a little bit. Yang was like a bull. Now when he thought of this, Sun Xiaoyu couldn't help but hide under the quilt again. I'm so embarrassed. This guy must think I'm a pervert. But some people have already gotten up. The air is fresh in the morning after the rain, especially in the mountains. Take a breath. It feels like I can live several more years. Yang bought breakfast. He suddenly found 2 familiar cars in front of him. They seemed to be Xiao Ning and Lily's cars. Could these 2 women have been here last night as well? Oh my god. They are really haunting us. Last night, Yang originally planned to announce his relationship with Sun Xiaoyu. But looking at Sun Xiaoyu's expression, if it were to be made public, this guy would definitely not be able to accept it for a while. Lily between them. And this has always been a knot in Sun Xiaoyu's heart. If it's not unlocked, even if it is announced, Sun Xiaoyu might also leave him. This is a bit troublesome. So now, not only can it not be made public, but it all has to be hidden. If Lily found out that he had this relationship with Sun Xiaoyu, he will definitely get Sun Xiaoyu away from him at all costs. This is something he doesn't want to see. Suddenly, Xiao Ning came out. She was wearing slippers, revealing a pair of long, beautiful legs. It seems like I need to go out and buy breakfast too. Oh no, we can't let her find out. Yang found a bush to hide in. Xiao Ning walked past him not far away and headed straight for the breakfast stall. But she saw a car, a black Escalade. That guy is too big. Very conspicuous. It rained heavily last night, and the sky was so dark that I couldn't see clearly. Now I can see clearly. I walked over and looked at the license plate, talking to himself. This looks like Yang's car. Was he here last night too? Yang had no choice but to sit on it. He just sat on it. Xiao Ning put her long legs on his thighs. See the pair of long white legs in front of you. Yang frowned. What are you doing? My feet are sore. Can you give me a massage? I pinch my ass. If you don't pinch me, I'll tell Lily. Yang was speechless. As expected, what goes around comes around. This is a trick he often uses on Sun Xiaoyu. It's a threat. I didn't expect that today. This woman Xiao Ning would actually use this trick on herself. If Sun Xiaoyu hadn't still been lying inside, he would literally just brush her off. Hold back your dissatisfaction. Yang reached out and pinched her calf. A little higher. Yang moved a little higher and pinched the knee. A little higher. A little higher. I pinched the thigh again. Come up a little more. Yang went up a few more points. Come up again. Yang was speechless. If I go any further, I'll pinch your thighs. That's inappropriate. Xiao Ning moved closer. Why? Didn't you like this the most before? I didn't let you pinch, but you took the initiative to do so. Why are you not happy about it now? Yang sighed slightly. I'll pinch it, can I? Yang continued to massage his thighs, and Xiao Ning took a bite of the bun and put it down. She put her arms around Yang's neck, and Yang's body straightened a little. Hey, Xiao Ning, what are you doing? I'm telling you, don't mess around. Xiao Ning came closer despite his resistance. Her lips pressed against his cheek. Last night, the couple next door kept arguing, which kept me awake. That perverted woman, Lily, kept asking me how far I had progressed with you, and what it felt like to kiss you. I suddenly couldn't remember, so I wanted to recall. Su Young frowned. He thought to himself, it can't be such a coincidence, right? Were we the only ones next to them last night? That's out of the question. I don't think it's necessary. Xiao Ning's lips were already touching his lips. It was not the first time for them to kiss, so she naturally would not resist. Besides, she really wanted to win Su Yang back. I feel safe when Su Yang is around. Su Yang was forced to cater to her actions, although he was unwilling. But the body is honest. The big hands were already rubbing her thighs. Xiao Ning felt his body getting a little hot, and he couldn't help but half sitting up and straddling Su Yang, putting his arms around Su Yang's neck, and then kissing him deeply. Chapter 105. Give someone a taste of their own medicine. The lips opened and closed. Xiao Ning was somewhat emotional. Su Yang, can we go to your room? Su Cheng thought. Go to your uncle's room. That silly woman Xiaoyer was still lying there. If they went over there, they would be fucked directly. Besides, he didn't feel very comfortable just now. Xiao Ning's kissing skills were as bad as ever. I almost bit my lips with my teeth several times. You can't even compare to Xiaoyer, okay? The more Xiaoyer eats the little candy, the more fragrant it becomes and the sweeter it becomes. Who cares about her? No. We've broken up now. There's no need to do anything weird. Xiao Ning was somewhat dissatisfied. What do you mean? Don't you have feelings for me anymore? That's about right. Su Yang did not deny it. So what happened to your hand? Xiao Ning looked down and Su Yang quickly retracted his hand. I'm just a little nervous. When people are nervous, they like to hold something. It has nothing to do with whether I like it or not. This sentence hit Xiao Ning hard. She had always been very conceited in front of Su Cheng. So he got off Su Yang, opened the car door, and walked out angrily. Su Yang quickly grabbed her, considering her current condition. I will definitely go to Lin Lily to complain. This damn mouth, why couldn't he hold back? Why are you still pulling me? Don't you dislike me? Su Yang changed his expression. That's not what I meant. Come here and I'll teach you something. What? You'll find out when you come over here. Su Yang pulled her over roughly and started to teach her the technique without saying a word. Under Su Yang's guidance and personal example, Xiao Ning's technique finally improved a little, and his eyes became blurred again. 2.5 minutes later, the two separated again. At this time, Xiao Ning's eyes became a little dull. Su Yang acted so domineering just now. This has never happened before. Su Yang saw her current situation. He was speechless. Sun Xiaoyu likes someone who is gentler. The guy in front of me. It seems to have some attributes. A bit of a masochist. I grabbed her hard just now just to vent my feelings, but this woman not only didn't feel disgusted, she seemed to enjoy it. Oh my god. This time, it seemed as if some of her attributes had been activated unintentionally. Hey, don't slander me in front of Lin Lily later. Got it? Xiao Ning nodded. Don't worry. I know what to do. That's fine. You can get off now. Su Yang, then our reunion? Don't mention it later. I want to see how you perform. Xiao Ning nodded somewhat disappointedly, and just after opening the door, he turned back and said, Su Yang, I've thought it through. I won't be with Max. I think you're a better match for me. I'll explain it to him later. Su Yang waved his hands quickly. Don't mention this kind of shit to me. Just solve it yourself. Okay, you'll see my determination. Xiao Ning closed the door and left. Determination? Haha, I will also let you see my determination. Su Yang suddenly had a rather evil idea. In his previous life, Xiao Ning had deceived him for more than 10 years. Now, it seemed not too much to give her a taste of her own medicine. First, bankrupt her company. Then he kept her hanging, neither of them able to move forward nor come down, causing her to have wild thoughts. Finally, when she thought she could get it, he gave her a tough fight. Perfect. But the most important thing right now is to give Xiaoyer a reminder. It was embarrassing to run into Lin Lily. Just as he was about to call Sun Xiaoyu, he found that Sun Xiaoyu's phone call had come in. Hey, Su Yang, something bad has happened. Lily seems to live here too. I just ran into her in the restaurant. Now we're stuck here. She didn't find me, but I can't get out either. What should I do? Su Yang was a little confused. Why did you come out? Why weren't you waiting for me in the room? You're still asking. I saw you haven't come back for a long time, and I was so hungry, so I went out to ask the front desk, and she said breakfast is included here. So I went to the restaurant, and before I could even take 2 bites, I found Lily coming in. I'm hiding on the table now. Do you know how panicked I am? I lied to her this morning and said I had gone home, and she also said she was at home, so I didn't expect her to show up here. What should I do? Save me, save me. Su-young thought about it. Wait for me. I'll be there now. Don't run around. Okay, okay. I won't run around. Su-young hung up the phone and walked inside. He asked the front desk where the restaurant was and walked over. As soon as I entered, I started looking for the location Sun Xiaoyu mentioned. But when he found the position, the corners of his mouth twitched, because Lin Lily happened to be sitting there. Lin Lily was also stunned when she saw him. Mr. Su, why are you here? Didn't you go back home last night? Su-young sat down very naturally. Repeated to Lin Lily what he had just said to Xiao Ning. Changed a name in the middle. Changed for Xiao Ning to for Lin Lily. But Lin Lily didn't seem to be so easy to fool. Mr. Su, no way? Do you care about me that much? Su-young chuckled. Of course, you are at least my rumored girlfriend. If something happens to you on the mountain, it will not be good for you, me, or both companies. Lin Lily believed this explanation. By the way, Liu called me last night and said that her new company wanted to cooperate with us. Is this true or false? Su-young nodded. Of course it's true. Isn't that what you wanted? Lin Lily was a little surprised. Really? You didn't lie to me? Su-young smiled. At this moment, he felt his leg being pulled and looked down. A small hand stretched out from under the table, but Sun Xiaoyu hid it well because it was covered by the tablecloth. Su-young looked at the message. You bastard, hurry up and send Lily away. How long are you going to talk? Lily can't stop talking about business. My neck is so sore. Hurry up. No problem, just be patient. Lin Lily saw Su-young playing with his cell phone and not paying attention to what she was saying. Mr. Su, are you so busy so early in the morning? Of course, there are a lot of things to do. Are you ready to go back? I'll leave right after breakfast. Secretary Liu asked me to wait for a moment. I'll go to your new company later. Do you want to come with me? No need. Just go and connect with Liu directly. Su-young saw that she had only taken 2 bites of her breakfast, and it seemed that she wasn't eating that fast. I still eat slowly. He was also a little anxious. Lily, can you eat faster? Lin Lily looked up with some confusion. What's wrong? Mr. Su, are you in a hurry? Lin Lily suddenly became a little nervous. How do I know what she told you? Su-young leaned his head against her ear. Xiao Ning told me that you are a pervert, and you were touching her the whole night. I don't quite believe it, so I plan to discuss it with Xiao Yuer. She knows you better, and I wonder what she would think. Xiao Ning didn't eat much of her breakfast, so she came to the restaurant to replenish it. Halfway through the meal, the phone rang. Xiao Ning, where are you? Why aren't you in the company? I'm downstairs in your company now. My show will be on tonight. Are you free? I can accompany you all day, and then we can have dinner together in the evening and watch my show together. Max was talking a lot over there. Xiao Ning frowned. What time is it now? People don't start work until 9 o'clock. Why is he here so early in the morning? If it were in the past, it would be fine. Xiao Ning would wish he would come to see him every day. But things had changed between her and Su-young in the car just now, and she was planning to go back to Su-young later, so naturally she didn't want to bother with Max anymore. But I don't know how to refuse. I could only perfunctorily say, Max, I might be a little busy today and might not have time to meet you. I'll watch your show later. That's it for now. If you have nothing else to do in the future, don't call me all day long. I'm still very busy at work sometimes. Max on the opposite side was stunned for a moment. Xiao Ning, what do you mean? Is it because I didn't accompany you when I came back yesterday? I can explain. I was really exercising. You know, I have been working hard and I have always wanted to improve. Xiao Ning interrupted him. Max, don't tell me this. I'm really a little tired, and I think our relationship should just remain as friends. Max never expected Xiao Ning to say this. Of course, he could feel how infatuated Xiao Ning was with him in the past. Now Xiao Ning suddenly didn't want to pay much attention to him, which caused him to have a withdrawal reaction and made him feel very uncomfortable. Xiao Ning, can we meet and talk about anything? I know I've ignored you recently, but I'm really busy. I'm busy recording a show and auditioning for a new role. It's really hard to find time. I promise you, after these few days, when I have some free time, I'll be with you every day. Okay? Xiao Ning quickly refused. No. And still accompany her every day? Forget it. She didn't want Su-young to misunderstand her now. Su-young now. He was so domineering and rude. In the past, Su-young was always well-behaved in front of her, coming when called and leaving when dismissed, and there was no challenge at all. But ever since Su-young broke up with her, She was somewhat addicted to the arrogant expression on his face, as if he didn't even bother to talk to her. People always like to chase after things they can't get. Of course, the same is true for love. Because I can't get it. Hence the commotion. Max suddenly became nervous. It's Su Yang, right? Are you still in love with that guy? Chapter 108 Max, Xiao Ning, give me a chance. Max, I don't want to discuss this with you. I just feel that the two of us are not suitable for each other. I admit that I liked you before, but after getting to know you now, I still feel that something is not right. Let's just choose to be friends. Xiao Ning finally said out loud everything he had been thinking about during this period and felt a lot more relieved. She felt comfortable, but Max was depressed. What's the point of being friends? He has already confessed on the show that his girlfriend is the president of the Zhao group. This was just said. Xiao Ning wants to be friends with him right away. What's the point? He had originally planned to sort things out with Xiao Ning today. He had even planned on how to publicize this relationship and win over Xiao Ning today, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to say it out loud. The plan was stillborn. This was something he couldn't accept no matter what. Xiao Ning, listen to me. I know I have neglected you during this period of time. I am also reflecting on it. Can you give me a chance? Give me a chance to make up for it. Max, no need. I have thought it through during this period. I don't want to lie to you or myself. I still have Su Yang in my heart, so I plan to get back together with him. If you don't want to be friends, then we won't contact each other in the future. I won't help you manage your fan group. I'm a little tired. Let's not talk about it for now. Xiao Ning was about to hang up the phone, but Max shouted again, Xiao Ning, wait a minute, why? Why is this happening? How long has it been? Didn't you say last night that you still wanted to see me? Why did you change your mind today? You have to give me a reason. What's so good about Su Yang? He is just a second-generation rich man who lives a life of idleness and waiting for death. Don't you always think that he is a person who relies on his family and has nothing to do? That's right. I am indeed not as rich as him now, but I am working hard. As long as my show becomes popular, I can become a first-line star, and then I will make a lot of money. Max became more and more excited as he spoke. He now felt like a dog licking his own ass, running over to lick someone else. He felt very uncomfortable. Max, forget it. Su Yang is still very capable. I didn't understand it before. I don't like to hear you slander him. Max was almost crying over there. What the hell? What the hell is this? Xiao Ning has been running around for himself, soliciting sponsorship, helping him increase his fans, helping him get events, and providing him with venues. I bought him several cars. She even broke off the engagement for him at the engagement party. All of this shows how obsessed Xiao Ning is with himself. He also always thought that Xiao Ning would stick to him like a dogskin plaster. But Xiao Ning broke up with Su Yang. He already wanted to get back with her. And he also told me not to contact him. How could he bear this? Xiao Ning, listen to me. Xiao Ning had already hung up the phone, and she breathed a sigh of relief. It seems like the air is much fresher now. Finally, I got what I wanted to say out loud during this period of time. It feels much better. Even breakfast has become a little sweeter. Opening her phone, she had even started planning what clothes to buy for Su Yang to see. But the more she searched, the more perverted the results became. What about whips, leather pants, red candles? I blushed at the end. I don't know if he likes it. Xiao Ning finally left. Sun Xiaoyu crawled out as if he was half dead. Back and forth. She stayed in there for half an hour, and her whole body ached. I didn't even eat 2 bites of breakfast. It's so tragic. Looking at Xiao Ning's disappearing back, Sun Xiaoyu muttered. That temptress. What on earth was she doing just now? Does she really want to return to Su Yang? Help. I really don't want to be with her. She looks so perverted. I took a random bite of the bun. Sun Xiaoyu was afraid of being discovered, and she didn't want to hide under the table anymore. So I trotted back to the room. After returning to the room, I found that Su Yang had not come back yet, so I quickly called him. But the other party hung up immediately. Aren't you done fooling around yet? She knew that Su Yang had just tried to trick Lin Lily. Forget it, let me take a shower first. My neck is so sore. Ouch. Sun Xiaoyu took off his clothes and ran straight into the bedroom. So close. Just now, Lin Lily turned her head and almost saw the phone number, but fortunately Su Yang turned her head back. The two people pulled back and forth. My saliva is almost dry. Lin Lily put her hands on Su Yang's chest, pushed him away, and began to breathe deeply. I can't do it anymore. I really can't do it anymore. Su Yang also felt that it was about right. Today's candy is enough. There is not much possibility of going further. Lin Lily got off Su Yang. She glared at him gloomily. Master Su, this is the last time. Don't do that again. Before she could finish, Su Yang picked up his phone and opened the photo album. Talking to himself. It's a great shot. It seems I have a talent for taking selfies. Look at this angle. Both of our faces can be seen clearly. Lin Lily heard what he said. Her face turned pale. He reached out to grab the phone. Su Yang do as she wished. He just put the money back into his pocket. Lin Lily said angrily, "Asshole, you actually took secret photos." Su Yang said indifferently, "Have you forgotten the purpose of coming to the car? We came here to take pictures. The ones you took just now were not up to standard. The ones I took were good. I was photographed very handsomely, and you were photographed very beautifully. Look at the curves of this body. Wow, not many women in Tianhai City can have it. That's enough. Su Yang, what do you want?" Su Yang put his phone back in his pocket. "Didn't I just say that? Is your memory that bad?" "Impossible. Just on this point, I will never agree. Even if you kill me, I will not agree." It seems that Lin Lily is really angry, and now she doesn't even pretend. Su Yang sighed. This woman is so bent that it's hard to control her. It's okay if you don't want to, but from now on, when I call you, you have to come whenever I call you. Otherwise. Su Yang didn't say the rest of the words, but Lin Lily already understood. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, "As long as it doesn't go to that step, it's fine." Su Yang stretched out his hand. "Make a deal." Lin Lily snorted coldly and did not high-five him. Instead, she chose to open the car door and leave. Su Yang smiled and shook his head. People don't become fat in one day, and the same goes for women. Let her adapt first. We'll talk about the future later. Let me give Xiaoye a call now. Chapter 109 News of the Acquisition of Zhao Group. According to our news, the famous movie star Zhao Li wants to invest $3 billion to buy shares of the Zhao Group. Special report. The big star Zhao Li invested $3 billion to acquire the Zhao Group. Bombshell. Big star Zhao Li aggressively acquires Zhao Group. Tianhai City Su Group. 10 o'clock in the morning. Su Yang's office. Watching the news pop up one by one, Su Yang smiled, and Lu Yu sat next to him. Sun Xiaoyu was sent away by them. The reason was to let her be responsible for continuing to negotiate with the Lin Group about the cooperative factory. This was not surprising. After all, this matter was later handed over to her. "Mr. Su, Wei Gu sent the photos and videos yesterday." Su Yang nodded. "Have you seen it?" Lu Yu blushed. "I've read them all." Su Yang raised his eyebrows. "Your face is so red. What's wrong? Is the content very explosive?" Lu Yu was a little embarrassed, but this was her job and she couldn't refuse. "Mr. Su, do you want to see it later?" "Let's do it later." Zhao Li and the Zhao Group have already released the news. The market is expected to fluctuate greatly in the afternoon. You should ask those people to keep an eye on the market. "Yeah, I understand." Zhao Group. In the conference room, Xiao Ning, several shareholders, and Zhao Li were all here. They released the news today. There will definitely be a sharp rise in the afternoon trading. They have enough confidence in this. "Sister Zhao, you don't really plan to acquire our company, right?" Xiao Ning said jokingly. Zhao Li covered her mouth and laughed. "Mr. Zhao, you worry too much. How can I have so much money? Didn't we agree before? This is just a means to increase the stock price. You make money and I make money too. This is the purpose. I am not very interested in managing the company." The other shareholders nodded to each other. That's good, that's good." "Sister Zhao, I'm a little nervous. Should we hire some professionals to monitor the market?" Zhao Ning asked. Zhao Li hasn't spoken yet. Her third uncle jumped out. "Zhao Ning, don't be so nervous. All our methods are in compliance with the law. Those stockholders are just following the trend. We don't need any professionals. We have our own traders in the company. Just let them do it." "But I still feel a little uneasy." Zhao Li smiled. "Mr. Zhao, don't worry. We have done this many times with a 100% success rate. Besides, we have the bank as our backing. You just need to wait to collect the money." Now that things have come to this, Zhao Ning had no choice but to nod. "Oh well. By the way, Mr. Zhao, when I came here just now, I saw your boyfriend Max waiting downstairs. Why don't you let him come up?" Zhao Li asked tentatively. Speaking of this, Zhao Ning felt a little embarrassed. She thought of the photo that Lin Lily sent her, in which Zhao Li and Max were in an ambiguous relationship. "Mr. Zhao, what are you thinking about? I talked to Max for a few words, and he said that you misunderstood him, and you may have misunderstood me. He and I were just rehearsing a scene in the restaurant at the time, and it just happened to be filmed by some people with ulterior motives. You shouldn't mind, right?" Xiao Ning shook his head. Sister Zhao, Max and I are just ordinary friends. It's not what you think. Zhao Li was slightly surprised. Oh, is that so? You two must be having a quarrel, so you're saying that. Zhao Li didn't want Max to separate from Xiao Ning. Max was nothing more than a plaything to her, and she preferred to steal from others. This is exciting. If Max didn't have a girlfriend, he would seem to have lost some of his appeal. Think of this. Zhao Li persuaded, Boss Zhao, I'm an experienced person. I can see that Max is a very good person. Some misunderstandings between you young people can be communicated in time. How about this? I will help you arrange lunch later, and you two can sit down and have a good chat. Sister Zhao, that's not necessary. Zhao Li put her hand on Xiao Ning's shoulder. Listen to Sister Zhao, be good, don't be willful. You two are a match made in heaven, and Sister Zhao doesn't want lovers to not be able to get married. Xiao Ning didn't really want to go, but Zhao Li was like the god of wealth to her now, and her words carried a certain weight. So she had no choice but to agree against her will. Okay, Sister Zhao, I'll follow your arrangements. Zhao Li smiled slightly. Now it's right. Lin Group. Lin Lily's office. Lin Lily and Sun Xiaoyu are both here. Sun Xiaoyu doesn't quite understand something like cooperation. So I'm just a so-so. Lin Lily didn't know why they sent Sun Xiaoyu here. But it's coming. It's good that you're here. The two of them haven't been alone for a long time. It's a good time to talk. Lin Lily looked at the news that popped up on the computer and said to herself, could this be the trump card Xiao Ning mentioned? She wants to sell Zhao Corporation and cash out and run away? There is no reason. She wanted to revitalize Zhao Corporation so much before. Why would she easily agree to the acquisition plan? Lily, what are you thinking about? Sun Xiaoyu sat aside and ate fruit. Lin Lily smiled gently. It's okay, just some random things. By the way, did you sleep well last night? Lin Lily was just asking casually. But this sentence almost choked Sun Xiaoyu. Ahem, I slept well. How about you? Did you sleep well? A look of embarrassment flashed across Lin Lily's face, and then she smiled and nodded. I slept well too, Xiaoyu. Come here. What's wrong? Sun Xiaoyu came over with a plate of fruit. Little idiot, put the fruit down and let me hug you. Sun Xiaoyu was very obedient. He put the fruit down and then Lin Lily came over. She touched Sun Xiaoyu's slightly curly hair. Suddenly he sighed, Xiaoyu, when can we be together, truly together? I really want to be with you. Tonight I will go to your house? Sun Xiaoyu was about to answer. Suddenly a little man popped up in my mind. Xiaoyu, that bad guy Su Yang said to keep your distance, have you forgotten? At this time, another little man jumped out. Why should we listen to that bastard? Who is he? Lily is the most important, isn't she? Two villains have been fighting in my mind. The fight ended in a draw. This prompted Sun Xiaoyu to stand there in a daze without saying anything. I didn't hear Sun Xiaoyu answer myself. Lin Lily was a little surprised, because when she said this in the past, Sun Xiaoyu would share her longing. Why have you become mute now? She let go of Sun Xiaoyu and supported her shoulders with both hands. Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so pale? Are you feeling unwell? Chapter 113, Ideal Life, is now on air. Sun Xiaoyu was still hesitating. Su Yang had already snatched her phone away. He dialed the number without saying a word. Lin Lily, who was waiting for news, was happy when she saw Sun Xiaoyu's voice call. I answered it immediately. Xiaoyu, what do you want to eat? I've already looked at several restaurants. They have your favorite hairy crabs and lobsters. I'm just about to place an order. Su Yang interrupted her. Moxie. Mr. Lin, hey, excuse me, we're eating right now. The lobster you mentioned is already on the table. Oh no, we have already eaten half of it. It looks like Xiaoyu doesn't have the stomach to eat with you tonight. Su Yang? Why is it you? Where is Xiaoyu? Where did she go? Where did you take her? Sun Xiaoyu wanted to go forward and grab the phone, but Su Yang held it high up. She jumped several times but couldn't reach it. Hello? Hello? What did you say? The signal here is not very good. Xiaoyu is safe here with me, so you can rest assured. You can order the takeaway yourself. That's it. Bye-bye. Just press it off. Not a single unnecessary word. Sun Xiaoyu was anxious. Why are you like this? Why did you take my phone without my consent and tell Lily all this? Su Yang said indifferently. It doesn't matter who you eat with. You're already halfway through your meal. Do you really want to run over to eat with her? Aren't you tired? Sun Xiaoyu was unhappy. What do you care about me? I can eat with whoever I want. Give me my phone back. I want to go home. No. You can't go anywhere tonight? Soo-young put his phone back in his pocket. You are such a disgusting person. Why are you so overbearing? Give my phone back to me now. I won't. You're making me so mad. Sun Xiaoyu grabbed the shrimp shell and threw it towards Soo-young. Soo-young dodged. Oh my god. Are you serious? Do you want to murder your husband? I kiss you, you idiot. You are not my husband. You are just a bad guy. You are so self-righteous. You look down on everyone. I don't care what you say. You can't go over tonight. Soo-young's attitude was very firm. The two people were in a stalemate. Lin Lily is here. Hearing Soo-young's voice, she completely lost her composure. He immediately grabbed the keys and ran out. But when I got on the bus, I didn't know where to go. She was so angry that she slammed the steering wheel hard. Soo-young, you are awesome. I will definitely find you. 8:30 p.m. Sun Xiaoyu was pressed tightly on the sofa by Soo-young, and in front of them was an extra-large LCD TV. The show playing on TV is a reality show that has been very popular recently. Ideal Life. While watching the show, Sun Xiaoyu kept moving around, trying to break free. But Soo-young was very strong and struggled for a long time. Sun Xiaoyu really has no strength left. So she simply stopped moving. Just look, just look. Soo-young turned on the barrage. After all, it was a program sponsored by his own company, so he had to see some feedback. The show begins. It attracted a lot of people to watch. The popularity skyrocketed. After all, he is a first-class host. First-class TV station. There was also the hype some time ago. They all attracted a lot of audiences. Everyone seems to be particularly enthusiastic about this program, and the comments are full of praise. Until Max appeared. The style of painting began to change. A 5-star hotel in Tianhai City. Max and Zhao Li were lying on the bed. Neither of them was wearing any clothes. There is also a huge LCD TV in front of it. Sister Zhao, did you see that? It's so popular. It's only just started airing, and it's already ranked first in the ratings. This show is definitely going to be a hit. Max's tone was very excited. Zhao Li also became interested. It's really good. They invited me before, but I didn't go. I think I have to go to the next episode to increase my exposure. Sister Zhao, look quickly, look quickly. My shot is about to begin. Zhao Li looked over, but as I watched it, I felt that the style of painting was not right. Especially after seeing the scene where Max confronted Huangshi, she thought it was a gimmick at first. It should be a joke or something. But after reading this paragraph, she looked at Max with a strange expression. Are you an idiot? Why are you arguing with Teacher Huang? Max quickly explained to her, Sister Zhao, you don't understand. Director, you told me to do the opposite of those popular stars and not to be too submissive, otherwise there would be no topic. I thought it made sense, so I confronted him. Zhao Li's frown still didn't relax. Open the barrage and take a look. Open the barrage and take a look. We're overwhelming, all cursing Max. Is this guy an idiot? Does he know how to respect the elderly and love the young? Oh my god. Who does this idiot think he is? I don't even know his name, but he's challenging Huangshi. Awesome, awesome. This guy named Max is making me laugh to death. He has no manners at all and his attitude is so arrogant. Who hired this idiot? Are there any fans of this guy who can come out and explain? What on earth is wrong with him? He made such a good show a mess. It's fine to criticize Huangshi, after all. I don't like Huangshi either, but he even criticized Teacher Hu. Teacher Hu is a well-known good man. People just gave him advice, but he was so arrogant. Max stupid X. Max stupid X. The comments are all about Max idiot. Max was completely confused, but when he thought about what the director said, comforted myself. It's okay, black and red are also red. I want to be red. Zhao Li sneered. You are indeed famous, but your career is over. Do you know who Huangshi is? Do you know how many connections he has in the Beijing circle? Those directors and big stars are all related to him. They are either his students or his alumni. If you humiliate him like this, do you still want to stay in this circle? Max swallowed. It's not that exaggerated, right? I don't think he's that famous. If I say you're an idiot, then you're an idiot. Can some things be seen on the surface? And let me tell you, it's okay for you to criticize Huangshi. He's just well connected in the Beijing circle, but you dare to offend Mr. Hu? Almost all the popular stars in the country have appeared on his variety shows, and he's so popular that even I don't dare to offend him. You're a fledgling little star, and you're really shameless. I heard Zhao Li's analysis. Max panicked instantly. The director didn't tell him these things. Sister Xiao, what should I do now? I don't want to be banned as soon as I become famous. Xiao Li snorted coldly. I feel that this young man in front of me is indeed stupid and cowardly. He dropped his head instantly, kicked him under the bed. I get angry when I see you now. I'm fucking implicated by you. If someone takes a picture of me and you, I'll be finished. Xiao Ning's home. She also turned on the computer, and Ideal Life was also playing on the screen. My girlfriend is the president of the Xiao group. After hearing this, Xiao Ning felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave. She, who never swore, couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn it, you're crazy. Chapter 114. From fan to hater, Xiao Ning became the #1 hater. Xiao Ning thought about it, the angrier he became. He picked up the phone and called Max. But the other party has been busy. At this time, the fan group of his account also exploded. What's wrong with Max, brother? Why did you say such a thing? I'm crying my ass off. One of my classmates knows that I'm a fan of Max. He just called me and made fun of me, saying what the hell I'm a fan of. My family, who would understand? I've had a similar experience to you. I used to post pictures of our brother on WeChat moments every day, but now I don't dare to do that because I'm afraid of being laughed at. I really know how to thank him. I thought he was pretty good looking before, but I didn't expect him to speak without thinking. Teacher who was obviously doing this for his own good. Everyone, stop scolding me. Max must be regretting it now. He regrets nothing. He has no idea how much effort we fans have put in to defend him. I have now turned from a fan to a hater. Is the group leader here? Come out and say something. Why did Max's brother become like this? Yes, group leader, please come out quickly. We need to discuss how to deal with this public relations crisis. If this matter is not handled well, Max's future activities will definitely be affected. Master, are you here? Please say something. I'm so anxious. See the dialogue pop up constantly. Xiao Ning was going crazy. Still doing public relations? Bullshit public relations. Xiao Ning directly clicked to disband the group. Out of sight, out of mind. But after she disbanded this group, the previous group of fans of Su Yang popped up again. Oh shit, big news. The group owner actually disbanded the group. It seems the group owner couldn't handle that idiot Max. Ha ha ha, why is the person upstairs scolding brother Max? Just tell me whether I should scold you or not. You deserve to be scolded. You're right. Now I remember that I was crazy about recommending Max to my classmates. When I thought about them watching this program, I couldn't help but want to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Ha ha ha, so funny. But the ones who are suffering the most right now are not us, but his true fans. Now that the group owner has disbanded the group, they have no place to cry. It's not just them who are upset, but also the female CEO of the Xiao group. I fucking laughed my ass off. When Max shouted that the CEO of the Xiao group is my girlfriend, I believe the female CEO must have wanted to hack him to death after hearing it. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Are we laughing too happily? It doesn't matter. I've already stopped being a fan anyway. Doghead protection? Me too. Not only have I stopped being his fan, I'm now his hater. SK. Xiao Ning saw the news. He felt like crying but had no tears. Now even these little sisters have the right to laugh at me. Her partners are probably also plotting against her in secret. And then there are the competitors. For example, that woman Lin Lily, she might be opening a bottle of champagne right now. Max was the only one who made a fool of himself. Xiao Ning was one of the people who was ridiculed. Who understands this feeling? Xiao Ning's parents have started knocking on her door. Xiao Yu, come out here. Her father, don't be so fierce, you'll scare the child. Scare her? I want to slap her now. Our Xiao family hasn't lost such a big person in such a long time. If it wasn't for a friend of mine sending it to me just now, I would still be in the dark. Xiao Ning, come out. Xiao Ning covered his ears with his hands. It's so painful. At this moment, she no longer had any feelings of admiration for Max. There is only hatred. She doesn't even dare go to work tomorrow. Wait until it's quiet outside for a while. Xiao Ning picked up the keyboard. The hatred in his eyes was very obvious. Max in the group. Let me tell you, my classmate's sister is his classmate. When Max was in college, he cheated on many girls and then abandoned them. Is this true? Eat melons. Eat melons. 1+ for the spectators. Xiao Ning sent a long list of things. These were all things she heard from other people when she was in college. She didn't believe them at the time, because love makes people blind. But now, who cares whether it's true or not? She wants revenge now? In the hotel, Max was driven out by Xiao Li. His phone was bombarded with calls from agents at the agency. As soon as he answers the phone, we'll greet him with caring regards. Greetings to his whole family. There was no choice but to turn off his phone. Now he just wants to go home and feels unsafe wherever he lives. When passing through the lobby, one or two people seem to recognize him. Hey, isn't he the little celebrity who cursed Huang Shi? Oh my god, it really seems to be him. Max was so scared that he ran away. When he arrived at the parking lot, he found that his car was surrounded by people. A bunch of young people were standing there. Are you sure this car is his? That's right. I have a friend who is his fan. He often posts about this car on his account. I recognized it right away. Okay, let's wait for him here. I want to see what's so great about him. Max didn't even dare to ask for the car. He now feels like he has been doxxed. Run to the side of the road. After turning on his phone, the call still came in, but he didn't answer it. I just scanned a shared bike with my phone and rode away. Yes. He doesn't even dare to drive a car now. He was afraid that the driver would recognize him and interview him. In the villa, Suyang received a call from the director. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Remember, don't give them any chance to use it against you. Understood, Mr. Su? Suyang is on the phone. Sun Xiaoyu sneaked up behind him like a kitten. Then he quietly reached out and tried to take his cell phone out of his pocket. Just took it out. Turn around and run. Suyang was quick to catch her. Spoken into the phone. That's it for now. I have something to do. What do you want to do? Suyang asked. Can you be reasonable? I want my phone back. Is that wrong? Yes, but you have to stay here tonight. But Lily sighed. I don't care about Lily or Xiao Xiao. It has nothing to do with me. Don't even think about leaving tonight. Don't even think about it. Suyang took out his cell phone. Click on the applet. The door of the villa was automatically closed. He put away his phone and chuckled. All right, you can run now. My villa is full of traps. Be careful not to fall into my traps. Sun Xiaoyu stomped his feet on the spot. Suyang, you are so insidious. Whatever you say, I'm going to take a shower first. You can have fun here. Suyang finished speaking. He actually went to the bathroom. Sun Xiaoyu looked at the closed door. He looked at his phone again. Why don't you give Lily a call and ask her to go back? Chapter 115. If you have the ability to rob a woman, do you have the ability to open the door? Lin Lily was driving around the street like a headless fly. She originally thought that Su Yang would take Xiaoyu to places like hotels. After all, Su Yang mentioned lobsters, crabs, and the like. But a phone call from Xiaoyu made her understand. It turns out that Su Yang didn't go anywhere. Just stay home. Xiaoyu also stayed there with him. Xiaoyu, I'll pick you up now. Lin Lily turned the car around. Lily, why don't you just not come over here? Su Yang has the door closed, so you can't get in and I can't get out. Lin Lily became angry when she heard this. This bastard is actually trying to imprison me. No, I won't agree to this. I'm going over right now. If he doesn't open the door, I'm going to call the police. Lily, Xiaoyu, stop talking. I know you have a kind heart, but to deal with this kind of person, just let me do it. Lin Lily hung up the phone, stepped on the accelerator, and the car took off like a rocket. Not long after, she came to Su Yang's villa, parked the car, and got out. Then I saw the furnishings in the courtyard. Candlelight dinner, romantic red roses, melodious music. Hiss. Lin Lily took a deep breath. Wow, you're pretty good at it. No wonder Xiaoyu was a little hesitant just now. Which girl wouldn't hesitate when seeing this kind of scene? Certainly. Lin Lily, her first feeling when she saw these was jealousy of Su Yang. That's the kind of trick a stinky man would use. He likes to use some fake romance to trick little girls. I can't stand it. I waited at home for so long tonight, but there was no news from Xiaoyu. This guy actually had a candlelight dinner here, and the person he invited was his own Xiaoyu. Lin Lily thought about it. The angrier she became, so she kicked the speaker next to her. Su Yang's voice suddenly came from the speaker. Ma Shimoshi, Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Do you want to destroy my property? Do you know that you are trespassing on private territory? Be careful, or I will call the police to arrest you. Lin Lily was startled by the voice. One of them didn't stand properly and fell to the ground. My butt hurts a little from the fall. He stood up and patted his butt. Some of the defenses were broken. Su Yang, hurry and release Xiaoyu. Do you know that your personal freedom has been restricted? I'm going to sue you. Su Yang's laughter came from the speaker. Boss Lin, please don't talk nonsense. When did I ever restrict your personal freedom? If you talk nonsense, I can sue you for defamation. You still dare to quibble? Stouyer just called me and told me that you locked the door and didn't let her out. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Look, isn't this a misunderstanding? I didn't lock the door. If you don't believe me, open it and see. Lin Lily was a little confused. In order to verify Su Young's words, she actually went to pull the door. But as soon as he pulled the trigger, alarms rang out all around him. It was very loud. It was totally deafening. Lin Lily was so scared that she took several steps back. He yelled, Su Yang, you shameless bastard, didn't you lock it? You are clearly teasing me. Oops. I forgot to tell you that my front door is unlocked with a fingerprint. If an outsider opens the door casually, it will trigger the alarm and cause an emergency closure. So I didn't lock the door, you locked it. Huh? Lin Lily's mind was full of questions. Su Yang, you are kidding me. Come out quickly and open the door. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I don't have time right now. I'm taking a shower and I'm not even dressed. How am I supposed to get out? Lin Lily clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Su Chung, I'll wait for you. Waited about 20 minutes. Xiao Yuer couldn't open the door from the inside either. Lin Lily couldn't open the door and go in either. Lin Lily finally couldn't stand it anymore, and ignoring the sound of the alarm, she went forward and broke down the door. Su Yang, open the door. After calling for a long time, Su Yang didn't respond. Su Yang, don't hide in there and keep silent. I know you are watching. If you have the guts to rob a woman, open the door. Shouted several times. Su Yang still didn't open the door. At this time, Lin Ruoxiao found a stick from the side. Just knock on the door. Su Yang's voice came out from the speaker on the door again. Boss Lin, if you do this again, I will call the police. I will sue you for trespassing. We have all the surveillance footage. You don't want the headlines tomorrow morning to be about the president of the Lin Group being released from detention, do you? Lin Lily was shocked. If that's the case, that was a scandal. But if he wasn't allowed to open the door, Xiao Yuer wouldn't be able to get out, and the more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. The little fish is still in there. Su Yang was really calculating. He first lured me over to break down the door. Then used surveillance video to threaten yourself. I can't say anything yet. Asshole. It's so fucking shady. Su Yang, what do you want to do? Don't even think about hurting Xiao Yuer. Su Yang smiled. Who said I hurt her? You have locked us in the house now. You just broke my door with a stick and it can't be opened. Stouyer is also sleepy and is taking a bath now. As soon as I heard Sun Xiaoyu was taking a bath, Lin Lily became anxious instantly. Su Yang, I told you not to move. Otherwise, I will let you know the consequences. Consequences? What consequences? I'll send you a photo first, and you can see what the consequences are. Su Yang sent a photo. Lin Lily clicked it and took a look. His face turned pale. In the photo, she and Su Yang were hugging each other intimately, and the two of them were so close. This guy also sent a video later. In the video, she and Su Yang were kissing in the car, and the scene was extremely ambiguous. She was choked and couldn't speak for a moment. If Xiaoyer saw this, Lin Lily finally let out a breath. The attitude is gone, as is the fierceness from earlier. Boss Su, tell me, what do you want in exchange for letting us go? I haven't offended you. Xiao Yuer hasn't offended you. Haha, I didn't say you offended me. I'm glad that you've softened your attitude, but you're disturbing me now, which makes me very unhappy. What do you want? It's very simple. Just go back and pretend nothing happened. Impossible. Lin Lily would let them spend a night here alone. She would go crazy. Just when the two people were in a stalemate, there was a noise from the window on the second floor, and Xiaoyer opened the window without knowing when. She shouted softly, Lily, stay away. I'm going to jump. Lin Lily looked up and was shocked. The second floor is not very high though. But if you jump down directly, you will definitely get hurt. Especially someone like Xiaoyer who has no athletic talent. If you jump down, you will have to stay in the hospital for half a month, right? Xiao Yuer, don't be impulsive. Is Lin Lily anxious? Su Yang on the other end of the phone also noticed something was wrong. He quickly hung up the phone, rushed directly to the second floor. Chapter 116. Su Yang did not reply to the message. Sun Xiaoyu found a tool from somewhere, pried open the window, and leaned out. Just jump down. This scared Lin Lily a lot, and so did Su Yang. Xiao Yuer, don't. Lin Lily closed her eyes in fear. Just when Sun Xiaoyu was about to jump down, Su Yang quickly grabbed her waist and pulled her back. I didn't hear the sound of the little fish jumping down. Lin Lily opened her eyes. Sun Xiaoyu and Su Yang coming from the second floor. Are you crazy? Are you going to die? Su Yang cursed. Humph. Who told you to close the door? I don't want to stay here with you. I want to go back. You, never mind. I'm afraid of you. Su Yang was afraid that he would do something dangerous again, so he used his mobile phone to control the door. Lin Lily saw the door open. She ran in immediately. After rushing up to the second floor, he pushed Su Yang away, hugged Sun Xiaoyu tightly and asked, Xiaoyu, are you okay? You scared me to death just now. Sun Xiaoyu said with some guilt, I'm sorry, Lily, I just don't want to make you worry. Lin Lily was so moved that she hugged Xiaoyu tightly again. Su Yang, who was sitting on the ground, felt a little jealous. Go forward and separate the two people. All right. If you want to go back now. Lin Lily looked at Su Yang deeply, then stood up and took Sun Xiaoyu downstairs. Sun Xiaoyu went downstairs, he turned around and looked at Su Yang, and suddenly there was some guilt in his eyes. But Su Yang didn't look at her, but turned to look out the window. Sometimes, being too demanding may backfire. No matter what, feelings are not a one-sided thing. It's a matter between two people. Xiaoyu's ideas still need to be respected. Lin Lily and Xiaoyu got in the car. She held her hair with her hands. Xiaoyu, Su Yang didn't bully you just now, did he? Sun Xiaoyu glanced at Su Yang, who was standing at the window on the second floor, and shook his head dejectedly. No. Lin Lily breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she came quickly. After fastening her seatbelt, Lin Lily said gently, Let's go back. The car turned around and slowly drove away. Su Yang, who was standing on the second floor, watched the car until it disappeared. Closed his eyes slightly. The two returned to Sun Xiaoyu's home. As soon as she entered the door, Lin Lily started to get busy. Xiaoyu, I'll go make you some brown sugar water. You take a rest first. Oh. Sun Xiaoyu turned around and went back to the room, then lay down on the bed. Lin Lily was still busy outside. Sun Xiaoyu turned on his cell phone. After thinking for a while, he sent a message to Su Yang. I'm home now. A long time passed. The other side didn't reply. Sun Xiaoyu's heart suddenly became flustered, and he continued to send a message. I just finished my shower and laid down on the bed. Su Yang still didn't reply. Sun Xiaoyu's heart suddenly felt a little depressed. At this time, Lin Lily cooked some brown sugar water and brought it over. Xiaoyu, be careful, it's still a little hot. Sun Xiaoyu took it. He just took a sip. She didn't have her period at all. There is no need to drink brown sugar water. Just a sip? There's still a lot left. Sun Xiaoyu nodded. No, I feel a little tired. I want to sleep. Oh, don't you want to take a bath? I don't want to wash it anymore. I'll wash it tomorrow morning. Sun Xiaoyu pulled the quilt and lay down. Seeing that Sun Xiaoyu had closed his eyes, Lin Lily felt a little sad. I always feel a little blocked in my heart, but I don't know how to say it. Only lie down after you have finished everything. He turned around and hugged Sun Xiaoyu, then whispered in her ear, Xiaoyu, are you asleep? Sun Xiaoyu was the sound of his steady breathing. Lin Lily originally planned to talk to her, but when she saw that she had fallen asleep, she had to give up. Early in the morning, there has been a commotion on the Xiao Group's side. Many reporters blocked the door. If the security guards hadn't stopped them, they might have rushed forward. Xiao Ning was not in a hurry to go to the company, and her father did not allow her to go. Just let the company's PR handle it. Xiao Ning lay on the bed depressed. She first sent several messages to Su Yang. Max said on the show last night, everything was false. There was nothing between the two of them. I wrote several long paragraphs. Su Yang did not reply either. She was so worried that she tossed and turned in bed. The more I think about it, the more depressed I become. This topic is also being discussed in the company group. What happened last night is likely to affect the company's stock price. So everyone is trying to find a solution. Everyone is thinking about how to deal with it. Xiao Ning didn't say anything. It would be useless for her to say more now. Looked online. Many reports have come out that have already covered the entire place. The female president of the Xiao Group keeps a young hunk. Big news. The low EQ hunk is actually the boyfriend of the president of Xiao Corporation. The female CEO rushed for love and forcefully broke off the engagement for a low EQ hunk. The more she looked, the more depressed she became. The more I watch, the angrier I get. I couldn't help but turn off my phone and get up. Turned on the computer. Logged in to my own account. Start reading the messages in that group. Many people began to slander themselves after reading those articles today. They even slandered many people who had contact with Max. It's scary when fans turn into haters, because they know a lot of history, including the dark history of many celebrities. They chose not to believe it before, but now, it's different. There are too many people bashing him online now, and following the trend has become a trend. That Ms. Zhao is a brainless woman at first glance. I feel like I'm better than her. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Before, I didn't know that Mr. Zhao's ex-boyfriend was actually Mr. Su. Now that I know, I'm laughing like crazy. Smile +1. It's so bloody, but I love watching it. I heard that Max's brother is afraid to go out now. He is scolded when he goes out. Last night, someone took a photo of his car parked at the hotel and kept guarding it, but he didn't come out. Why is he going to the hotel? Doesn't he have his own house? Who knows? Maybe he's going to have a tryst with Mr. Zhao. After seeing this message, Xiao Ning couldn't bear it anymore. Impossible. Mr. Zhao was at home last night. He didn't go anywhere. How do you know about the upstairs? Do you know her? Yes, tell me about it. Actually, everything Max said was a lie. He was the one who kept pestering Mr. Zhao. Xiao Ning began to whitewash himself in the group and became more and more excited. Chapter 117. Xiao Ning was dismissed from his post. The shares of Zhao Group were suspended as soon as they opened this morning. But half an hour passed. More people continued to sell. Stock investors are easily influenced by others. They all believe that a president who can date a brainless celebrity is not capable of managing a company. What's more, they directly dug up what Xiao Ning said at the engagement party. Public opinion continues to ferment. The shareholders of the Zhao Group's board of directors held an emergency meeting. However, Xiao Ning was not notified of this meeting, but it was directly chaired by Xiao Ning's father. At the meeting, many shareholders demanded an explanation. This is a completely unnecessary scandal at such an important time. The impact on the stock market is huge. They have received news that some large funds that were preparing to enter the market have stopped their operations. Still waiting and watching. It can be said that if this public relations crisis is not handled properly, if they want to raise the stock price this time, they must invest more money. One of the shareholders proposed to remove Xiao Ning from the position of president. When someone proposes something, someone agrees. Seeing more and more shareholders raising their hands, Xiao Ning's father, was in a dilemma. Of course, he didn't want his daughter to be taken down. But now public opinion is still fermenting. If no decision is made, it will be very harmful to the company. Chairman, please ask Mr. Zhao to hold a press conference to clarify that this has nothing to do with Max and that it's all just rumors. Will this work? Mr. Zhao's previous remarks at the engagement party have been dug up, with pictures and the truth. At first, it was commercial news, so it didn't make that big of a splash. But now there's Max. He's now being discussed so much on this hit show that it's already sparked nationwide discussion. Now many of our peers are laughing at us. Chairman, do you have any good ideas? Chairman, please make a decision. Zhao Li is also pressing us, and so are the bankers and capitalists behind her. If we can't handle it, and there's no public support, they might just give up on us and look for the next one. Xiao Ming rubbed his eyebrows. Okay, stop arguing. I'll go talk to her. In fact, they had no right to remove Xiao Ning from his position. Xiao Ning is the one who has the most shares now. This was done by Su Yang, who helped her when they were still together. Unless she doesn't want to do it herself, even Xiao Ming has no right to do so. Xiao Ming called Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning's hands began to tremble. Dad, why? Why do you want me to give up this position? I don't want it. Xiao Ning was very reluctant. Listen to me, now it's not a question of whether you want it or not. But as things have developed to this point, if we can't give an answer to the shareholders and the capitalists behind them, then this thing may not be done. Is this what you want? But, is it just because of this? Xiao Ning was still a little dissatisfied. Xiao Yu, I told you not to get involved with that, Max, but you ignored my words and now something's wrong, right? Didn't you watch the news this morning? If Max was still unknown before, it would be fine, and we could just discuss him and it would be over. But now, he is being discussed a lot in this program, and this program is open to the whole country. If you continue to stay in this position, you will always be discussed. Do you understand the impact of this? But, is there no other way? Xiao Ning said with some grievance. Xiao Yu, Dad doesn't want you to be removed either, so just stay quiet for a while. Come back after the popularity of the show has died down, or this matter is completed. The father and daughter talked for a long time. Xiao Ning was finally forced to agree. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ning's hatred for Max reached its peak, as he had always cared so much about him. I bought so many things for him, and I love him so much. What did you get in the end? He not only lost his position as president, but was also mocked by the entire internet. With Su Yang, she was a business genius that everyone envied. But now, just by having a little connection with Max, she turned into a stupid woman that even elementary school students could laugh at. Max, you ruined me. You ruined me. I kept calling Max but couldn't get through. While we were calling, the other party turned off his phone. Xiao Ning had no place to vent his anger, so he could only use the small accounts he used to have on the internet to frantically whitewash himself. Lin Lily is here. She also suspended her decision to purchase shares in the Zhao Group. Looking at the messages popping up on the computer, he propped his chin on his hands and laughed. I used to be on par with this kind of woman. I'm really impressed. She really has no brains at all. Xiao Ning was in trouble. Lin Lily was very happy, and she picked up her phone and called Xiao Ning directly. Mr. Zhao, are you in the company? If you have something to say it now. If you have to fart, fart now. Xiao Ning was typing frantically on the keyboard. Haha, it's nothing. I just called to check on you. You've been a hot topic today. You've become famous. Lin Lily, did you call me just to mock me? Boss Xiao, please don't say such harsh words. After all, we know each other and have slept in the same bed. Seeing that you are unhappy, I feel it is my responsibility to comfort you. It's called comfort. But Lin Lily's tone didn't convey that meaning at all. If you want to talk nonsense like that, you can just hang up. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Oh, why are you so angry? By the way, I heard that you didn't go to work today. Is that true? None of your business? How come it's none of my business? Didn't you say before that you wanted to suppress me? Do you want to trample my Lin group under your feet? Now it seems that it's a bit difficult. Tut tut. Xiao Ning hung up the phone directly. You damn bitch. You all want to see me make a fool of myself. I heard the other party hang up the phone. Lin Lily smiled even more happily and turned to her secretary and said, let's continue with the decision to purchase the stock. The secretary didn't quite understand. Boss Lin, everyone is waiting and watching now. Are we sure we want to enter the market? Lin Lily smiled. Such a big thing happened. Xiao Ning didn't go to work. The Zhao Group must be doing public relations. I believe that Xiao Ning will be removed from her post soon. As long as she comes down, the market sentiment will improve. After all, the 3 billion acquisition plan is still very tempting. The secretary nodded. Okay, I'll do it now. Lin Lily called Sun Xiaoyu again. Xiao Yuer, did Su Yang give you any trouble at work today? Chapter 258. Xiaoyer is pregnant. Things did not turn around. The rat, who had been shot in the shoulder, was a little unconscious. When the foreigners came up with guns, they first kicked his gun aside. Then they handcuffed him and didn't kill him immediately. The foreigners began to sweep the ship. They did not kill anyone, and those who were locked in the cabins did not resist. Max was also found and handcuffed. At this point, he was already frightened to death. That was a foreigner holding a walkie-talkie, saying a lot of gibberish. The general meaning is that the cargo has been found and we are now returning. Those foreigners drugged Max and the others. Max's consciousness began to blur, and he fell asleep because he could not hold on any longer. I don't know how long it took. He felt that the surroundings were quiet and a little cold. He barely opened his eyes, and after seeing the scene in front of him, he almost fainted again. He swore that the scene before him was the most horrifying thing he had ever seen. The place where he was now was like a morgue, with air conditioning on all around. The room was very large, and every bed was like an operating table. There were people lying on the beds, but many of them had their stomachs cut open, which made them look particularly nauseous and disgusting. Max turned his head and was about to vomit, but something else happened that made him a little overwhelmed. Next to him was lying Rat, his eyes wide open, his stomach had been cut open, and his face was deathly pale, without a trace of life. It seemed as if the internal organs had been taken away. It was empty. Seeing the scene in front of him, Max couldn't stand it anymore and started vomiting. Not far away there were some foreign doctors in white coats and a few soldiers with guns. They heard the noise and came over. Max's hands and feet were tied to the bed and he couldn't move, so he had to close his eyes again. Pretend to fall asleep. But while he was drowsy, he heard the person next to him talking again. It probably means that his model matches, so he can use this one. After hearing this, he immediately felt something was wrong, opened his eyes, and shouted for help. But his cries for help were of no use, as those people looked at him with smiles on their faces like devils. One of them, who looked like a doctor in a white coat, picked up a scalpel. I took another bit of cotton and started wiping it on his stomach. Help, help. Someone please save me. Help me. This feeling of being on the verge of death is too terrifying. Max cannot accept it at all. He is about to become like a rat and have his body hollowed out. The death was so horrific that he couldn't even imagine it in his nightmares. He watched the knife slide towards his stomach. I don't know how long it took. Max woke up. After waking up, he found that his stomach was very painful, so he raised his head and looked over. I found that there was a suture on my stomach. It goes without saying that one's kidneys had been dug out. Max wanted to cry but had no tears when he saw that there were people in the other beds in the same condition as him, with painful expressions on their faces. Those who had their kidneys dug out were still okay, but those who had their hearts dug out could no longer survive, just like rats. The scene was bloody and horrifying, but we will not go into details for now. In the next few days, Max lay on the bed with numb eyes, no hope in his eyes. He had seen too many people die in the past few days, and he knew that he would become like this in the next second. He hated that all this was brought to him by Xiao Li. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that those people who came to arrest him must have been arranged by Xiao Li. This woman had a heart as vicious as a snake. Max gnashed his teeth, but there was no hope for revenge and his life could be lost at any time. I don't know whether it is lucky or unfortunate. The following week, many of the people who were kidnapped with him died, and only Max was lying there with no one coming to ask about him. I found out when I heard two people in white coats talking while passing by. It seemed that his own kidney was not in good condition, so after one was removed, no one wanted the other one. Now it's his heart that needs to be matched. This means that if he finds a match, he will definitely die. After the two men left, Max opened his eyes. He struggled to break free from the handcuffs with all his strength. His hands were deformed, but he had to do so in order to save his life. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I want revenge. I want revenge. The belief in revenge supports Max. Maybe it was because his bones were relatively soft. He actually managed to break free from the handcuffs. Dragging his seriously injured body, Max climbed out of bed and hid in a box containing some red substance. He knew this box. They threw some useless things in it, and Max covered himself with those things. About 3 hours passed. He lay motionless inside, and a man came over and pushed the box away. Feeling the movement, Max gritted his teeth. Not long after, he was thrown into the sea, and then some sharks surrounded him. Max thought it was all over, and there was no way he could escape this time. But man proposes, God disposes. Not long after, some more killer whales came over and drove the sharks away. But he didn't touch him. Max didn't dare to show his head until the killer whale left. He had been holding his breath and almost burst his lungs. At this time, he was already some distance away from the big ship. A person may be extremely unlucky, but he may also have a lucky day. Several dolphins gathered around him. One of them lifted him up and started swimming towards a small island not far away. Lin Shen looked at the land in the distance in a daze. He was extremely weak at this moment, but he still stood up with his tenacious will. Soon after, the dolphins actually carried him to dry land. Max was lying on the beach, gasping for breath. He was saved and finally survived that hell. He lay on the island for 2 days. The goddess of luck came again. A fishing boat came ashore and the fishermen found him. They were talking in a babble and Max couldn't understand. It seemed like they were speaking Japanese. Let's not talk about Max for now. Let's talk about the other side. Suyang suddenly received a bombshell piece of news. What he and Lin Lily had been trying to guard against in the end couldn't be prevented. Xiaoyer is pregnant, and this time she is really pregnant. Here's the reason. One day Xiaoyer fell down, and Shangguan Yuna quickly sent her to the hospital. Then Su Yang was notified, and now Su Yang could no longer sit still. The fake pregnancy would definitely be exposed, so she rushed to the hospital. But when I arrived at the hospital, I was stunned. Xiaoyer is actually pregnant. Shangguan Yuna next to her was very happy because the fall didn't cause much damage, just a little skin abrasion, which didn't have much impact on the child. After Shangguan Yuna and the others left, Su Yang sat down next to Xiao Yuer with a heavy heart and held her hand. Seeing his frown, Xiao Yuer pouted her lips in displeasure. What's wrong? Are you unhappy that I'm pregnant? Su Yang hesitated to speak. You? How could you? Didn't I always? Xiao Yuer chuckled. I learned this from the internet. I've used needles to poke at all those things of yours. After hearing this answer, Su Yang was stunned and couldn't say a word for a long time. Chapter 259 Xiao Yuer. We don't want this child anymore. Xiao Yuer touched his belly and giggled. Now she finally doesn't have to worry about fake pregnancy anymore. It won't be long before she can become a real mother, and she won't have to feel guilty about hiding it from Shangguanyana and the others. Brother Chung, do you like a boy or a girl? Xiao Yuer asked the same question as Lin Lily, and Su Yang forced a smile. I like both boys and girls. Xiao Yuer chuckled. Me too, if it's a boy. What name would you give him? Seeing that Su Yang didn't answer, Xiao Yuer looked at him. Brother Chung, what's wrong with you? Why are you unhappy? Now our goal has been achieved, right? Su Yang rubbed his hands, not knowing what to say. At this time, the door rang. Shangguanyana pushed the door open. Her expression was a little strange at this moment. She looked at Sun Xiaoyu and then at Su Yang. Su Yang, come out for a moment. There was a doctor standing outside the door, and Su Yang had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Sun Xiaoyu was also a little confused. Brother Chung, what's wrong? Su Yang patted the back of her hand. It's okay. Wait here for me. I'll go out and take a look. Under Xiao Yuer's gaze, Su Yang followed Shangguanyana and the others out the door. Came to the doctor's office. Shangguanyana placed the examination report in front of Su Yang with a rather bad look on her face. Xiao Yuer's body is not suitable for pregnancy. Did you know this? Su Yang picked up the inspection report and read it again and again. It would be difficult to hide it at this point. Nodded. No. Shangguanyana held her breath and tried her best to suppress her anger. So what's going on now? I just asked the doctor. The timing of Xiao Yuer's pregnancy is totally wrong. It doesn't match what you said before. Are you lying to me? Su Yang nodded again. Shangguanyana raised her hand in anger, but held it back the next second. What should we do now? This child is obviously not suitable for pregnancy, and our Su family cannot allow a girl who can't get pregnant to marry us. Mom, let me think about it. Think about it. You've caused such a mess. Think about it yourself. Whatever you do now is wrong. Go talk to that kid and ask her to abort the baby. Su Yang was in a difficult situation, as he didn't expect Xiao Yuer to secretly pierce that thing. Now that I'm pregnant, there's no turning back. Turning to look at the doctor. Doctor, is there any way to help Xiao Yuer give birth to the baby safely? The female doctor shook her head. The pregnant woman is weak, and she also has anemia and heart disease. Not to mention giving birth, it may affect her health when she is older. Giving birth is tantamount to walking through the gates of hell. You should explain it to her clearly. If she can avoid giving birth, then don't. Shangguanyana saw that Su Yang was still hesitating and angrily snatched the examination report from his hand. I'll say what you don't say. Just as she was about to go out, Su Yang stopped her. Mom, wait a minute. Let me do it. Su Yang took the inspection report back, sighed, and walked out with heavy steps. Arrived at the door of Xiao Yuer's ward. Through the crack in the door, I saw the little fish inside touching its belly. He started talking to himself. What name should I give him? For a boy, he should be more domineering, right? Su Batian? That's a good name. Su Dong Xiaobawang, haha. For a girl, Su Xiaoyu? No, you have the same name as your mother. How about Su Xiaxiao? That won't work either. If you have 4 characters, people will think you're from Japan. You might even get stones thrown at you when you walk. Seeing Xiao Yuer's happy face, Su Yang, who was standing at the door, was shaking in his hands as he held the examination report. He should have discovered it earlier. He should have discovered Xiao Yuer's strange behavior some time ago. He should take most of the responsibility for the current situation. After taking a deep breath, Su Yang came in and closed the door gently. Xiao Yuer was very happy to see him come in. How's it going? Did the doctor say our baby is healthy? Su Yang forced a smile. Yes, the doctor said our baby is healthy. Xiao Yuer was even happier after hearing him say that. I knew that since I've been eating well and sleeping well recently, my baby will definitely be healthy. I'm telling you, I've also learned a lot about parenting on the internet. I couldn't get into it before, but later I forced myself to get into it, and as I read, I didn't feel bored anymore. Su Yang sat nearby, listening carefully to Xiao Yuer talking about her efforts during this period. I just looked at a lot of children's toys on the internet. Some of them said they contained formaldehyde, so I thought I'd buy some healthier ones. Also, after the baby is born, I want to breastfeed, but Xiao Yuer looked at his own body. I don't know if I will be able to do that by then. If not, I don't know if I can ask Secretary Lu for help. She should have a lot to say. No matter how hard it is, I can't let the child suffer. Su Yang smiled helplessly. Lu Yu doesn't give birth to a child, so where does the breast milk come from? Xiao Yuer slapped his head. Oh, right, I almost forgot, huh? Then let's hire a wet nurse. I heard from Aunt Lon that you grew up drinking her milk. Sun Xiaoyu continued. Do you think we should decorate the baby room now? We should decorate it earlier, otherwise. What will we do if the baby has no place to live when he is born? Sun Xiaoyu is still talking non-stop. The more Su Yang listened, the more upset he became, and the more guilty he felt. Brother Chung, do you think I should be a full-time mother or? Su Yang interrupted her. Xiao Yuer, we don't want this child anymore. As soon as these words were spoken, the room suddenly became quiet. So quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Sun Xiaoyu looked at him with her eyes open. She thought she had heard it wrong. Brother Chung, were you kidding me just now? Su Yang held Sun Xiaoyu's hand and looked at her affectionately. Xiao Yuer, let's not have this child for now. Can we wait until later, then? Sun Xiaoyu pulled his hand back in shock. Dodge back. Who are you? You are not Brother Chung. Which bastard has traveled through time and space with Brother Chung? Su Yang continued to hold her hand. Then he took out the medical examination report from his arms. I'm sorry, Xiao Yuer. I should have told you earlier that your body is not suitable for pregnancy. If you want to give birth to a child, I'm afraid your life will be in danger. Sun Xiaoyu took the inspection report and looked at it, but he couldn't understand it. She simply threw away all the examination reports. You are talking nonsense. You just said that our baby is healthy. How can you just say you don't want it? Get out right now. Xiao Yuer, don't be like this. Su Yang felt very distressed. Get out. Sun Xiaoyu yelled. Chapter 260. If you really want to be a mother, I have another way. Su Yang wanted to go over and coax Sun Xiaoyu, but he was pushed away by Sun Xiaoyu. Get out now. I don't want to see you now. Xiao Yuer, don't get excited. Go out. Okay, I'm going out. Don't get excited. Su Yang was kicked out. Shangguanyuna was already waiting in the corridor outside, and she seemed to have known this would happen. She doesn't want to fight? Shangguanyuna asked. Su Yang shook his head. I'll go in and talk to her. Shangguanyuna was about to open the door, but Su Yang stopped her again. Mom, give me some time, and you give her some time? Shangguanyuna glanced at her son, then looked inside. Sighed heavily. That's what you do. Turning around, Shangguanyuna put on sunglasses and left. Su Yang sat in a seat in the aisle, watching the pregnant women and their husbands coming and going in the aisle. Everyone's face was filled with smiles, as if they were all looking forward to the birth of a new life. Of course, there are some people who feel a little worried after receiving the inspection report, but this situation is still rare. Most people are still very excited when facing a new life. At this time, a pregnant woman was pushed over urgently. Hurry, the pregnant woman's water has broken. Go check it out. Several nurses pushed the pregnant woman into the delivery room. A man followed beside them. He was carrying large and small bags on his back. He kept looking inside and walking back and forth in the corridor. He reached into his pocket and took out the cigarette, thought about it, put it down, and walked back and forth in the aisle. After seeing Su Yang sitting aside, he seemed to have found a confidant, so he walked over to Su Yang and sat down. Dude, is your wife having a baby too? The man was very outgoing and started chatting casually. Su Yang looked at Sun Xiaoyu's ward, a little dazed, and didn't say much. The man began to talk to himself again. The man was talking to himself. He was very nervous at the moment and was talking only to relieve the tension in his heart. This is our second child. We lost the first one. The doctor said it would be difficult to have a second child after a miscarriage, but we are lucky enough to be pregnant. Hear about miscarriage. Su Yang looked inside again and remembered what the doctor had just said. If the pregnancy is aborted, it will be difficult for Xiaoyer to get pregnant again in her life. In other words, this may be Xiaoyer's only chance to become a mother. But this would cost Xiaoyer's life, and he didn't dare to gamble, nor did he want to gamble. At this time, a nurse in another delivery room brought out a baby. Another man and his family in the corridor hurried over. The pregnant woman is bleeding heavily. Her blood type is very special. Your family members should go and match it as soon as possible. Her condition is not very good now. The man was anxious and seemed a little at a loss. The guardian asked him to calm down. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Hurry up and go. If you're late, it might be too late. Oh. I'll go right away. The man took his family to do blood type matching. In the corridor, the baby's crying was so shrill. Su Yang wiped his face. At this moment, he was extremely nervous. Su Yang was also praying silently. He didn't want to hear such frightening things at this time. Although he didn't know the other person, he could easily think of Xiaoyer. If the person lying in the delivery room at this moment was Xiaoyer, His situation might not be much better than that of the man just now. But before the man and his team could finish matching the blood types, bad news came from the delivery room. The pregnant woman could not hold on and died. The same day, great joy and great sorrow befell the man. He knelt down and cried bitterly, while his mother and sister were only concerned about whether the baby was healthy. Su Yang's hands and feet were shaking, and so was the man sitting next to him. He closed his eyes and prayed that his wife was okay. Su Yang couldn't stand this torture any longer, so he stood up and went to open the door to Sun Xiaoyu's ward. After coming in and seeing Sun Xiaoyu lying there sobbing, Su Yang had made up his mind. He couldn't keep this child. He didn't want to see Sun Xiaoyu go through the terrible scene just now. He walked over to her and gently stroked her shoulder. Xiao Yuer, don't be sad. Don't worry. Even if we don't have children, I will definitely marry you. No matter how much my mother objects, I won't care. I will marry you in this life. Sun Xiaoyu paused for a moment, but still didn't turn around. She still can't accept this reality. She just used her cell phone to check her condition. She knew it was very dangerous and understood that Su Yang was doing it for her own good, but she still wanted this child. Xiao Yuer wiped her tears and turned around. Brother Chung, can you let me have the baby? I want to have the baby. This may be my only chance to be a mother. I have not had a mother since I was a child, so I want to be a mother. Su Yang held back his tears. Don't worry, there will be opportunities in the future. Can we not do it this time? Brother Chung, please don't lie to me. I know this is my only chance. If I lose it, I will never have it again in my life. Will? Su Yang hugged her tightly. I'm sorry. It's my fault that you have to face this choice. Su Yang has always been very strong, but he is just a man who has not yet reached the point of being heartbroken. His eyes were red at this moment. He knew very well how much harm this time had caused to Sun Xiaoyu. Sun Xiaoyu reached out and wiped the tears from the corners of Su Yang's eyes. Brother Chung, I believe you. This is my own decision, and I won't regret it. I just checked, and the chances of keeping the baby are very high. Xiao Yuer, don't be willful. Listen to me. If you really want to be a mother, I have another way. Sun Xiaoyu was stunned. Brother Chung, do you know a miracle doctor? Can he cure my illness? Su Yang touched Pumpkin Xiaoyu's forehead and gently tucked her hair behind her ears. Xiao Yuer, it will be very painful for you to tell me this, but I still decided to tell you. Even if you blame me and scold me for this, I am willing. Sun Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. Su Yang took a deep breath. Actually, I have discussed it with Lily before. She will give birth to the child for you. After she gives birth, she will recognize you as the mother, and Lily is already pregnant. This news was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Sun Xiaoyu directly on the head. She opened her mouth for a long time but couldn't utter a word. Seeing that she was stunned, Su Yang immediately hugged her tightly. I'm sorry, Xiaoyuer. I'm sorry. Chapter 261 Xiaoyer has a heart attack. Su Yang became anxious when he saw Sun Xiaoyu didn't say anything. Xiao Yuer, say something. Sun Xiaoyu looked at him with dull eyes. So, you two knew from the beginning that I couldn't have children, right? There was a hint of crying in her voice and her eyes were filled with tears. Su Yang nodded and admitted it. Sun Xiaoyu's chest heaved up and down. She couldn't accept the news for a while. Several blows in one day made it difficult for her to bear it. Her face turned pale, and she felt a tightness in her chest and difficulty breathing. Even breathing heavily did not provide relief. When Su Yang saw her condition, he was shocked and quickly pressed the emergency bell next to him. Sun Xiaoyu wanted to cough but couldn't. His face turned pale, and he felt like he was going to pass out at any moment. Su Yang quickly put her down and ran out. Doctor! Where is the doctor? Come here quickly. The doctor ran out of the office. Then he came to Sun Xiaoyu's bed, checked her, and said anxiously, hurry to the emergency room. The patient is having a heart attack. After hearing the news, Su Yang was like being struck by lightning. He just stood there in a daze. It wasn't until Sun Xiaoyu was pushed out that he caught his breath. Then he immediately ran out. However, when he was almost at the door of the emergency room, he was locked outside. At this moment, he felt the same as the man who had just lost his wife. I was at a loss and didn't know what to do. At this time, the man's wife had already given birth. When passing by Su Yang, he looked at him with sympathy. Su Yang squatted on the ground. He felt his limbs a little weak and kept swallowing his saliva. The lights in the emergency room were on all the time, and every minute and every second was torture. After a while, a man walked over, his footsteps ticking, and he looked a little anxious, but he didn't dare to run. She came in front of Su Yang and gently stroked his back with her hand. Su Yang, where's Xiao Yuer? How is she? After learning that Xiao Yuer was hospitalized, Lin Lily rushed over from Donghai. At this moment, she saw Su Yang sitting on the ground with a depressed look on his face. Lin Lily was terrified. After hearing that Sun Xiaoyu had a heart attack, Lin Lily burst into tears in panic. She pounded Su Yang's shoulders with both hands. Why did you tell her? Why did you choose to tell her at this time? Don't you know she has a heart disease? Can she bear so many blows in one day? Do you understand? Lin Lily has a very loud voice. Everyone looked over and a nurse came over and said, "Please don't make loud noises in the hospital. The patients need to rest." Lin Lily took a deep breath and suppressed the pain in her heart. Sat aside. Both of them stared at the door of the emergency room. At this time, Shangguan Yuna came back. She was in a hurry and looked anxious. What happened to Xiaoyer? I heard the doctor call me and told me that she had a heart attack. Seeing Su Yang with a depressed look on his face, and the bright lights in the emergency room still on, Shangguan Yuna's heart also skipped a beat. In fact, after spending some time together, she has fallen deeply in love with this lovely child, Sun Xiaoyu. She has the innocence of a young girl, the playfulness of a lively girl, and the kindness that comes from her nature. Whenever she was with her, Shangguan Yuna would forget the intrigues of life and would always be amused by this child. After hearing that Sun Xiaoyu couldn't get pregnant, Shangguan Yuna was very angry, but also very painful. She was also very conflicted. As the hostess of the Su family, it was difficult for her to let Sun Xiaoyu in. But as for herself, she likes this girl very much. She asked Su Yang to persuade Sun Xiaoyu to abort the child for Sun Xiaoyu's health. But I didn't expect to hear this news not long after I turned around. She immediately turned around and rushed back. 3 people stood in the corridor. No one spoke. Their eyes were fixed on the door of the emergency room. About an hour passed. The lights in the emergency room dimmed. Shangguan Yuna and Lin Lily hurried forward, and at this time a female doctor came out. Su Yang stood there not daring to move a step, fearing that he would hear some bad news. For example, doctors say nonsense like, "We tried our best." Fortunately, it's not that bad. Fortunately, the rescue was timely. After hearing this, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, Xiao Yuer was pushed out, and the 3 of them followed him into the ward. Chapter 337, Entering the Mountains. Su Yang declined Relima's proposal. He came here to find Taiyan Village. If Taiyan Village still existed, had they solved the disease? If they had, then Xiaoyer would be saved. He didn't dare put all his hopes on Zhang Sheng's prescription, as that would be too passive. Su Yang still hoped to keep the initiative firmly in his own hands. Seeing that it was useless to persuade him, Relimu asked Su Yang to wait a moment, and then ran back home quickly. Not long after, he came over with a gun. His action scared Su Yang. Relimu looked such an honest boy. Could he be trying to rob him? But the situation was exactly the opposite of what he thought. Relimu handed the gun to Su Yang and said, "Friend, this is the hunting rifle we use for hunting. Deep in the mountains, danger is everywhere. There are jackals and bears. This gun is for you to protect yourself." Su Yang was somewhat moved by Relimu's enthusiasm. He used to live in an environment full of intrigue, and most of the people around him were just pretending, including himself. He never thought that he would be treated so sincerely by others. It was just the first time that Relimu met him, and they had known each other for less than half an hour, but he was still thinking about his own safety. Su Yang was just being petty-minded and judging others by others. "Relimu, how much is this gun? I'll buy it." Relimu waved his hand. "My friend, this gun is free. It's for your self-defense. I hope you are safe." Relimu's eyes were sincere. He really didn't want money. As the saying goes, sincerity is the killer skill. Su Yang was holding a gun, and he felt a little dirty for a moment. "Okay, my friend, I will come back safely and give you back your gun." Relam nodded and said, "My friend, you are a brave man. I admire you very much. Our ancestors have never dared to go deep into the mountains. I dare not either. You are the first person I have seen who dares to go in, so I hope you can come back safely." Relimu took out another wine bag from the bag on his shoulder and handed it to Su Yang. "This is the wine we brewed ourselves. The temperature difference in the mountains is quite large. Drink this. It's good for your health." Su Yang took the wine. He felt a little guilty about the young man in front of him being so nice to him. He picked up a pen, tore off a piece of paper, wrote his cell phone number, and gave it to Relimu. "This is my cell phone number. If you want to work in the East in the future, just call me and I'll take care of everything for you." Relamu held the phone number and looked at Su Yang excitedly. He had always longed to live in the eastern cities. He had walked out of the mountains and went to school in the inland areas just to experience the outside environment. As a young man, he certainly also liked the bright lights and wine. However, his father was old, so he had to come back to take care of him. Although his family had many cows and sheep and was not short of money, the mountains were lonely. Older people could bear it, but a young man like him still wanted to make some adventures. Thank you, my friend. I particularly like cities in the east. I will definitely visit you if I have the chance. It's a deal, my friend. The two hugged each other. Su Yang picked up his gun, filled his wine bag, and walked step by step into the depths of the mountains. He had no specific location, he could only rely on luck, but for that slight possibility, Su Yang did not hesitate. Relamu stood there and watched Su Yang leave, waving behind him all the time, with admiration in his eyes. This outsider went into the mountains that no one had been able to conquer or enter, without even saying a word. What courage it took. There are some differences between the mountains in the west and the primeval forests in the northeast. Although the vegetation is also lush, the mountains in the west are really huge. Su Yang has been climbing for 2.5 hours and has not yet reached the halfway point. To enter the depths of the Magrinoline Mountains, he must cross the mountain in front of him. This mountain in front of him is already very high for Su Yang. If it were in an eastern city, it would definitely be the highest peak. But it is not worth seeing here, because behind this mountain, there are mountains several times higher than it. If it were not for Zhang Yinling's treatment, Su Yang firmly believed that he would definitely collapse now. Zhang Shang's medicine is still very effective. At least he has much better physical strength now. When we climbed February 3rd of the way, it was already 5 p.m. Su Yang really couldn't climb anymore and had to sit on a rock, panting. Looking at the mountains in the distance and the clouds surrounding the mountainside, he picked up the pot of wine that Relamu had given him in the morning and took a sip. It tastes sour and sweet, with a hint of alcohol. The alcohol content is not very high, but after drinking it, I feel warm in the body and my strength is restored a lot. Su Yang looked at the pot of wine with some surprise. This is a great thing. Never mind. I'd better save some. This pot of wine seemed to restore his strength and also seemed to keep the body warm. Su Yang did not intend to waste it because he knew that now was not the most difficult time. The most difficult time was at night. He picked up a bottle of water in his bag and drank it happily. His bag was full of compressed biscuits and water and was very heavy. Climbing the mountain with such a heavy bag on his back was really a very difficult task for a man like Su Yang, who had been living a life of luxury for many years. But he had to do it no matter how difficult it was. He wanted a little more hope, a little more security. When he thought that Xiao Yuer would have to give birth soon, Su Yang's motivation came back. He shouted to vent his fatigue, picked up his bag and climbed up again. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Su Yang finally crossed the mountain and came to a relatively flat area. Behind the mountain was a vast grassland. Perhaps because no one came here to graze, the grass was lush and tall. When Su Yang walked over, the grass had grown to his knees. Walking further forward, the grass was almost up to his chest. Zhang Sheng once told himself the approximate route. After crossing the mountain, you will cross the grassland. After walking through the grassland, you will pass through a forest. After crossing the forest, there is a small river. You can swim across the small river, swim into a cave, dive down, and then come out. After coming out, you can see colorful minerals on the top of the cave. Seeing those minerals proves that the route is correct. They got lost at the diving site, because the next few times they came, they couldn't find the colorful minerals on the top of the cave. Su Yang was a little confused. Why do you go to such a deep mountain to treat illnesses and save lives? Zhang Sheng explained that because his grandfather Zhang Judao was a Taoist priest, after they rescued people on the road, they planned to travel westward to start practicing. Taoist priests like to go deep into the mountains to find a paradise of their own. This is in their nature. That's why they passed by Taiyan village during their travels. This is what happened next. Su Yang's backpack is so heavy is because it contains an oxygen tank, which is extremely heavy. If it weren't for diving, Su Yang would never carry this thing. After crossing the grass, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. It was still daybreak, and Su Yang was already exhausted. A forest appeared in front of him. The trees were very tall, and there were a lot of tree groves piled up. It felt soft when he stepped on it, but there were depressions from time to time. Su Yang did not dare to stay, because it would be very dangerous to spend the night here, but he was not sure if he could get out of the forest tonight. After stopping to rest for a few minutes, Su Yang started moving forward again. He felt like he had been walking for a long time and was feeling a little dizzy. He was so exhausted that he sat on the ground and looked at the time. Wow, we have been walking in the forest for 2 hours, but there is still no end in sight. Now it is already 11 o'clock in the evening. Although it was not completely dark, the light in the forest was not very sufficient, and the danger would increase if we continued to move forward. Soo-young planned to spend the night here. He opened his backpack, took out a folding tent, and began to set it up. After finally setting up the tent, Soo-young hadn't even entered when he suddenly heard some bad noises, which sounded like those of a wolf. Soo-young's nerves immediately tensed up. He reached out to take the gun next to him and looked around vigilantly. Chapter 338 found the entrance to the cave. Soo-young picked up the gun, looked around, and found that the noise just now had stopped. He breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the tent. After putting down the gun, he picked up his cell phone. The signal here was very weak, but he could barely send a message. He sent an approximate location to someone. Soo-young did not come alone. He asked Soo-hoo to find a few people for him. Those people were all retired soldiers with good skills and good discipline. As for why they did not come together, that's because those people came by train, and they carried some things that couldn't be taken on the plane, so they could still hide them by taking the train. Soo-young could have waited for them in the village or city, but he was a little anxious because time was very important to him. It would take those people until the day after tomorrow morning to get here. Soo-young regretted that he had underestimated the danger of the mountains. The wolf howl just now made him wake up. People make mistakes when they are in a hurry. He shouldn't have crossed the mountain blindly. If a pack of wolves came now, he didn't know if the gun in his hand could deal with them. A fire was lit around the tent, and Soo-young spent the night in anxiety. During this time, 2 wild wolves circled around him, but they did not approach easily, probably because they saw the fire. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Soo-young packed up his things and set off again. Since he was already here, he did not plan to retreat. In fact, he had made a plan before coming here to use drones and some advanced equipment, but this is a border area and drones are not allowed to take off, not to mention other military equipment, which cannot be used. Soo-hoo once said that he could just ask the retired soldiers to help him investigate, but Soo-chung insisted on coming himself. He didn't want to sit in the office stupidly waiting for news, because this concerned Xiao Ning, and he didn't dare to relax at all. Continuing to go deeper into the forest, the cell phone had no signal. The mountains were primitive and terrifying. While moving forward, Soo-young came face to face with a brown bear. Fortunately, the brown bear just glanced at him and had no intention of attacking. Otherwise, at a distance of more than 10 meters, even if Soo-young could kill the bear, he would probably have to pay a heavy price. Continuing to move forward, the mobile map could no longer be used because there was no signal on the phone. Soo-young took out the prepared map and compass and continued to explore forward. That made Soo-young so anxious that he didn't have time to wait for helpers to arrive, and that is the phenomenon that Zhangxing mentioned. He said that when they went to Taiyan village for the first time, something strange appeared in the sky, colorful clouds. He asked Relamu, and coincidentally, Relamu said that colorful clouds really appeared yesterday, right here above Mount Magri. Relamu said that it had appeared there when he was a child. It could be seen every few years. After appearing, it would disappear again. Sometimes it would appear again the next day. Soo-young vaguely felt that there was some connection here, perhaps related to metaphysics, or perhaps to other things. People are like this sometimes. When they particularly believe in something, they always connect some strange phenomena together. Because Zhang Shang and his friends didn't see any strange phenomena when they went to look for it several times later, Soo-young made up his mind and went into the mountains alone. After walking in the forest for a day, when they were about to leave the forest, the wild wolves appeared again. It seemed that they had been following him all the way. When they saw Soo-young walking weakly, 2 wolves immediately pounced on him. The 2 wolves were very fast. One wolf grabbed Soo-cheng's backpack and kept biting it, and soon threw Soo-young to the ground. The other wolf cooperated very well, and was about to come over to strangle Soo-young's throat. In a hurry, Soo-young pulled out the dagger on his leg and stabbed the wolf that was about to strangle his throat with all his strength. The dagger sank into the wolf's eye, and the wolf howled in pain. At this time, the wolves behind pounced over. There were about 7 or 8 of them. One of them ran very fast and immediately bit Soo-young's calf. At this critical moment, Soo-young quickly picked up the gun and pulled the trigger at the wolf's head. With a bang, the wolf's head shattered instantly and its brains scattered all over the ground. The gunshot scared the wolves that were about to run over, and then they all squatted on the ground, staring at Soo-young. The wolf that had just bitten his backpack was also stunned, as if it didn't expect Soo-young to have this trick. Wild wolves are smart, but they are not as smart as humans. Soo-young put away his knife, raised his gun and hit it again, knocking out the wolf's intestines. When the wolves behind saw this, they were so scared that they retreated 7 or 8 meters and did not dare to move forward. Soo-young's calf was bitten and the wound was bleeding. It felt like excruciating pain, but he knew he couldn't back down now. He stared straight at the largest wolf in the distance. That should be the leader, or the Wolf King. Soo-young raised his gun and pointed it at it. The Wolf King seemed to be somewhat intelligent. He subconsciously took a step back. He sensed the danger and howled. The wolves in front of him retreated one after another. The Wild Wolf King looked back at Soo-young and ran back into the jungle. The wolves actually followed him back. Soo-young breathed a sigh of relief. It was not that he didn't want to shoot, but his gun was jammed. This kind of hunting rifle was of average quality. He had played with many real guns when he was a child, and each one was better than this one. If the Wolf King had ordered to charge over just now, Soo-young was probably dead now. He was just gambling that the Wolf King would be scared. Fortunately, he won the bet. This beast is really quite spiritual. Soo-young muttered to himself, then put away the gun, took out a medicine bandage from his backpack, and wrapped his calf. After doing all this, he set out again. Because of his calf injury, he walked with a limp and a little slower than before. Although the end of the forest was not far away, it still took him an hour to walk. After coming out of the forest, Soo-young felt numb all over. He was tired and sleepy. He looked at the time, and it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. A river appeared not far ahead, a blue river. This river should be the upper reaches of the Tian River that passes through Shijiao City. The river is about 20 meters wide, and the water is clear and it doesn't look very deep. It should be possible to walk across it. This is somewhat different from what Zhang Sheng said before. Zhang Sheng said that people used to swim across, which means that the water was deeper before. However, Soo-young thinks that so many years have passed now, it is normal for the river to be a little drier. Picking up a knife and cutting a branch from the riverside, Soo-young used it as a crutch to wade across. The rocks were very slippery, and he had an injury on his leg, so he almost fell several times. He really wanted to drop the backpack on his back. It was wet and heavy and really uncomfortable. After wading across the stream, Soo-young looked at everything in front of him. At a glance, he saw green grass and a winding blue river. The river flowed into a cave. The dark entrance looked a bit creepy. After seeing the entrance, Soo-young felt excited. The place Zhang Sheng mentioned was right there. He ignored the pain in his legs, threw away his crutches and walked quickly forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the cave entrance, which was about 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. The river flowed in from the cave entrance. Soo-young opened his backpack, took out the oxygen tank and diving suit, quickly ate a few bites of dry food, drank some water, put on the diving suit, and swam into the cave. The light in the cave was relatively dim, so Soo-young turned on the lamp tied to his head. There were many passages in all directions and several forks in the water. The further you swam, the larger the space became. But the strange thing was that the light seemed to be better the further you went in. The color of the water was also different. It was a light sky blue that glowed slightly, like a liquid gem, crystal clear. Soo-young looked up and found that there were many blue crystal stones above his head. Those crystal stones would glow by themselves, and they were very bright. It seemed that there were also such stones under the water. Under this glowing light, the water looked so shiny. This place fits Zhang Sheng's description, but Zhang Sheng said that they entered under a colorful ore. Soo-young swam in the cave for a long time, and his neck was sore from lifting his head, but he still didn't find any colorful ore, and there were more blue ores. Soo-young also dived for several times, but he still couldn't find the mouth of the undercurrent. He even passed through a cave, but outside the cave was a normal river, and there was no place he was looking for. As it was getting dark, Soo-young had no choice but to return to the shore and start setting up the tent. This time he set up the tent on the open grassland and lit a fire. There was a river blocking the grassland, so the wolves should not come over. However, there might be bears, so Soo-young did not dare to be careless. Another night passed, and maybe because he was too tired, Soo-young slept until 11 o'clock in the morning. However, this was normal because it was just dawn at this time. Soo-young opened his eyes sleepily. The fire had gone out. He walked to the river, scooped up some river water to wash his face. Just as he was about to go back to find something to eat, he turned around and found that a bear had actually crawled into his tent. Then it began to rummage through his backpack with its mouth. Soo-young was startled and wanted to reach over to find the gun. But as soon as he moved, the bear immediately turned around and ran towards him, roaring. That huge body looks clumsy, but in fact it runs very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, it came in front of Su Yang, raised its thick bare paw, and slapped Su Yang directly. Su Yang's chest was slapped hard, and he immediately flew up, and then fell heavily to the ground. He felt like his internal organs were about to shatter, and his whole body was unable to move. The bear came over and smelled him, then moved him with its palm, and found that Su Yang did not react, so it left. Su Yang felt his eyelids were heavy and his head was dizzy. When he fainted, he glanced at the sky. I don't know when the blue sky was covered by the first huge cloud, and the cloud was colorful. Chapter 339 Tianyu Village. In a daze, Su Yang felt himself being soaked in the river water, as if something was pulling him into the deep water. He smelled a floral scent, very light and elegant. He did not feel scared, but felt a little relieved. This feeling of security enveloped his whole body, and then he fell into a deep sleep. Su Yang had a very long nightmare. In the dream, he could not distinguish between his previous life and this life. He dreamed that he jumped down from the restaurant on the top floor. The feeling of weightlessness and falling made him extremely panicked. There was an endless abyss below him. He kept falling. In a blink of an eye, he dreamed of Sun Xiaoyu again, lying in the delivery room covered in blood. No matter how he called out, she did not respond. He dreamed that Lily left him, that Lu Yu also stood on a tall building like himself, that Xiao Ning held great power, and he dreamed of many people and things. It seemed real and like a dream. No, this is not true. Su Yang roared, becoming more and more agitated. He waved his hands as if to tear apart the nothingness of this world. Then the dream began to change again. The originally dark environment became bright, and he felt that he was lying on a simple bamboo bed. There were many women standing around him. They were all dressed in plain clothes, like ancient costumes. Each of them had a slender figure, round oval face, delicate features, fair skin, and facial features that were between those of Orientals and Westerners, delicate and gentle. They seemed to be between 20 and 30 years old. They all looked at him and whispered to each other. The woman sitting next to him was even more beautiful. If there had to be a standard to measure her, she would be 1 point better than Xiaoyer. You could not find any flaws on her body. Her skin was like white jade, but with the blood color that a human should have. Her slender hands were so beautiful that it seemed unreal. They were thin where they should be thin, and fleshy where they should be fleshy. Every bit of beauty had details, and every detail was extremely exquisite. Su Yang was stunned. Is this a dream? After he asked this question, the women in front of him all covered their mouths and laughed. Their laughter was light and pleasant, like the most beautiful music in the world, which made people feel relaxed and happy. The woman sitting in front of him also laughed, then picked up the medicine beside her, scooped a small sip, and brought it to Su Yang's mouth. Take some medicine when you wake up. It's good for your health. Her voice was light and pleasant, gentle with a hint of playfulness, but the words she spoke were not standard Mandarin. She spoke clearly the Xiwu dialect. Su Yang was from Tianhai, and this was their local dialect. Although the timbre was slightly different, it was basically the same. Su Yang subconsciously responded in Tianhai's local dialect. Thanks. The girls were stunned and looked at Su Yang as if he were a monster. Their eyes changed from shock to joy. Some of them were so excited that they even jumped up. They were talking excitedly and very quickly, so Su Yang could hardly hear clearly, but he could feel that everything before his eyes seemed real because he could feel the hard touch of the bamboo bed and smell the fragrance of flowers, which was the fragrance he smelled before he fell into a coma. And this fragrance came from the girl who was feeding him medicine. Su Yang suddenly felt something, then he immediately rubbed his body and sat up. He looked at the girls in front of him with excitement, and those girls also looked at him with excitement. Is this Taiyan village? Su Yang asked in a soft voice. The girls became even more excited after hearing him speak again. Yes, yes. Where are you from? How come you can speak our language? No, he didn't come from anywhere. He was rescued from the water by Sister Lianhua. Yes. The girls were talking at once, chattering nonstop. The more beautiful woman in front of them was the Sister Lianhua they mentioned. She was the one who brought Su Yang back. Compared to the happy expressions of those girls, Lianhua, who had rescued him, suddenly became serious. Why are you looking for Taiyan village? Su Yang could sense her wariness, and then he began to explain, this and that. The girls were stunned when they heard this, and Lianhua seemed to be thinking about something after hearing this. When I was young, I did hear from the elders that 2 outsiders came to the village and lived here for more than a year, but they went back later. Are you saying this is really Taiyan village? Su-young asked excitedly while grabbing the girl's hand. Lianhua blushed and quickly pulled her hand back. Yes. Su-young asked again. You just said there is an old man. Does that mean you have solved the disease and found a way to treat it, right? Lianhua shook her head. We have stopped looking for sons-in-law from outside since 50 years ago. This is the only way we can survive. Su-young was confused. That's not right. You guys look like you're only in your 20s. If that's the case, then how did you get here? If the government had not been recruiting outsiders for marriage 50 years ago, how could this group of women in their 20s have been born? This is obviously irrational. Because 50 years ago, a boy was born in our village. According to ancient teachings, after we give birth to a boy, we can no longer recruit a son-in-law. Male? You mean, there are boys in your village? To be precise, he is our father. We have different mothers, but the same father. Another girl interjected. Lianhua nodded and said that this was the case. Father asked us not to recruit a son-in-law from outside, saying that our mission has been completed, so we don't need to have children anymore. Su-young collapsed on the ground. He had been searching for so long and hard, but in the end, they didn't solve the problem. They also prolonged their lives by not having children. According to them, there are still 18 people left in Tian village, including a 50-year-old man and 17 20-year-old girls. All the others were dead. Their mothers died after giving birth to them. And according to their father, the men who were still alive also died 30 years ago. Tian village is now on the verge of extinction. Su-young covered his head in pain. He had worked so hard for so long, but in the end it was all in vain. But now he can only hope that Zhang Sheng's medicine will work. Can I ask what your name is? Su-young asked, looking up. My name is Lianhua. I just said it. I'm asking what your last name is. What's your last name? Lianhua is Lianhua. Lianhua didn't quite understand what Su-young said. My name is Lianhua. I'm feeling pity. My name is Lianai. The girls chattered and introduced themselves. They were all very curious and interested in Su-young. Although their fathers forbade them to find a son-in-law, seeking a mate is an animal instinct and humans are also animals. They had never seen any man except their father before, so the appearance of Su-young would naturally attract their attention. Isn't your surname Sun? Su-young asked in surprise. Chapter 340 looks silly, but can deceive people. Heard Su-young mention the surname Sun. They all shook their heads. Have not heard. I haven't heard of it either. Maybe father will know. We can go ask him. Do you want to die? Father doesn't allow us to have contact with men. This is all hidden secretly. If he finds out, he will definitely skin you alive. Oh, it seems so. Su-young sighed. He just asked casually. The answer was not very important to him, even if their surname was really Sun. So what? They did not find a solution. Everything they did was in vain. Thinking of this, Su-young decided to go back. He stood up and limped outside. The scenery here was really beautiful, with blue sky, green grass, clear water, singing birds, fragrant flowers, and good air. Beautiful scenery can heal many things, but it cannot heal Su-young's disappointed heart. Seeing that he was about to leave, Lianhua quickly stepped forward and grabbed him. Where are you going? There's nothing here that I'm looking for. I should go back. No, you can't go back. Su-young turned his head and looked at her. Are you still going to imprison me? Lianhua explained. It's not like that. It's that you can't go back. If you want to go back, you have to wait at least a year. Su-young was a little confused. What do you mean? The gate leading to the outside world here is only open twice a year. The last 2 days were the last time. Su-young stood there in a daze. How could this happen? The only way to the outside world here is the road to Tianf Pond. Now Tianf Pond has been closed. You can't get out. I don't believe it. I can cross the mountain. The road is made by people walking. Then go ahead. The mountains here are covered with snow all year round. I think you'll be frozen to death before you even reach the top. Then, there are other caves. I don't believe this one is sealed so tightly. No, we've looked for it. There's only that one road here. No, I have to get out. I can't stay here. Su-young limped out, leaning on a stick. Lianhua did not stop him, but stood there motionless. The sisters behind came running over. Sister Lianhua, why didn't you stop him? There's no way out of here. Yes. He is injured again and has not fully recovered yet. Isn't he going to die? Don't worry, he will come back. You all have to keep it a secret. Don't let father find out. The girls all nodded. Okay, this is a secret between all of us. When Su-young was unconscious, All his clothes were stripped off by these girls. They studied Su Yang as if he were a monster. In the past 2 days, there were people surrounding him almost all the time. They would line up in groups of 2. People are curious, especially since Su Yang was the second person of the opposite sex they had met. How could they let go of this opportunity? Su Yang walked for an hour with the help of a stick, but he became more and more disappointed. This place was like a plateau, surrounded by mountains, very high, and the tops of the mountains were white, obviously covered with snow. Not to mention with his current physical condition, even if he was completely healthy, there was no way he could get through. Su Yang was desperate. He hit the branches frantically with a stick to vent his frustration. I can't be stuck here. I can't wait for a year. They are still waiting for me to come back, especially Xiaoye. I can't wait. I just can't wait. At this time, 2 girls ran up from behind. They have just introduced themselves. One is called Fiancée and the other is called Lianai. Their beauty is not inferior to Sun Xiaoyu. It can be said that any one of the girls here is a stunning beauty in the world. The 2 girls just squatted there and looked at him, their big eyes rolling around. Why do you have to go out? Isn't it good here? There is food and drink here. We can support you and keep you from being discovered by your father. The tone of their voices was loving, as if they were speaking to a small animal. It was obvious that they treated Su Yang as a pet and thought that as long as they provided him with food and shelter, that was all that was needed. Su Yang sighed. You don't understand at all. There are people I miss out there, and I have my reasons for going back. Love and pity looked at each other. They really didn't understand, because the people they cherished and missed all lived here. What Sister Lianhua said is true. You can't get out, and you forgot to bring your things. They are in that house just now. When they reminded him, Su Yang suddenly remembered that he still had a cell phone in his backpack. Yeah? I still have a cell phone. I can contact them. Su Yang picked up his crutches and limped back. Fiancée and Lianai smiled at each other, then followed Su Yang again. Su Yang returned to the small house and saw his backpack on the ground. He was so excited that he wanted to search for it. But as soon as he entered, the door was locked. Su Yang was stunned. He didn't know what this meant. He stood up, walked to the door and started knocking. Open the door. Sorry. Sister Lianhua said that we can't open the door. Letting you out would be like sending you to death. You just stay here and I'll bring you food later. After saying that, the 2 girls ran away smiling. Su Yang was a little mad. He kicked the door several times, but it didn't open. Instead, his feet hurt even more. The surrounding walls were built with logs without any gaps at all. It was like a cage. Su Yang was stunned. I have been smart all my life, but I didn't expect that I would be fooled by these 2 girls. They clearly lured me back here just to lock me up, but I didn't expect that. But who could have thought? Those girls all looked cute, with big clear eyes that didn't look like they had any ulterior motives at all, just like Xiaoyu. No. Xiaoyu seems to be able to scheme against others. For example, she often schemes against Meng Xiaowan. It's over. They are indeed the same kind of people, cunning little foxes in sheep's clothing. Su Yang miscalculated, but there was nothing he could do. He really couldn't see any problem. Even Lin Yu was the same. There was clear stupidity in her eyes, and she didn't look like someone who would lie. What a coincidence that Su Yang fell for this trick. Well, now that things have come to this, I can only see if the phone can make a call. Su Yang returned to the side and rummaged through his backpack. He was shocked to find that the bulging backpack was full of grass. All the things in it were gone. Su Yang was dumbfounded again. In a larger room not far away, several girls gathered on the ground, looking at a pile of strange things on the ground. They had studied these things before, but couldn't understand them. Lian Ai picked up the phone and pressed several buttons with her hand, but there was no response. She picked up a telescopic hiking stick, swung it a few times, and threw it away when she found it was not fun. Some people picked up compasses, some picked up maps, and some rummaged through their clothes. Lianhua pulled out a wallet from the bottom, opened it, and saw several colorful banknotes inside. They picked them up and looked at them, but found that they were not of much value, so they threw them away again. Finally, they took out a photo from the compartment in the wallet. It was a photo of Su Yang and Sun Xiaoyu. In the photo, Sun Xiaoyu was leaning in Su Yang's arms with the scissors hand gesture, looking very happy. Several girls gathered around and stared at the photo in a daze. They inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity with Sun Xiaoyu in the story. Is this the name of the person he called out in his dream? It seems to be called Xiaoye. Why is it named like this? It feels like an animal. It looks like what you drew. How can it look so like what you drew? Sister Lianhua, let me take a look. Lianhua put the photos away. All right, What's so good about it? Put everything back into his bag and hide it. Don't let father find it. Sister Lianhua, just show us? Yes, just for a moment. I have never seen such a good painting, and the girl looks like us? Oh no, oh no. My father is coming. Hurry up and put your things away. A girl who was standing outside to get some fresh air ran in. They quickly picked up the things on the ground and put them back into their bags, then hid them under the bed. Lianhua also hid the photos in her clothes. As soon as they hid, the door opened and a man with very delicate features walked in. He was slim and his hair was tied up high in a bun. He looked to be in his 30s, slightly taller than the girls, with a more serious look. After he came in, he glanced at the girls sharply. I heard that one of you went out a few days ago. Who was it? Come out and show yourself to me. Chapter 341. A serious father. Facing their stern father, all the girls present lowered their heads and dared not speak. Their father was very dignified and serious, and they didn't dare to look him in the eye. Lian Ai saw that the mobile phone under her feet had not been put away yet, so she quietly kicked it back with her foot. Her action was very secretive, but her father still discovered it. Lian Ai, what are you doing? What's that thing under your feet? Seeing her father coming over, Lianhua immediately stood in front of her sister and said, Father, it's me. I went out. It's none of their business. Her father's attention was drawn to her. He walked to Lianhua's side and looked down at her. Haven't I told you many times that you are not allowed to go out? Are you turning a deaf ear to my words? Lianhua lowered her head and dared not speak. Her father snorted heavily. Go and lock herself up. No one is allowed to let her out without my permission. The girls all looked at Lianhua, their eyes full of sympathy. After my father left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and came over to ask with concern, Sister Lianhua, you have suffered? Su Yang was digging a hole in the corner. He knew he had to find something to do. Since the door couldn't be opened, he could probably dig a hole in the ground and run out. However, after digging for a long time, his hands were sore, and he couldn't dig more than 10 centimeters. There were rocks underneath, and he only had a broken stick in his hand. As he dug, Su Yang became discouraged. He was sitting on the ground with a dejected look on his face. Just at this moment the door opened, and before he could react, someone walked in. Door. Su Yang dragged his lame leg and tried to stand up, but after taking 2 steps, the door was closed again. Grass! Su Yang couldn't help but utter a Chinese curse. Lianyu sat down on the bed, propping her chin with both hands. Seeing what Su Yang had dug, she couldn't help but smile. There are rocks underneath. This is a confinement room. Once the door is closed, even I can't escape. I advise you not to waste your energy. Su Yang came over and looked at her angrily. Why are you locking me up here? I told you I want to get out. I have to get out. Lianyu rolled her eyes at him and said, I'm doing this for your own good. If you go out like this, you'll probably freeze to death before you even reach the top of the mountain. Even if you don't freeze to death, you'll die of exhaustion. Even if you don't die of exhaustion, you'll be eaten by wild beasts. Su Yang knew that what she said was probably true, but he didn't care. He couldn't wait here for a year. No matter what, I have to get out. You have no right to lock me up. Lianhua felt a little unhappy when she saw how angry he was and how he spoke so harshly. If it weren't for me, you would have been eaten by the bear. I saved you with good intentions, but you didn't even thank me after you woke up. Instead, you spoke to me in this way. If I had known this would happen, I would have simply not saved you and let you be dragged away and eaten by those beasts. Su Yang was choked by her words. He had indeed been attacked by a bear before and was unconscious. If it weren't for the girl in front of him who saved him, he might have been beheaded by now. He tried hard to suppress his impulse and said calmly, I'm sorry, Miss Lianhua. I was a little excited just now, but I really need to go out. I really can't stay here. Lianhua became interested. You're going out to meet Xiao Yuer, right? Su Yang was stunned. You? How do you know? Lianyu curled her lips and said, when you were unconscious, you called this name 356 times. I think it's hard not to know it. Su Yang was a little embarrassed. He really didn't know about this. She's my girlfriend. It's normal for me to dream about her. So how many girlfriends do you have? Lianhua became curious. In fact, she didn't know what the word girlfriend meant. She was just simply curious. What? Su Yang had a face full of question marks. Lianhua counted on her fingers. You called the name Lily 189 times, the name Luyue 162 times, and there was also Xiao Ning. You called him 355 times. Only once less than that Xiao Yer. Su Yang stared at her blankly, unable to say a word. Was he so active in his dreams? And why did he call Xiao Ning so many times? Could it be that he still liked her? No, it shouldn't be like this. It is very likely that this is the resentment in my heart. That's right, it must be like this. Soo-young felt very embarrassed when someone else revealed this kind of thing. You guys are really boring. How could you remember this kind of thing so clearly? Lianyue stood up suddenly, put her hands on her hips, and said unconvincedly, I swear, we didn't count wrong. We were counting while waiting in line to take off your clothes. Lianyu suddenly shut up when she was talking. Seeing Su Yang's stunned expression, she seemed to realize that she had said something wrong. She turned her head and sat on the bed, looking at the wall. She didn't dare to look Su Yang in the eye. You actually took off all my clothes? What on earth do you want to do? What can we do? We just want to help you mend your clothes. Su Yang took a look at his clothes. The holes that were torn by the bear seemed to have been mended. This seemed to be correct, but what happened to them queuing up to take off their clothes just now? Couldn't they make up for it one by one? Thinking of his body being watched by a group of girls, even if Su Yang was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but feel a little shy. To ease the awkwardness, Su Yang asked, Then why did you come in? It wouldn't matter if I didn't mention this, but as soon as I mentioned it, Lianyue got a little angry. It's all because of you. If I hadn't saved you, I wouldn't have been locked up. My father said that I can only get out with his permission. The last time I was locked up was the last time. I was locked up for a full half-month. I don't know how long I'll be locked up this time. Su-young heard Lianyu mention her father again. He quickly asked, Can I meet your father? I want to ask him something. Lianyue acted very scared. No, my father hates outsiders. He doesn't allow us to go out, and he doesn't allow others to come in. If he knew you were here, he might kill you. Su-young swallowed his saliva. Is it that exaggerated? Don't disbelieve me. My father said that 30 years ago, someone tried to break into our village, so he went over and killed them, and threw the bodies into Taiyan Pond. Su-young frowned. Is their father so cruel? However, she found a loophole in Lianyue's words. You seem to be only in your 20s. How do you know what happened 30 years ago? Lianyue opened her eyes wide and said innocently, Because that's what my father said. Do you believe what your father said? Yes. Don't you believe what your father said? Lianyue looked confused. Su-young's mouth twitched. He always only believed half of what Su-wei said, and no one would believe the other half. I think what you said is too exaggerated. Is it possible that your father lied to you? Lianyue shook her head. Of course not. Father has never lied to us, and I have evidence. Evidence? What evidence? When I was 14 years old, I was swimming in Taiyan Lake and found a lot of bones. This is enough to prove that what my father said was true. He really killed a lot of people and dumped them there.
Su-yang, who?
Chapter 342, Imprisoned with Lianyue. Lianyue talked about some past events. She was still young at that time. At the age of 14, she was rebellious and yearned for the outside world. Once, when her father was not paying attention, she wanted to sneak out, but as soon as she jumped in and dived to the bottom of the water, she found many white bones at the bottom of the water, which scared her. He swam back quickly, but was caught by his father as soon as he reached the shore. Because of this incident, Lianyue was put in solitary confinement for half a month. After she came out, her father told her that it happened 30 years ago. People from outside wanted to come in and destroy their village, so he had no choice but to kill them all and throw them inside. The people outside were very evil and scary, and they told her not to ever think about going out again. Lianyue was terrified at the time and had nightmares for several days. As time passed, she gradually forgot about the incident. Until 2 days ago, the door to the outside world was opened again, and Lianyue's heart that yearned for the outside world became active again. She swore that she just wanted to go out and take a look, so she jumped into the Taiyan Pond and swam out. As soon as she went out, she saw Su-young being attacked by a bear. It was the first time she saw an outsider, so Lianyue was very excited. She wanted to go over and see if he was dead or not. If he was not dead, she would pull him back to study him, talk to him, or keep him there and listen to his stories. Simply put, she wanted to catch a pet. Su-young heard her describe himself like this. He felt quite dissatisfied. How did he become a pet? Lianyue looked at him curiously. Can you tell me what the outside world is like? Also, why can you speak our language? I heard from my father that the men who were captured spoke differently from us. Why do you speak the same language as us? If I answer your questions, can you let me out? Su-young asked. Lianyue shook her head. No. Forget it, I won't tell you then. Suyang also sat down on the bed. Lianyue thought for a moment and said, "If you tell me, I can give this to you," she said as she reached into her clothes. Suyang was shocked when he saw her actions. Was it because this woman had never seen a man before that she became a little too impulsive? Hey, hey, hey. Even though you're very beautiful, it's not appropriate for men and women to touch each other, and we've only known each other for a short time. We should wait until we get to know each other better. Forget it, even if we get to know each other better, it's not okay? Lian Yu looked at him in confusion, then took out the photo. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Suyang saw that she was not taking off her clothes. He immediately realized that he was overthinking. He also saw that she was holding a photo in her hand, and the person in the photo was very familiar to him. This is mine. He reached out to take it, but Lianyue immediately took the photo back. No, it's mine now. I can't give it to you unless you tell me a story. Lianyue held the photo tightly and refused to let go. Give me the photo first and I'll tell you. No, you have to tell me first. Lianyue is not stupid. She just doesn't have much experience. She is very shrewd. Okay, so what do you want to hear? Lianyue put her finger on her lips and thought for a moment. First, tell me where you are from, and what the place where you live looks like. I'm from Tianhai City. I speak Zuoruanyu, which is our local dialect. But we speak it less now. We speak Mandarin more. Tianhai City is a city close to the sea. Wait, what is the sea? Lianyue interrupted. The sea is just a lot of water. You can think of it as a very big river. You can't see the end of the water? Oh, I see. Please continue. Where I live, there are many tall buildings. Wait, what is a high-rise building? I seem to understand a high-rise building, but what is a building? Lianyue was like a curious baby, curious about everything, but she didn't understand many of the terms Suyang said. Suyang seemed to understand this. After all, she had never been outside since she was a child, and this place was completely closed. Even if she wanted to understand, she couldn't. Out of sympathy for the girl, Suyang explained patiently. It's just a lot of cement and steel bars. Oh, what is cement rebar? Suyang. Suyang spent most of the day explaining almost all the nouns before Lianyue gradually understood the meaning of his words. There seemed to be a light in her eyes, and she looked extremely yearning. It turns out that the big bird we saw when we were young was called an airplane. I was confused at the time. We were all guessing what kind of bird it was. When it flew, it actually had a long tail behind it. We asked my father, but he couldn't explain it either. He told me that thing was called kuin, or dapeng. Suyang smiled. That thing is not called kuin, it is just a tool for carrying people to fly. In addition, there are trains and cars. Those things can move with oil and can travel thousands of miles in a day. Lianyue held her chin and listened quietly. She now realized that her decision was right. By rescuing the guy in front of her, she could indeed hear a lot of strange things. Is that palm-sized thing a mobile phone? Can it talk to people thousands of miles away? Lianyue asked curiously. Of course, if there is a signal, it can talk to people all over the world. The more Lianyue listened, the more excited she became. She no longer felt angry. Instead, she felt that being locked up alone with Suyang was a blessing. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Lian Ai called out through the small window, "Sister Lianyu, come and eat." Lianyue walked over and brought in the food from the small window. Lian Ai, go get me that phone. Lian Ai outside the door was a little confused. Sister Lianyu, what is a mobile phone? Stupid. It's the thing you kicked just now. Don't you understand? Lian Ai, who was outside the door, scratched his head and said, is that thing called a mobile phone? Don't dawdle, just go get it for me. Oh, okay. After seeing Lian Ai leave through the small window, Lianyue contentedly brought the food to the table next to her. She had just heard Suyang say how great the phone was, and now she couldn't wait to see its magic. Suyang smiled slightly after hearing this. He had deliberately praised the cell phone for being so good, just to arouse the interest of this little girl. Sure enough, this little girl was similar to Xiao Yuer. A little thoughtful, but not much. Soon, it didn't take long before Lian Ai ran back and handed Suyang's cell phone through the window. Sister Lianyue, what's the use of this? Can you eat it? Stupid. I can't explain it to you clearly. Please keep watch outside for me. If father comes, remind me. Oh. He brought the phone to Suyang that night and said, teach me how to do it. Suyang just stretched out his hand. Lianyu thought of something and took the phone back. You don't have to take it, just tell me what to do. Chapter 343. You made me pregnant. I'm going to kill you. Lianyue turned on the phone according to Suyang's method. The moment she saw the screen light up, Su-young breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his phone was waterproof and had a super long standby time. Lianyue was startled when she saw the screen light up, but then she became curious and tapped it here and there with her fingers. After listening to Su-young's words, she, who loves learning, quickly mastered the most basic usage. However, Su-young was soon disappointed. Her cell phone had no signal, so she couldn't make any calls or access the internet. Satellite phones cannot be brought on this flight because Shijiao City is located on the border and many things cannot be brought with him. As for satellite phones, the people he hired have them, but he cannot contact them now. Su-young's eyes suddenly dimmed, and he was depressed. But Lianyue was having a lot of fun. She didn't know how to use this thing before and thought it was just for decoration, but she didn't expect there were images inside. She turned on the camera, took pictures here and there, and then brought them to Su-young to appreciate. But Su-young was in no mood to look at these. He sighed and lay back on the bed. Now he didn't know what to do for a moment. Seeing Su-young disappointed, Lianyue came over and asked, "What's wrong with you? You seemed so excited just now. Why are you suddenly unhappy now?" "Don't worry about it. Let me sleep for a while." Su-young was a little tired, both physically and mentally. Lianyue thought he was angry, so she handed the phone to him and said reluctantly, "Then I'll return this thing to you. Please don't be unhappy, okay?" Su-young glanced at his phone, then reached out to take it and put it back in his pocket. After doing this, he lay down on his side again. "Why are you still angry? I've already returned it to you. Why are you so stingy?" Su-young turned his head and looked at her. "Lianyue, can you let me out?" Lianyue shook her head. "How many times have I told you that you can't get out of here? I've thought about it just now. You can hide here from now on. We sisters will send you food. You can eat." Lianyue obviously wanted to raise Su-young. Since she couldn't go out, it would be okay for her to keep Su-young here and tell them stories. Although this pet had a bad temper, it could be tamed. They had raised a wolf before, which also had a bad temper at the beginning, but in the end, it still wagged its tail obediently. It only takes time and patience to tame any animal, including humans. Su-young sighed, turned around and stopped talking. No matter what Lianyue said, he didn't respond. Lianyue was getting tired as she was talking. It was already dark outside. She pushed Su-young with her hand and said, "Hey, come down. I want to sleep." Seeing that Su-young ignored her, Lianyue became a little angry. She jumped onto the bed and pushed Su-young with both hands. It's amazing that Lianyue was quite strong. She pushed Su-young to the ground in one go, and then lay down herself. "Fuck." Su-young was caught off guard and fell flat on his face. He never expected Lianyue to be so strong. Now his face is covered with dust. Lianyue chuckled when she saw his frustrated look. "You deserve it. I told you to get down, but you refused and forced me to do it." There was only one bed in the whole room, and there was not even a place to sit in other corners. Su-young would not be stupid enough to lie on the ground. It was so cold here at night, and he had an injury on his foot. He did not want to treat himself badly, so he lay down against the bed again. Lianyue was shocked when she saw him lying down. Their father had taught them not to have contact with men since they were young, even including their father himself. Their father had always lived in a separate room since they were young. Even when he was feeding them when they were young, he would feed them goat milk and then sit against the wall all night. He would not lie on the same bed with them. Now seeing that Su-young dared to lie on the same bed with her, Lianyue couldn't help but kicked him. Su-young seemed to be prepared and directly clamped her feet with his legs and then fixed her. With Su-young prepared, it would be difficult for Lianyue to break free even if she was very strong. Lianyue was anxious. "Let me go. Let me go quickly. My father said that if you lie in the same bed with a man, you will get pregnant and die." Lianyue's tone was very anxious, as if she was about to cry in the next second. She was also afraid of death. Who doesn't want to live a good life? Su-young finally spoke up because he couldn't stand the other person's ignorance anymore. "Do you have any physiological knowledge? Can you get pregnant just by lying on the same bed? Is that what your father taught you?" "Right. Don't you understand this? Let me go right now, or I'll call for help. If my father finds out, he'll definitely kill you." Lianyue continued to struggle. She really didn't want to die. The sheep she raised had not given birth yet. She hadn't really been out and about to see the world. She didn't want to die so soon. Su-young was really defeated by her naivety. "Your father is wrong. Who said that you can get pregnant by lying in the same bed? Haven't you eaten pork? But have you seen pigs run? Can the animals you raise get pregnant by lying together?" "Of course. They get pregnant when they fight. You are hitting me now, and I will get pregnant soon. Woo woo?" Lianyue started crying very sadly. She didn't expect that she would die at such a young age. She had only heard before that pregnant women would die, but she had never truly experienced it. Now that she was about to become pregnant, she was not far from death. All right. I really lost to you. Su Yang let her go and got off the bed, but even after he got off the bed, Lianyue was still crying. What else do you want? I haven't even laid down with you yet. Why are you still crying? It's all your fault. I was already pregnant and I was about to die. Su Yang was speechless. Even if she was Xiao Yue, she knew that such a thing was impossible. How could the girl in front of her, who was a little prettier than the little girl, be so stupid? You are not pregnant. Who said no? You hugged me just now, and we both fought. Things are not what you think. How can I explain it to you? What else do you want to explain? You did such a bad thing to me, you murderer. I will fight you to the death. Lianyue's tone was a little excited. She actually jumped off the bed and rushed towards Su Yang angrily. She looked so ferocious, as if she really wanted to fight Su Yang to the death. Wait. You're not pregnant. Su Yang limped away. You said there is no such thing? You liar. Really, believe me, look, we didn't do anything. Who said that? You just hugged me and hit me. Oh my great aunt. I really can't explain it. You don't need to explain. If you explain, you are just trying to cover up the fact that you are a murderer. Okay, I give in. I did touch you just now, but you're not pregnant yet because we didn't sleep together for a whole night. You need to sleep together for a whole night to get pregnant. You need to fight all night. We just touched each other briefly just now, and you haven't gotten pregnant yet? According to Lianyue's logic, she was really stunned. She asked stupidly, are you telling the truth? More real than pearls. I, Sukai, never lie. Didn't you say your name was Su Yang? That's my nickname. My real name is Sukai. Oh, are you really sure I'm not pregnant? To be sure, touch your stomach. Do you feel any movement? Lianyue actually touched her belly, and as she did so, she became a little excited. It seems like there really is no child. Ha 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 ha. After seeing her smile, Su Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. This woman's logical thinking is really terrible. Chapter 344 Escape. Su Yang squatted in the corner, looking at Lianyue, who was already fast asleep, feeling extremely speechless. Young Master Su had never suffered such grievances since he was a child. He wanted to sleep, but there was not even a bed. Now it was freezing cold. Lianyue just threw a small blanket to him. She covered herself with a thick quilt and slept very soundly. There were several times when Su Yang wanted to lie down, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. If this woman really screamed, maybe her father would really come over and kill him. After all, according to Lianyue, he had killed many people and was definitely a ruthless man. Now that he had an injury on his leg, he might not be a match for the other party. When under someone's roof, one still has to bow his head. Su Yang covered himself with a small blanket, huddled in the corner, and spent a cold night. At dawn the next morning, there was a knock on the door and a caring voice was heard from outside again. Sister Lianyue, breakfast is here. I got up from the bed in a daze at night, looked around, and found that there was no one. Su Yang was still huddled in the corner. I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Lianyue, we were all very worried about you last night. There is only one bed here. What if you were pregnant? It was obvious that her sisters had the same idea as Lianyue. Thinking about what happened last night, Lianyue was terrified. I shouldn't be afraid. He didn't lie with me last night. Really? Lian Ai saw through the small window that Lianyue had a strange expression on her face. They had been together since childhood and knew each other very well. According to her intuition, Lianyue was lying to her. Really? Sister Lianyue, you have to tell the truth. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Perhaps she was not very good at lying. Lianyue confessed everything that happened last night. Lianai was shocked when she heard it, and her tone became anxious. You two were lying together. How can you be sure that there is nothing wrong? It takes a while for the lambs we raise to get pregnant. You may have just gotten pregnant and have no reaction yet. It's over, Sister Lianyue. You are going to die. Hearing Lianai say this, Lianyue suddenly became afraid again. Then what should I do? I'm going to find my father. I'm going to ask him to save you, said Lian Ai. Su Yang in the corner, she hesitated again. If my father sees him, he will definitely kill him. I don't care about that anymore. You are more important to us. I'm going now. Lian Ai ran away after saying this. Lianyue shouted anxiously, Lian Ai, come back soon. After shouting several times, the other party didn't turn back. Lianyue was very anxious. She walked around the room and saw Su Yang still squatting in the corner with his eyes closed. She made up her mind and went straight to wake him up. Hey, hey, get up quickly. My father is coming to kill you. Run quickly. Su Yang slept very late last night and was woken up by Lianyue not long after he fell asleep. Hearing the other party talking about what happened just now, Su Yang really wanted to kneel down. When they were in elementary school, they already knew how children were born, but the girl in front of him was so ignorant. I'm letting you go now. Can you get out? Su Yang was confused. Sure. I hid a key in the corner. I left it there just in case I get put in detention. Lianyue ran to another corner and started searching. After searching for a while, she really took out a key. She shouted excitedly, Got it, got it. Lianyue used the key to open the door very skillfully, as if she had practiced this action many times. Not long after, the door was really opened. Seeing the light coming in through the door, Su Yang covered his eyes with his hands, feeling it was a bit dazzling. Lianyue came over quickly and pulled him up. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and leave. It will be too late if you don't leave. The two of them ran out, and Lianyue took him and ran in one direction. Where are we going? Su Yang asked. I'll take you another way. Huh? Didn't you say there was no way out? Lianyue was a little embarrassed. It's not really a road. There's just a valley over there. There's a gap there. The terrain is a little lower. I've climbed there before, and I was able to basically climb to the end, although I've never really been out, but I think it should be possible. In the past, Lianyue had made a lot of efforts to get out, but the only way out was strictly guarded by her father, so she looked for other ways to get out. She had touched all the places here, and that valley was the only possible place to get out. She almost climbed over when she was 18 years old, but then Lianyue came running to tell her that the lamb had given birth. Hearing the news, she turned back. The second time she climbed, she came with Lianyue. Lianyue almost broke her leg. Out of self-blame, Lianyue never climbed this road again. But if her father discovered the man in front of her now, he would definitely die. Lianyue had no choice but to bring him here. Seeing the valley in front of him, Su Yang finally understood why the girl named Lianyue almost broke her leg. The valley in front of him was very steep, and the gap in the middle was not wide enough for a person to pass through. The only way to get through was to climb up, but it was almost vertical, and it was not so easy to climb up. What are you looking at? Go up quickly? Lianyue urged. Su Yang was speechless. How can anyone climb up such a steep place? Who said no? Lianyue demonstrated as she spoke. She grabbed a thick vine and climbed up very flexibly. Although she looked like a weak woman, she was really good at climbing mountains. She was better than a goat. In less than 2 minutes, she had climbed 7 or 8 meters high. Su Yang stood below and swallowed his saliva. Oh my goodness, if I can't climb up, she will definitely despise me to death. Su Yang also followed suit and climbed up, holding onto the vines, dragging his injured leg. Although it was very difficult, fortunately the place was not very high, relatively speaking. After climbing for 20 minutes, Su Yang finally climbed up. Lianyue was already waiting for him up there. Seeing him panting, Lianyue couldn't help but laugh. Look at you. You're so tired after climbing such a small slope. Can you still climb up later? Huh? There's more? Su Yang saw another valley in front of him. It was higher than where he had just climbed, and there was flowing water. Under the influence of the flowing water, the rocks next to it became more slippery. This was much more difficult than the previous section. He looked at the person in front of him with some disbelief. This girl looked weak, but he didn't expect her to have such strong athletic ability. She was exactly the opposite of Xiaoyer. Xiaoyer was very weak and would feel tired after climbing 2 steps of stairs, but the girl in front of him climbed such a high place without blushing or feeling nervous, and she didn't even breathe heavily. You can get out just by climbing over here, Lianyue said. Okay, thank you. I'll walk the rest of the way by myself. You can go back now. Su Yang's words were a sincere thank you. The girl in front of him had saved him and had just let him out because she was worried about him, so Su Yang was still very grateful to her. Lianyue hesitated for a moment. I'm not going back. I want to go out with you. Hearing this, Su Yang was stunned. What did you say? You want to come with me? This time Lianyue nodded firmly. I have your child, and I don't have much time left to live. I want to take this time to see the outside world. Even if I die, I want to fulfill my wish. Chapter 345, Crossing the Line. No matter how Su Yang explained, Lianyue firmly believed that she was pregnant and that she would not live long. She wanted to get out, and did not want to stay here for the rest of her life. Su-young tried his best to persuade her but still failed. Finally, he had no choice but to nod and agree to let her follow him. Lianyue did not drag him down. On the contrary, in the mountains, Lianyue was much more flexible than him. She yearned for the outside world and was extremely excited with every step she took. Lian Ai led everyone to chase after them, and they came to that valley. Father, Sister Lianyue may have run away from here with that person. She lowered her head as she spoke, not daring to look her father in the eye. When they went to the confinement room just now, the door had already been opened, and the two people inside had disappeared. Under the questioning of Sun Wuching, their father, Lian Ai told him the whole story. At that time, Sun Wuching slapped her angrily and finally asked her to lead the way, and a group of people followed. I'll settle the score with you guys after I catch her. Seeing that Sun Wuching was going to chase him alone, Lian Ai and Lian Ci stepped forward and said, Father, let us go with you. You just stay here and are not allowed to go anywhere. The world outside is very dangerous and you are not capable of handling it. Faced with the father's majesty, several people dared not say another word. Su-young and Lian Yu had just climbed over the barrier, and before they had time to be happy, Sun Wuching's voice sounded behind them. Stop right there. Lianyue, come back quickly. Su-young looked back and saw someone chasing them at a rapid speed at the foot of the mountain. Lianyu quickly pulled him and started running. Hurry up, my father is catching up. Su-young had a lot of questions in his mind. Father? Yes, my father is very fierce. If he catches you, he will kill you. So run. There was no time to say any more nonsense. Lianyue pulled Su-young and ran for her life. They shuttled through the forest, with Sun Wuching behind them chasing them closely. They had lost their direction and were just running desperately, not even knowing where they were going. As he ran, a village appeared in front of him and Su-young's eyes became excited. It's out, it's finally out. The two ran forward hand in hand and soon entered the village. Su-young wanted to find a villager to ask, but when he got closer, he was stunned. The houses were all destroyed and some places were filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Su-young immediately felt something was wrong. At this time, the sound of a car engine came from the front and some people were chattering. No, hide quickly. Su-young pulled Lianyu to hide in an abandoned house. When Lianyu was about to speak, Su-young covered her mouth. Then a military jeep drove past where they had just stood. There were several soldiers in camouflage uniforms in the car, holding black submachine guns in their hands, shouting and shooting into the sky. After seeing them pass by, Lianyu pushed Su-young's hand away. Who are they? Why are you hiding from them? Su-young's face was solemn. He had just discovered something incredible. They might have crossed the border. This was not Xia's territory, and those soldiers were not Xia's soldiers. He took out his cell phone and took a look. Sure enough, there was no signal here. Xia had basically achieved internet access in every village now, and there was rarely a situation where there was no signal. Moreover, the Xia kingdom strictly prohibits firearms and has strict management of the troops. Not to mention the huge difference in the faces of those soldiers just now, their discipline does not seem like that of the Xia kingdom's troops at all. It is more like a local armed force. There are two countries bordering Shizhou City. One is Keston and the other is Ingrian. The two countries have been in war for many years, especially there are many local armed forces, and the situation is very complicated. Su-young has seen it on the news before. They only have one area, but there are hundreds of armed forces, some big and some small, and no one is willing to submit to anyone else. In addition, these places on the border of Shizhou are a no man's land. Just now they were conscripting men or sweeping the village, or grabbing territory. No matter which situation it is disadvantageous for Su-young and his team. If they are encountered by those militants, they will most likely die. But before Su-young could tell Lianyue not to make any noise, Lianyue suddenly lost control and screamed, Father! The jeep just now caught Sun Wuching, who was tied up and thrown into the car. Lianyue's shout exposed their position, and the soldiers quickly jumped off the car, picked up their guns, and ran towards them. Then several black gun muzzles were pointed at them. When the armed men saw Lianyue, their eyes lit up, and they kept swallowing their saliva, saying something that Su-young couldn't understand. Then they approached Lianyue step by step. Lianyue had no idea how powerful the gun was, and she was not afraid of the sticks at all, so she walked forward and was about to kick them. But Su-young quickly grabbed her, and then pulled her to the armed men behind him, and said in an internationally accepted foreign language, Let us go. I can give you money, a lot of money. The militants understood, looked at each other, and one of them immediately ran back to the car to report. After a few minutes, a leader came down. He walked up to Su Yang and looked at them seriously. Su Yang's unique face made him feel some trust. He asked in the internationally accepted foreign language, "Where are you from?" "I am from Xia." Su Yang answered truthfully. The leader glanced at the mountains in the distance. "You came here illegally?" "I guess so." "Then I find it hard to believe you. You are a stowaway. You don't have any money to give me. Are you kidding me?" "You are kidding me." The man waved his hand, and the men behind him immediately raised their guns. Su Yang quickly explained, "Sir, wait a minute. I have money for you. I am a businessman and I have accounts all over the world. If you don't believe me, just give me a computer and I can transfer the money to you right away." After hearing this, the officer was indeed moved, and he raised his hand to signal his subordinates to put down their guns. "Okay, I'll trust you once. I want $30 million. Can you afford it?" Su Yang was about to agree, but then he thought that if he agreed so readily, he might be severely blackmailed. "Sir, I don't have that much money. I only have $5 million in my account." The officer saw Su Yang's embarrassment and did not doubt it. He just said a number casually. He also knew that $30 million was a lot of money and not everyone could come up with it. But it was a surprise that the guy in front of him had $5 million. "Very good, my friend. I will find you a computer right away." They had a computer in their car, and a soldier quickly took it away. "Here is the computer, my friend. This is my account. Just transfer the money here." Su Yang thought about it. If he transferred the money immediately, would the other party give him a peanut directly after receiving the money? You know what? It's really possible. We can't be honest with such warlords, and it's impossible to place our hopes on them. But he couldn't refuse. If he dared to refuse, he might be beaten to death in the next second. So Su Yang decided to try another way. He started to enter his overseas account on the computer. The account had exactly $5 million. After seeing Su Yang's account, the officer's eyes became excited. He didn't expect that the other party was really rich. Turn quickly. Just when the transfer was about to succeed, an error popped up and the transfer failed. When the officer saw that the transfer failed, his expression immediately changed. He pulled out a pistol from his pocket and pointed it directly at Su Yang's head. Chapter 346 Locked Up. Su Yang raised his hands, facing the oppressive feeling brought by the black muzzle of the gun, and said in a calm tone, "Sir, I didn't lie to you. You saw it just now. I have money, and I am trying to transfer it to you." "Then why did the transfer fail? You need to explain this to me." "It's like this. I just left the country, and I just remembered that I need 3 days to transfer the money to you." The officer frowned and said, "You didn't lie to me?" "Sir, do you think I dare to lie to you now? If you don't believe me, you can look at the prompt. 3 days. It only takes me 3 days to transfer the money to you normally." Su Yang did not lie about this. The bank where he deposited the money had a hidden protection clause. He had just checked that hidden protection clause, and his account would be locked for 3 days. He would not be able to transfer money or withdraw money during these 3 days. The officer took a look at the computer. Although he didn't understand much, he could understand the text. It was the same as what Su Yang said. The money could indeed be transferred normally after 3 days. He put the gun away. "Okay, then I'll give you 3 days. You stay with us during these 3 days, and I'll let you go once the money arrives." The commander said a few words to his subordinates, who came over and took Su Yang and Lian Yu to the car. Sun Wuching was tied up in the car with a rag stuffed in his mouth. When he saw the two people being captured, he looked at them with excitement. While he was whimpering, a soldier got impatient and picked up the butt of his rifle to hit him. Lian Yu immediately stepped forward to protect her father. "What do you want to do?" The soldier licked his lips after seeing Lian Yu and reached out to touch Lian Yu's chest. Su Yang stopped him. "If you dare to disrespect my friend, you won't get a penny." The officer sitting in the front turned around to look at them, then spoke a few words to his soldiers in their words. The soldiers curled their lips and put away their guns. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. These armed men in front of him would use guns to scare people at every turn. Fortunately, they were interested in money, otherwise there would be no point in talking to them. The car was driving on a rugged mountain road, and the bumpy road surface was very bumpy during this hour. Su Yang felt that Sun Wuching's eyes were staring at him coldly. It was as if he wanted to kill someone. It was obvious that he hated Su Yang to the core. Su Yang also looked at him with a strange look in his eyes. The person in front of him looked a little weird. With his delicate features, he clearly looked like a woman. He looked only in his 30s, but Lian Yu called him father and said he was 50 years old. How does this look like 50 years old? Su Yang suspected that Lian Yu had made a mistake. How could the person in front of him be her father? It was more likely that he was her sister, but seeing how respectful and fearful Lianyu was to that person, it was not a mistake. Su Yang could only convince himself that perhaps the boys born in Taiyan village were like this. After all, the girls were prettier than each other, so it was not too much to give birth to a handsome boy. As for his age, he also made up his own mind. It might be because of the beautiful mountains, rivers, and scenery. He has never been exposed to high technology and hard work, so he just takes good care of himself. He is handsome, but his eyes are a bit scary. Do I have a grudge against him? They were captured in a house that resembled a military camp. The house had a large yard surrounded by high walls and barbed wire. Many people were detained in the surrounding low houses, and the villagers they brought back were also locked up. Men were locked up together. Women were locked up together. Children were locked up together. There were no elderly people, and perhaps all the elderly people were killed by them. The environment inside was very poor. Dozens of people were crammed into a small room. They ate, drank, defecated, urinated, and slept in the room. It was smelly. When passing by the women's cell, Lianyu refused to go in. Su Yang also didn't want to go to that smelly and dirty cell, so he could only make a request to the officer. The officer did not hesitate for long. After all, it was only 3 days. So what if he gave them a better place to stay? He arranged a better room for them. Perhaps because he wanted to make the officer happy with the money, he locked Su Yang and Lianyu together on purpose, as a way of making things work for them. However, Sun Wuqing disagreed. He would never allow his daughter to live with a man. Sir, can you give us 3 rooms? I'm sorry, my friend. We don't have any extra houses for you. We only have these 2. If you are not satisfied with my arrangement, you can discuss it on your own. Then, father, I will live with you, Lianyu said. Sun Wuqing looked at the room with only one bed and shook his head firmly. You live in one room, and I'll live in one room with him? Su Yang inquiringly, is this okay? There's nothing wrong with 2 grown men living together, Su Yang said indifferently. Su Yang's mind was not here right now. It didn't matter who he lived with. What he was thinking about now was how to get out. Now he only had 3 days. There should be no problem in these 3 days. But what if he transfers the money after 3 days and the other party refuses to acknowledge it? Rather than letting them go, it is obviously more convenient to give them a few peanuts. There is no human rights in such a place. Looking at the villagers who were just detained, you will know that if you don't have the ability here, you will be treated like pigs and dogs. Even if they don't kill themselves, they are likely to push themselves onto the battlefield and be used as cannon fodder. And Lianyu is likely to become their tool to vent her anger. Maybe after 3 days, I can tell him that I still have money, which will give me a chance to survive. But this is only a stopgap measure after all. Besides, if I say this, the other party will probably force me to confess and ask me to take out all my money. I am not sure if I can withstand their questioning. Now caught in a dilemma, Su Yang was very worried. After entering the room, ignoring Sun Wuqing's cold eyes, Su Yang lay on the bed, closed his eyes and started thinking. But he didn't expect that as soon as he lay down, Sun Wuqing came over and pushed him down. Go to sleep on the floor, this bed is mine. Being treated so rudely by him, Su Yang also got angry. You have to understand that now you can live here. It's all because of me, because I have money to give them. This is not your Taiyan village. You have no right to show off to me. If you dare to touch me, then I will let your people lock you up down there. Sun Wuqing shut up. He had seen the environment in which those people were imprisoned. It was dirty and smelly. If he was really imprisoned, it would be better for him to die. He is a very clean person and cannot tolerate any dirt. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Su Yang went back to bed and lay down. Go sleep on the floor, that's your place. Chapter 347 The True Appearance of Sun Wuqing. It was quite cold at night, and Sun Wuqing was shivering on the ground with a blanket in his hand. Su Yang felt a little sorry for him. After all, he was the relative of his lifesaver Lianyu. So he turned on the light and took the initiative to say, we don't have much hatred. If you can let go of your prejudice against me, then I can let you sleep on my bed. I originally thought that the other party would accept the offer, but I didn't expect Sun Wuqing to become even more agitated. You're dreaming. You killed my daughter and made her pregnant. I will never let you go. If I have the chance, I will kill you. His words didn't sound like a joke, and Su Yang found it hard to understand. Are you sick? When did I get her pregnant? Sun Wuqing stood up immediately. How dare you deny it? Lianai heard Lianyu say it herself. How could it be false? What? What did she say? Don't pretend here. Don't you know what you did? Su Yang was confused and didn't understand what the other party meant at all. I really don't want to tell you, Your whole family is unreasonable. If you can get pregnant with just a simple touch, then I have made most people pregnant. All of your girls have touched me. What? What did you say? Bastard. I'm going to kill you. Upon hearing that all his daughters had been touched, Sun Wuching became furious. He immediately rushed forward and subdued Su Yang on the bed with a backhand. He was very strong and very fast. Su Yang was trained, but still could not match his reaction speed. One of his hands was held behind his back by Sun Wuching, and he fell directly on the bed. Sun Wuching's other hand was pinching the back of his neck. I'm going to kill you now, Sun Wuching said as he exerted force. The huge force came and Su Yang felt that his neck was almost crushed. The will to survive made Su Yang resist with all his strength. He used his other hand to tear Sun Wuching's clothes, trying to turn him over from behind. But Sun Wuching was very strong and Su Yang could not defeat him. After trying several times, Sun Wuching from behind still suppressed him. Su Yang's face turned purple and his eyeballs bulged out. Then there was a tear, and Sun Wuching's clothes were torn. At that moment, Sun Wuching was startled, and immediately let go of Su Yang and jumped to the ground, picked up the blanket from the ground and wrapped himself in it. Su Yang turned over and gasped for breath. He was too close to death at that moment. He didn't expect that this person would actually want to kill him. But what he didn't expect was yet to come. Although Sun Wuching had wrapped himself up completely, the bulge on his chest could not be concealed. Su Yang was stunned for a moment. You are actually a woman. When he heard the word woman, Sun Wuching became flustered. Nonsense. Who said I'm a woman? I'm a man. Su Yang twisted his neck and looked at Sun Wuching again. This time he saw it clearly. The size of the other person's chest was simply not something a man could have. Unless this guy was an androgynous being, it was impossible for it to grow like this. Whether it's a man or a woman, I can tell with one test. Su Yang stood up and walked towards Sun Wuching. Sun Wuching subconsciously took a step back. What are you going to do? Before he could finish his words, Su Yang tried to pull the blanket off. Sun Wuching was very skilled, and he was not afraid of a physical fight with Su Yang, but he cared a lot about the blanket on his body. So when Su Yang made his move, he focused all his attention on it. Then the two of them started to pull each other on the blanket. Sun Wuching tried his best to protect himself. Seeing that he couldn't pull him away by force, Su Yang turned around and went behind him. Just as Sun Wuching was about to turn around, Su Yang put his hands in front of him. There is nothing wrong with the front. It is indeed a body that a woman should have, but what about other places? Su Yang still intended to test it to the end? He succeeded, and in the end he was completely stunned. The other party was completely a woman, not the androgynous person he had imagined. In other words, the woman in front of him had deceived those girls for more than 20 years, and she was not a man at all. Sun Wuching was stunned by the sudden attack. She stood there for 10 seconds, then screamed instinctively. Her scream attracted Lianyue, who lived nearby. Lianyue hurried over and knocked on the door. Father! What happened? Open the door. Lianyue was worried that they would fight tonight, so she slept uneasily. Unexpectedly, things turned out to be just as she thought, and something really happened at night. Hearing Lianyue's voice, Su Yang planned to open the door. She didn't expect to be stopped by Sun Wuching. She looked terrified and tried to lower her voice and said, Can't open it. I can't let her see me like this. Su Yang looked at her strangely. Her eyes no longer had the arrogance and domineering look from before. Instead, they were filled with anxiety and fear. You told me not to open it, so I won't open it? You almost killed me just now. Su Yang didn't intend to listen to him. The woman just now really intended to kill him. If he stayed in the same room with her, Su Yang would not feel at ease. Please, don't open it. Please don't open it. I promise you now, I won't do anything to you again, okay? Sun Wuching's voice had a more feminine feel than before. It seemed that she had deliberately changed her voice before. No, I can't guarantee my safety. I beg you. I really can't let Lianyue see me like this. If she knows I'm a woman, then I'm done. We're all done. She's a woman, so why do you have to hide it? Is there something shameful? Su Yang didn't understand. This is a long story. If you help me first, I will help you too. I won't let you help me in vain. Su Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at her strangely. How can you help me? I can help you escape. Sun Wuching said. This is what Su Yang cares about most, so he became interested. Tell me, how did you let me escape? There are armed men with guns outside. Although you are good at fighting, can you beat them? I know how to disguise myself. I can help you change your appearance. Sun Wuching said. and then he changed and slowly used his hands to tear off the thin layer of skin on his face. As the layer of human skin-like thing was torn off, Su Yang's heart almost jumped into his throat. Sun Wuching was already beautiful enough in this look, but under her mask, she actually had an even more beautiful face. This kind of beautiful face could not be described in words. If one had to describe it, it would be a combination of Xiaoye and Lianyue. Moreover, Sun Xiaoyu and Lianyue were too young, and they did not have the charm of the woman in front of them. The original appearance of the woman in front of him, just her eyes, can make all men unable to walk. Su Yang's breathing became a little rapid. He was struck by Sun Wuching's beauty. He used to think that Xiaoye was too much. Later, when he met Lianyue, he thought Lianyue was a little too much. Now when he saw the woman in front of him, he felt that the most beautiful woman in the world was just like this. Is this okay? Can I negotiate with you like this? Su Yang swallowed and his mind returned to normal mode. If he could change his face, then his chances of escaping would increase greatly. Okay, I promise, I won't tell Lianyue that you are a woman. Sun Wuching breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said to Lianyue, who had been knocking on the door outside, "Stop knocking, it was just a mouse, go back to sleep." Lianyue felt relieved when she heard her father's serious voice, but she began to worry about Su Yang. "Sukai, are you there?" "I'm here." "It's okay. There was indeed a big rat just now." Su Yang was speaking. He glanced at Sun Wuching's chest. With a woman's sixth sense, Sun Wuching quickly noticed where Su Yang's eyes were focused. Her expression instantly turned cold again. Chapter 348: The Past of Taiyan Village. After hearing Su Yang's voice, Lianyue felt much more at ease, and then she returned to her room. In the room, Su Yang and Sun Wuching looked at each other for a few seconds. For the sake of future cooperation, Su Yang decided to resolve the misunderstanding between the two. "You really misunderstood me. I didn't make Lianyue pregnant at all. I didn't do anything." Sun Wuching was a little unconvinced. "You and Lianyue were lying together, and I heard from Lianai that you two even had a fight. Things are not what you think. It's true that we were lying together, but we didn't do anything. Do you understand what I mean?" Sun Wuching shook his head. "I don't understand." Su Yang was speechless. The woman in front of him seemed to know nothing about physiology. How could she have the nerve to play the role of a father in front of those girls? So Su Yang suppressed his embarrassment and explained to Sun Wuching all the physiological knowledge that he had learned from the textbooks when he was in school. Sun Wuching was stunned. Is that so? What else? What do you think is going to happen?" I don't know." Sun Wuching lowered his head with a blushing face. "Weren't you present when they were born before?" "I'm here. My sisters went in with men and came out pregnant. They said they slept with them all night." "Huh." Su Yang was even more speechless. It turned out that all of Sun Wuching's suspicions were due to the fact that she had seen her sisters get pregnant before. According to her, there were more than 30 sisters of her age in her village. After they were in their 20s, they started to look for husbands outside, and after they came back, they would sleep with those men for one night. Then they got pregnant, and after giving birth they died. It happened that that year was the coldest year ever, and the children they gave birth to could not survive that winter and all died. At that time, Sun Wuching did not find a son-in-law, so she escaped the disaster. A few years later, the girls who were a few years younger than her also reached the age to find a husband, and they brought in a group of men. There was a very greedy man among the men this time, and many things started from here. It was not enough for him to have Lianyue's mother at that time. He also wanted to harm those underage girls. Many girls were harmed by him. This girl, who was not yet fully mature, fell into his hands. Finally, he locked his eyes on me. He gathered that group of men and killed all the remaining old men. That night, he brought more than a dozen people and wanted to rush into my room and beat me, but was stopped by my father. My father had practiced kung fu before, so he fought with them. My father killed 5 or 6 of them, but in the end he was no match for them and was brutally murdered by them. Speaking of this, a tear fell from the corner of Sun Wuching's eye. "So what happened next?" Su Yang asked cautiously. "Then they planned to assault me. Fortunately, my father had prepared for it. He set a trap in my room to prevent these people from falling into the trap. Then I picked up a knife and killed them one by one." As if he could still recall the anger he felt at that time, Sun Wuching's hands were shaking slightly. "My father taught me martial arts since I was a child. He was a very thoughtful person. He hated the bad habit of finding a son-in-law and didn't want me to die like this. He tried to stop me from finding a son-in-law several times. After he died, I decided to follow his arrangements. There has always been a legend in our village. It is said that when the descendants of Taiyan village give birth to a boy, the curse of Taiyan village will be lifted. So, from then on, I raised them as a man. They are the only descendants of Taiyan village. I don't want them to live in this fear anymore. I changed my face according to the method my father taught me and lived as their father. I know that the world outside has changed a lot now, and I also know that they want to go out, but after going out, they may run into men, and they will die if they run into men. Suyang felt a little sad after hearing her experience. To be honest, I came here for this matter. I fell in love with a girl. She is very likely a descendant of your Taiyan village. Now she is pregnant. At this point, Suyang became depressed and Sun Wuching was stunned. What? Impossible. The descendants of our Taiyan village have never been out. How could there be descendants outside? Sun Wuching didn't believe it at all. Suyang took the photo out of his arms and handed it to her. Her name is Sun Xiaoyu. I'm just guessing. I'm not completely sure because I heard MANHUA say that you don't have a surname. Sun Wuching held the photo and his hands began to tremble. How come this person looks so much like Linglong? Linglong? Who is that? Linglong was my good friend when I was little. When she was 15, she went to play in the mountains with Liuli, and then both of them were taken away by wild beasts. Could it be that they are not dead? Sun Wuching talked to himself, his eyes fixed on the photo, and he became emotional. You just said her name is Sun Xiaoyu, right? Sun Wuching asked excitedly. Yeah, what's the problem? Sun Wuching took a deep breath and said, my name is Sun Wuching. If her last name is Sun, then she must be Linglong's daughter. That's right. She must be Linglong's daughter. Sun Wuching became more and more agitated. Suyang looked at her and felt a little understanding in his heart. Where is she now? She's in Tianhai. Where is Tianhai? Tianhai is on the easternmost coast of Xia country, about 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers away from here. Some people don't quite understand the concept of 4,000 or 5,000 kilometers, but they also know that it should be a very far away place. Sun Linglong should be dead. Sun Wuching could guess that. She left behind a daughter, who was now also facing the crisis of death. Sun Wuching looked at Suyang with a complicated look. Do you want to save her? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't come to you. I want to seek help from you. Sun Wuching sighed. It's useless. Unless a boy is born, nothing can be changed. Suyang's heart tightened. He took Xiaoyer to the hospital for a checkup and found that she was pregnant with a girl. Did that mean that Xiaoyer was definitely going to die?
No.
You are all superstitious. It's all unscientific. What kind of curse? It's all ridiculous and has no factual basis at all. Suyang refused to believe it all. Sun Wuching looked at him with pity. She had seen Suyang's reaction in the men who were recruited from Taiyan village. They didn't believe it at first, but it still happened. Sun Wuching didn't know how to comfort him, so he just said, if I have the chance, I want to meet that child. Chapter 349. Call for help. Time quickly came to the third day. Today was the day Suyang was going to pay the money. They had not thought of a good way to escape because the place was surrounded by soldiers armed with live ammunition on 3 layers inside and outside. Sun Wuching also needs materials and time to make a human skin mask. What Suyang heard the most in the past 2 days was gunfire. From night to day, there was constant gunfire around him. This is a larger village, more like a town. It does not have the prosperity of Xia country, but has more walls full of bullet holes. It is obvious that this place has become the base of these militants. The captured villagers, young and middle-aged men, will be taken to the factory next door to work. The ping-pong sounds sound like an arsenal. The women are detained in a big house. The local soldiers come in and out, and you can imagine how they will be treated. The warlords here rule the town, and there may be 2,000 of them. Unless Suyang has wings, he feels it will be difficult for him to escape. This discovery made him feel helpless. He put his fingers on the keyboard but couldn't click anything. The warlord here was called Oram. When he saw Suyang did not move, he immediately shouted, "What's going on? Today is already the 3rd day. You said you could transfer the money today. Do you want to go back on your word?" As Oram spoke, he loaded his pistol and pointed it at Lianyue. Lianyue felt a little scared. She had seen everything here in the past 2 days, and what she saw before her could kill people. One shot would make their heads explode. She saw with her own eyes those soldiers shooting many people with guns. She now regretted coming out a little. If she had known earlier, she would have listened to her father and stayed in Taiyan village obediently. Sun Wuching stepped forward and blocked Lianyue's way. Oram smiled, looked at Suyang and said, "Mr. Su, my patience is limited. I have been waiting for you for 3 days. Now I have no patience to wait anymore. If I don't see the money today, you and your friends will lose the chance to survive. Su Yang clenched his fists tightly. He was now in a dilemma. If he gave him the money, he might kill the person after getting the money. If they didn't give him the money, they would all die. Su Yang hesitated. No matter which choice he made, he would die. All he could do now was to delay, as long as he could. General, the banks there are not open yet. To transfer such a large amount of money, my account has just been unblocked, so I need to submit an application. Oram frowned. I don't want to hear so many explanations. Give me an accurate time. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Oram waved the gun around, and his meaning was obvious. If you didn't give him money, the gun in his hand would be useless. General Oram, this application will take about 3 days to be approved. You need to wait another 3 days? As soon as Oram heard this, he got angry. What? 3 days? I waited for you for 3 days, and now you want me to wait for another 3 days? No, I can't wait. General, I also want to give you the money as soon as possible and then go back. But you know how inefficient the people in Europe are. They are very lazy. They are not as hardworking as us in Asia. Oram seemed to be convinced by Su Yang's reason and nodded slightly. You are right. Those people are just lazy. When I was studying abroad there, their store was only open a few times a week, and I had to wait a long time to buy something. Seeing that he agreed, Su Yang quickly said, That's true. So, General, you look at the time aspect? Oram shook his head. No. We need to pay for the weapons tomorrow. You must give me the money before tomorrow. General, this? I just told you. I won't listen. I want money anyway. If you don't give me money, I'll take this woman away. Many of my soldiers have their eyes on her. Oram pointed his finger at Lian Yue. Although Sun Wuching didn't know what they were talking about, she instinctively protected Lian Yue behind her and then looked at them vigilantly. She secretly hid a knife in her sleeve. It was a very small knife, and no one could see it when she hid it on her body. Since she came in, she has been looking for opportunities. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. This is the truth her father taught her when she was a child. If Su Yang is unable to protect them, then Sun Wuching plans to rely on himself. Su Yang said calmly, General Oram, even if you shoot me with a gun, I can't give you the money right away. Seeing Su Yang's nonchalant look, Oram hesitated. He urgently needed the money to pay the bill for purchasing weapons. He threatened Su Yang just now because he thought Su Yang was not telling the truth, but now seeing that Su Yang didn't seem to care much about the woman, he couldn't figure it out. Oram put away his gun and said, I can't wait 3 days. I have to pay them back before tomorrow. You figure out a way. Su Yang hesitated. General Oram, how about this? I have a friend in Shizhou City. I can ask him to withdraw 1 million in cash and send it to you. I will pay you the balance in 3 days. Oram's eyes lit up. Are you telling the truth? Oram thought for a moment and said, Can you let your friend withdraw 5 million directly? Su Yang shook his head. I'm sorry, General. Our Xia country has very strict regulations, and this $1 million is already the upper limit. Oram probably knew this, so he didn't hesitate for long. Okay, call your friend now. Oram asked his men to bring a satellite phone. Su Yang's eyes lit up when he saw the satellite phone, but he hid his desire very well. The moment he picked up the phone, Oram hesitated and took it back, looking at Su Yang with vigilance. You are not going to call the Xia country's military, are you? Kingdom in Shizhou City. If the troops come, their few thousand people will be completely insufficient. General, you're overthinking it. Even if I call the military, what can they do? The soldiers of Xia country will not cross the border easily and will not offend you for a small businessman like me. Oram thought it made sense and nodded. Then go ahead. Su Yang picked up the phone and dialed a number. I need $1 million now. Please find a way to deliver it to. Su Yang glanced at Oram and said, General, what is this place? Kuthbur. Su Yang said to the other end of the phone, Find a way to deliver it to the town of Kuthbur. An anxious and deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. Master, why did you go to Kirsten's place? It's a long story. To put it simply, I was kidnapped and now they're forcing me to pay a ransom. Master, I'll come and save you now. They may have 2,000 to 3,000 people here, and they are fully armed. How can you save them? There was silence on the other side. Master, don't worry. Shizhou City is where I used to be a soldier. All of us have retired from the army. Now we are here. I can find at least 200 or 300 people. What's the use of 200 or 300 people? Su Yang was a little worried. Master, that's enough. You have to ensure your own safety now. I will definitely be there tomorrow. Chapter 350 Transaction. Su Yang spoke the following words in his own Xiao language. In order to ensure confidentiality, Su Yang spoke in dialect, a dialect that even Lianyue and Sun Wuqing could not understand. So no one here knows except Su Yang that he has arranged everything. Su Yang returned the phone to Oram. General Oram, I have already made arrangements. My friend will come from Otaspi village with money at 12 noon tomorrow. Well done, my friend. I will arrange for someone to pick you up tomorrow. Don't worry, I will definitely let you go once I get all the money. The two men smiled and shook hands, but in fact they each had their own ulterior motives. Su Yang couldn't possibly give him all the money. He could have transferred the money just now, but he used some tricks and cheated again. His purpose was to get the satellite phone for Wang Hong. That is, the people he brought with him were the first to make the call. Wang Hong and his men arrived at Shijiao City. They went to the mountains first, but they could not find any trace of Su Yang in the mountains. Just when they were about to return to Shijiao, Su Yang called. The two arranged everything for tomorrow on the phone. Wang Hong worked as a gangster in Shijiao City before, so he knew where to come from without being discovered. He did not plan to go through the formal channels. After all, he could not bring any weapons through the formal channels. Oram wanted to kill the man once he got the money, which was his usual method. While Oram was happy, Su Yang asked him for the materials needed to make a human skin mask. These things were very common, and since he was not a professional, he didn't know what they could be used for. Oram still has a need for Su Yang now, and what he wants is not weapons, so he will just give it to him. That night, Su Yang, Lianyue, and Sun Wuqing stayed in the same room. From time to time, blushing and heart-pounding sounds could be heard in the room. The soldiers standing guard outside the door curled their lips. They were very envious of Su Yang for being able to get such a beautiful woman. There was also a man who looked very handsome inside. Rich people really play around. One of them couldn't stand it anymore and immediately ran to the house opposite. The remaining one saw his companions leave and looked back unwillingly. Finding that no one was paying attention to him, he also ran towards that house. The people imprisoned in that house were all the women they had captured. In the room, Lianyue kept screaming. She didn't know what that meant. Similarly, Sun Wuqing didn't know what the sound meant. Su Yang said that screaming could distract the guards, so she let her daughter scream. Now Sun Wuqing is concentrating on making a human skin mask. Su Yang is sitting beside him, carefully instructing Lianyue how to call. Lianyue was shouting, and suddenly her face turned red. She felt it was so embarrassing to shout like that. I don't want to scream anymore. How about you come? Su Yang shook his head and said, that won't have any effect. Su's coercion. Lianyue stood at the window and shouted all night until her voice became hoarse. And that night, Sun Wuqing also completed the production of the human skin mask. The next morning, Oram brought people to find Su Yang early. When I walked to the door, I saw two guards standing there with dark circles under their eyes, looking listless. Oram frowned. What are you doing? Why are you like this? The two guards looked at each other and lowered their heads in embarrassment. Humph. Sooner or later you will die at the hands of a woman. Oram naturally knew what had happened, but he did not pursue it too much. Local armed forces like them were more about humanity than discipline. Simply put, if you work with me, you will get money, land, and women. The women trapped in the house are their prize of victory, and they can play with them whenever they want. We cannot be too strict in our requirements. If we are, these people may run to the enemy armed forces. Where are they? Report to the general, they haven't gotten up yet. When one of the guards thought about how they had been shouting all night last night, he felt annoyed. They were both men. So why was the man inside so powerful? But I only went there twice and I couldn't bear it anymore. Oram knocked on the door. Mr. Su, get up, it's time for us to leave. 2 minutes later, Su Yang dragged his tired body and opened the door. Seeing Su Yang with dark circles under his eyes and a weak look on his face, all the men present laughed. Oram looked inside and said, Mr. Su is really strong. There are men and women. You are much stronger than us. Only then did I see the look in his eyes. And then I realized that the other party had misunderstood me. But it was a misunderstanding, and it was better to be a misunderstanding. It's just a little hobby, nothing to worry about. General, let's go. I'll wake them up now. Oram waved his hand. Don't shout, let them sleep. You just come with us, they stay here. General, this is not a good idea, is it? I'm worried that your men will do something bad to my friend. Hey, don't worry. They wouldn't dare to do that without my order. Well, okay then. Su Yang got on the military jeep. On both sides of him were two soldiers with guns, one on the left and one on the right, holding his arms. Oram also got on another car. The group of people, about 500 in total, drove directly from Otisby. Yang didn't expect that the other party would send so many people. It seemed that he didn't have much trust in himself. By noon, the troops arrived at the village of Kuzber. Yang got off the car and climbed over the high mountain opposite. That was the territory of Xia State. There were 3 people standing in the distance. After seeing the troops coming, they put the bags in their hands on the ground and raised their hands. Orem had Yang go up there, and one of the soldiers walked over with a gun and pulled the 3 bags on the ground over. When I opened it, I saw brand new green banknotes. When Orem saw the money, he felt happy. He waved his hand and ordered 2 soldiers to search the 3 people. All they found were cigarette lighters and cell phones, nothing else. Orem then ordered the 3 men to be taken back to the car. General, they are my friends. They are here to give us money. You should let them go back? Orem smiled and said, "Don't worry, my friend. Once you give me all the money, I will release you all. Before that, you and your friends need to come to my place as guests." Wang Hong and Yang looked at each other and became flustered. "Leave us alone. We didn't do anything." They were all afraid of making the militants very proud. They were originally worried that Yang would call some soldiers over, so they brought so many people. However, they did not expect that Yang was so stupid that he actually only called 3 ordinary people over. These 3 men look young and strong. They can do a lot of work if we take them back. They are much stronger than Yang, who is thin and tender. They were just civilians, so Orem felt relieved. He put them all in a car and only sent a soldier with a gun to watch them. Now he had complete control of the situation. Wang Hong put his hand on Yang's knee, seemingly trembling with fear, but in fact he was sending a message to Yang. He used Morse code to convey their arrangements to Yang. "I have 300 people hidden in the mountains. They all have weapons. Once it gets dark, they will take action." Yang's expression remained unchanged, with the fearful look a hostage should have on his face. The troops' cars drove slowly in the direction they came from. At this moment, in the mountains, countless pairs of eyes looked through the weeds, staring at the cars going away. Chapter 351. I thought you wanted to play a little, Master. Yang and his group, after Wang Hong and his group were brought back to Kuzber, they were not assigned to a separate room, but were locked up together with the other people who were captured. "Mr. Su, have a good rest. I hope to see the remaining 5 million arrive in 2 days." Yang acted a little unhappy. "General, isn't that the remaining 4 million? Orem laughed. "Mr. Su, today's 1 million is interest. You are a businessman and you should understand." "Well, whatever the general says is what it is." Orem patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, my friend. I will let you go after I get the money." After saying that, he turned and left. Yang looked at his back and sneered, "If I believed you, I would have died countless times." It was 11 p.m. It was getting dark and the 2 guards were standing at the door again. The lights were on inside and a familiar voice was heard again. The 2 guards looked at each other. After being scolded today, they no longer dared to leave on their own to find women. They could only cover their ears and endure this torment. After a while, the door opened. The 2 guards immediately raised their guns and pointed them at Yang. "What do you want to do? Go back." Yang had his shirt open at this moment, and he said with a weak face, "My 2 heroes, I really can't stand it anymore. They are too strong. They need men. They asked me to invite you in." The 2 guards looked at each other and smiled obscenely. Then they put away the gun, pushed the door open, and walked in. As soon as they entered, they saw Nyin Yu sitting on the bed, covered with a quilt. Her eyes looked pitiful, and she looked as charming as could be. The 2 guards looked at each other and began to take off their clothes. After they put down their guns, Sun Wuqing, who was hiding behind the door, immediately stepped forward, picked up the knife, and quickly cut the necks of the 2 men. They fell down before they could even utter a sound. Yang quickly closed the door, then began to put on the clothes taken off by the 2 guards, and threw the other set of clothes to Sun Wuqing. Sun Wuqing was a little disgusted at first. After all, these clothes were dirty and smelly, but in order to save his life, he suppressed his nausea and put them on. Then, under Lin Yue's astonished gaze, they covered their faces with the 2 human skin masks that they had drawn last night. For a moment, the 2 men seemed to be the guard lying on the ground. Although Lin Yue knew this in advance, she was still surprised. "We need to go get my friend out." Yang picked up the gun on the ground and went out with Sun Wuqing. As they were walking on the road, several soldiers came over to greet them. They just nodded and didn't dare to say anything back. After all, they would be exposed if they spoke. After many twists and turns, they finally arrived at the cell where Wang Hong and others were imprisoned. There were only 2 soldiers in the cell, one of whom was snoring and the other was playing with his mobile phone. Su Yang pointed at the two people, and Sun Wuching immediately went over and quickly took care of them. The whole process was very smooth, without any drag. She killed people really cleanly and neatly. Su Yang felt a little scared when he saw it. If this woman had really taken action that night, he might have died long ago. After getting the key, Su Yang went to open the door. The moment he saw the door open, Wang Hong was stunned for a moment, then he touched his belt with a wary look. He heard Su Yang speak. He let down his guard and looked at them in surprise. Master, how did you become like this? I don't have time to explain. To put it simply, it's a disguise. When will the people you arranged come over? There are people all over the 3 layers inside and outside. If they don't come, we can't get out. Don't worry, Master. They will be here soon. According to the time, the outermost guards should have been dealt with. Su Yang was a little confused. Are you so confident? Of course. I know these militants. They only rely on that one gun, which is actually useless. It will only take a few minutes to deal with them. But there are 2,000 or 3,000 of them. Master, don't worry. This bunch of rabble won't cause any big trouble. If you're still worried, I'll ask Xiaolu to give them a call and ask. Phone? Haven't your things been confiscated? There was a thinner man next to him named Xiaolu, who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He was very thin, but his eyes were rolling around and he looked very shrewd. He unbuckled his belt and opened the belt buckle. Inside was a miniature mobile phone, a bit like a walkie-talkie. He picked it up, pressed a button, and started talking to the other party. Master, they will arrive here in about 15 minutes. The outermost layer has been dealt with. Now they are on the 2nd layer. Su Yang was shocked. What kind of people did Su Hu find for him? There seemed to be 200 or 300 soldiers on the periphery. How could they be dealt with so quickly and without making any noise? He couldn't even hear the sound of gunfire. Wang Hong, which unit were you from before? Su Yang asked curiously. Master, we served in Unit 707 before. Wang Hong answered truthfully. Su Yang was shocked. What? 707? Chilean Special Forces? Wang Hong was surprised. Master, how do you know about the Chilean Special Forces? Their unit number is 707, which is one of the 5 most secretive special forces in Xia State. 70 means Chilean. The other 4 special forces are Qinglong 709, Baihu 100, Suzaku 808, and Xuanwu 909. Su Yang's eyes became hot. East, west, south, north, and center. Azure Dragon in the east, White Tiger in the west, Vermilion Bird in the south, Black Tortoise in the north. Compared with the 4 special forces, the Central Kirin is less famous. But that doesn't mean they are weak. But this group of people is too low-key. They have never performed in any international competitions and are not as good as the other 4 teams. But Su Yang learned from his grandfather that the Central Kirin is the most terrifying. Because they are all decapitation missions, there is no drill at all. And once they go on a mission, they will show their true colors. Su Yang sighed. No wonder you are so confident. It turns out that you are all retired from the Chilean Special Forces. In this way, it is not surprising that they can deal with those people outside. Xiaolu smiled and shook his head. Master, you are wrong. There are only Brother Wang, me and Achi. The 3 of us are retired from the Chilean Special Forces. Those outside are just ordinary retired soldiers. Wang Hong and Achi beside him nodded. Su Yang's mouth twitched a little. What? You said those people outside are just ordinary retired soldiers? Of course, they are too slow. If we were to come and push in from the outside, we would have beheaded that little warlord in less than 10 minutes. Wang Hong nodded. They are indeed a little slow. Su Yang looked at the strange people in front of him with his mouth open. According to them, they could go out on their own at any moment and behead Oram. Su Yang couldn't stand it any longer. Why didn't you tell me at the beginning? I planned it for a long time. Wang Hong looked at him blankly. I thought, Master, you wanted to play a little, so let's cooperate. Su Yang felt like he was going to vomit blood. They thought too highly of him. How could he possibly joke about his own life? Chapter 352, The True Strength of the Chilean Special Forces. Su Yang was almost angered by Wang Hong's words. What did he mean by wanting to play a little? Would he joke with his life? How could he be so carefree? Perhaps sensing Su Yang's displeasure, Xiaolu immediately said, Master, don't be angry. Let's go get that little warlord's head for you right now. How about that? Su Yang glanced at Xiaolu with some disbelief. He is heavily guarded, and you don't even have a gun on you. How dare you say such a big thing? Xiaolu chuckled. Master, just give us an order, and and we promised to complete the task for you. Wang Hong and Achi also nodded. Yes, master, let's go. Su Yang thought about it and still felt it was too risky. Forget it, don't go. If the troops outside arrive, let them come. Don't wait for anything to happen again. After hearing Su Yang's words, the three of them looked at each other and seemed a little unconvinced. Su Yang was speechless. Why? I'm worried about your safety, but you're not happy about it. Wang Hong was about to speak when Xiao Lu pulled his clothes. He chuckled, No, no. Whatever the young master says is what we will do. Okay, then come out with me and find a place to hide. They stood up to leave, and the detained villagers looked at them with horror. They could not understand what Su Yang and the others said, but they felt fear when they saw Su Yang's face. After all, Su Yang had the face of a militant. After coming out, Su Yang asked Wang Hong and the other three to find a place to hide, while he and Sun Wuching returned to the room. In the room, Lian Yue was dragging the two dead guards under the bed. Su Yang looked at her curiously. What are you doing? I have to hide them. Otherwise, if they are discovered, what if those people come to take revenge? There's no need for that. Our reinforcements will be here soon. Ah. Lian Yue was confused, but she soon knew why, because gunshots were heard outside, and those people who came over rushed to the innermost part and could no longer hide, and began fighting with the militants. The gunshots lasted for 20 minutes. Then the noise gradually died down. After a while, Wang Hong and three others came and knocked on the door. Master, most of them have been dealt with, but that little warlord escaped. Su Yang pulled off the human mask and opened the door. Seeing the noisy noise downstairs, the militants were under control and it seemed that they had won the victory. If you've escaped, then so be it. Let's go back. At this time, Xiao Lu jumped out and said, Master, do you want to chase him? There's no need for that. Let's hurry back. Su Yang just wants to return home as soon as possible and doesn't want to get involved in so many things. Xiao Lu hesitated to speak, and finally the straightforward Wang Hong said, Master, he has a large sum of money in the car, including the money we brought here today. Money is something outside of your body, just take it with you. Achi, who had been silent the whole time, spoke up, Master, give us 15 minutes, we will go and get him back. Su Yang felt that they were bragging again. How could they catch up with someone who had already run away in 15 minutes? Forget it. Since they were bragging, let them suffer the consequences. Okay, go ahead. I'll give you 20 minutes. No matter if you can catch it or not, you have to come back immediately. If you catch it, the money will be yours. When the three heard this, their eyes lit up. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran back. Su Yang shook his head and smiled. These three people really like to brag more than each other. Soon the sound of motorcycles was heard downstairs. The three people must have gone there by bike. Su Yang ignored them and took Sun Wuching and Lian Yue downstairs. They went to the cell and released all the detained villagers. Those villagers didn't dare to come out at first. After one of them came out, the others followed one by one. They thought Su Yang was another warlord. After they came out, they didn't dare to move and just stood there in the square. It was not until Su Yang called over a soldier who understood their language and explained the situation to them that they left with peace of mind. After doing all this, the roar of a motorcycle was heard outside. In the middle of the night, dust was flying. When the dust settled, three off-road motorcycles stopped there steadily. The braking action drew 3 black lines on the ground. Wang Hong threw the person in the back seat to the ground. Su Yang was surprised. He walked over and saw that it was indeed Oram. At this moment, Oram was no longer bright and handsome. The majestic feeling on his body was gone. There was only fear and uneasiness. He looked up at Su Yang and said incoherently, Mr. Su, misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. I was going to let you go after I got the money. Oh no, you can go now. We don't have any deep hatred. Su Yang looked at his watch. It took less than 15 minutes for the three of them to leave and come back. Only 12 minutes. He looked at Wang Hong and the other three with some shock. How did you do it? Xiao Lu chuckled. This guy was trying to leave by car, taking the main road, so we took a shortcut up the mountain and soon we blocked his way. We shot his tires and captured him. We could have killed him directly, but master, you might want to deal with him yourself, so we brought him back. Su Yang swallowed his saliva. Xiao Lu said it very easily, but Su Yang also knew how difficult this matter was. It was pitch black. There were mountain roads and interceptions. Besides, were they familiar with the terrain of this place? How do you know that's the path? Su Yang asked the question that confused him. Achi spoke again. It's very simple. Just remember it with your brain. Huh? How do you remember? Have you been here before? Xiaolu explained, Master, it's not like that. We have memorized the maps of the whole world in our heads. We are familiar with the terrain of the whole world. This is a compulsory test for joining the Qilin Special Forces. After all, if we want to complete the decapitation operation, this is a must. Su Yang was completely shocked by Xiaolu's words. How could he memorize all the terrains in the world? What kind of weirdos were these three people? It was outrageous, really too outrageous, but Oram was indeed captured by them. Master, money? Achi took the 3 packages from the car. Seeing the eager eyes of the 3 people, Su Yang smiled and said, I promised you that the money is yours, divided among yourselves. The 3 of them were delighted and said in unison, Thank you, Master. Su Yang originally thought that they would each have a bag, but he was surprised by the actions of the 3 of them. The 3 of them called all the soldiers over. They lined up one by one, and then 3 people carried the money and distributed it to them one by one. There are a total of 300 people coming this time, including Xiaolu and the other 3. A total of 303 people. No one was injured, no one died, and the 3 of them distributed all the money, leaving nothing for themselves. Distribute them all to those 300 people. Su Yang couldn't help but ask, Don't you keep some for yourselves? Wang Hong grinned and said, Master, you have already paid the 3 of us. These 300 people were not in the plan and were called here suddenly. I was just wondering how to give them the money. Now it's all right. Thank you for your generosity, Master. Su Yang was amused by his straightforwardness. These 300 people, this 1 million, each person only gets more than 3,000 yuan. What kind of money is this? Even if it is converted into our currency, it is only 20,000 yuan. This is a life-threatening matter. We can't let our brothers down. Wait until we get back. When we get back, I will give you another 5 million. When the 3 heard this, they were so excited that tears almost burst out of their eyes. Master, you are really a great and kind person. Chapter 353 I have 2 tons of gold. Su Yang and his men were planning to leave and go back the next morning. They wanted to leave, but the captives were not happy. If you defeat us, then you must lead us. We are willing to join you. That's right. If you let me go back now, I can't farm or work. There's war everywhere. I have seen your magic. Please take me in. There are less than 2,000 people left in Oram's team. Most of them were captured from nearby villages or towns as soldiers. The reason they were defeated so quickly is simply because they had no training at all and just picked up guns and started fighting. If they throw away their guns, they would be no different from ordinary peasants. There are hundreds of warlords of all sizes here, and they are considered to be the very worst ones. Su Yang was a little confused. This is the first time I let them go, but they refused to leave. Xiaolu smiled and said, Master, this is the situation here. Warlords of all sizes are fighting each other, and whoever wins the battle gets to rule the team. Have you seen their messy costumes? They are actually from different teams. Even though they have a large number of people, they are actually very weak. That's right. Thousands of people were beaten by hundreds of people, and half of them were almost killed. If it were put in a regular army outside, people would definitely be laughed to death. Young master, what are you going to do? How are you going to deal with them? Xiaolu asked. What else can I do? I don't have time to care about them. Besides, this is another country's business. I'm a Xia countryman. What can I do? Master, there is something I don't know whether I should say or not. Xiaolu said hesitantly. Then don't say it. Su Yang replied directly. The usually shrewd Xiaolu was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. He did not expect Su Yang to say this. He shamelessly stepped forward and continued, Master, I just looked at the armory, and there are some things in it that may interest you. What? Master, I'll take you to see it. Su Yang, Xiaolu and 2 others came to the armory. When Su Yang saw the wooden boxes on the ground, he was also stunned. Because the wooden boxes containing weapons were spray-painted with the words of the Xia Kingdom. Su Yang walked over and opened one to take a look. Wow, they were all made in Xia country, and there were a bunch of others made in other countries next to them. How is this going? After a while Oram was brought over. At this moment, he was covered in dirt and smelled terrible. Su Yang covered his nose and moved away from him. Seeing Su Yang, Oram burst into tears and shouted, Mr. Su, please let me go. I really didn't mean to offend you. He cried and yelled, and finally said crab in the poor Xia dialect. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You don't know anything, but you just say thank you. Let me ask you, where did you buy these weapons? There is no way Xia country would sell weapons to a war-torn place like yours. Oram was stunned for a moment. It turned out that this was what he was asking. There is a Xia country merchant. I bought it through him. What's his name? Suyang asked. Oram shook his head. I don't know. How could you not know? I only know his nickname is Falcon. I don't know anything else. Falcon? Male or female? I don't know either. You don't even know whether it's a man or a woman. How can you buy it? There are channels in the international market. I have never met him, but I can place an order directly. Suyang asked him to open the purchasing channels. He didn't know until he saw it. He learned a lot after seeing it. On this website, weapons of all sizes can be purchased with money, which is similar to domestic websites. It also involves many unknown transactions, such as organ trading, rare animals, and wild animals. This is the same as domestic shopping websites, except that when you click on a personal homepage, you cannot see any information because the information is blocked. This website requires membership, and the membership fee is $1 million per year. Suyang knew that there were similar black markets in China, but he didn't expect it to be so crazy. Mr. Su, please let me go. If you let me go, I can give you 2 tons of gold. Suyang laughed unhappily. I have searched your place inside and out, but I haven't found any gold. Besides, you were in a hurry to buy weapons with money. If you really had money, you wouldn't be so anxious. Mr. Su, what I said is true. I do have 2 tons of gold, but I can't get it back for a while. The gold is now in the hands of my mortal enemy. He has occupied my territory, and my gold is buried there. You can attack him and dig the gold out? Suyang became interested. You want to use me to take revenge on your mortal enemy? Mr. Su, I didn't mean that. I'm trying to save my life. These are all my belongings. Don't worry. When the time comes to get the gold back, I'll give them all to you. Xiaolu next to him became interested. He came to Suyang and said, Master, how about going with him to take a look? 2 tons of gold is already close to 10 small goals. This is a huge sum of money and anyone would be tempted by it. But who is Suyang? He didn't care about the 1 billion yuan. He was not dazzled by the money, but firmly refused. I'm not interested in your money, and I won't help you fight. I can't lose any of the people I brought with me. Compared to money, Suyang values life more. Oram was stunned. Could it be that Suyang is so rich that he doesn't even care about 2 tons of gold? If a person doesn't love money, then it will be difficult to deal with. Suyang said. Xiaolu and the other 2 began to respect him. If it were them, they would also try every means to get even 1 million gold, let alone 2 tons of gold. Just when they thought Suyang was invincible, Suyang suddenly changed his tone and said, My people can't go to war, but your people can. Hearing his words, Xiaolu and the other 3 smiled at each other. Oram was stunned where he was. He looked at Suyang with some fear in his eyes. Mr. Su, no, I can't beat Mutuo. Mutuo has more than 6,000 people, and some of them were regular soldiers before. We can't win it all. Muto is Oram's mortal enemy. Some time ago, he absorbed some regular soldiers and suddenly became powerful, forcing Oram to run around. He has become the overlord of this area. To challenge Mutuo would undoubtedly be to seek death. Suyang sneered. It seemed that this old guy had this idea before. He wanted them to challenge Mutuo, and then both sides would suffer losses so that he could benefit from it. Don't worry, with your grandfather here, I can help you win. Xiaolu added appropriately at this time. At this time, Wang Hong also said, Master, let's behead that Mutuo. Once he dies, the troops he has entangled with will naturally disperse and collapse like chickens and dogs. Suyang nodded. Merchants do not do anything without profit. He did not agree to let the 300 people go to war, but these 3 people could, because they had shown Suyang their strength. Since they could say beheading, it meant that they had enough confidence. Now that I'm here, it would be a shame not to bring something back. Chapter 354 Return. It only took Wang Hong and his 2 companions 2.5 days to behead Mutuo. Their efficiency was incredibly high. Of course, Su Yang's contribution was also part of this, or it could be said that it was Sun Wuching's contribution. Sun Wuching put makeup on these 3 people and changed their appearance so that they could blend into the local area very quickly. In addition, with these 3 people's understanding of the terrain, it became less difficult to behead a local warlord. Muto died, and his team soon fell into panic. The remaining men of Oram fought back, but they were basically defeated. After seeing the strength of Suyang and his group, Oram did not dare to do too many small moves, and he handed over the 2 tons of gold. The gold could not be transported away, but it could be directly exchanged for money. There were many such channels in the local area. With 2 tons of gold plus the gold looted from the Mutuo base, They made more than 500 million US dollars in one trip. Su Yang transferred part of the money to his own overseas account, and for the rest, he gave it to Wang Hong and 3 others to divide. These 3 people were the main contributors, and it can be said that without them there would be no harvest this time. However, they did not keep it all to themselves, but took out a large part of it and distributed it to the 300 people they brought with them. However, this action was stopped by Su Yang. You can take it yourself. I have a way to make the money reasonable, but there are too many people. They can't take it back. If they take it back, it will hurt them. The 3 of them didn't know anything about business, but they all listened to Su Yang. In the end, they unanimously decided to give all the money to Su Yang and let him manage it. Su Yang naturally did not refuse and transferred all the money into his own account. Su Yang actually thought about developing his own power in this place. After all, it is very tempting to have an armed force. But in the end, he suppressed this idea. There are many opportunities in such a war-torn place, but there are also many dangers. He is unwilling to wade into this muddy water now. He just needed to take the money and leave. He didn't kill Orem. He was not good at killing people and didn't like killing people. In fact, he didn't need to do it anymore. Orem had been emptied out by him. Without money, his team would soon be disbanded, and his previous enemies would naturally come looking for him. Su Yang could imagine what would happen next. Returning to Shizhou City, Su Yang separated from Xiaolu and the others. Xiaolu and the others had things that couldn't be taken on the plane, so they naturally wouldn't go with him. What made Su Yang a little distressed was that Sun Wuqing and Lian Yue followed him. Sun Wuqing wanted to meet Xiao Yue, as they were old friends, and she had the urge to meet them. Lian Yue was very excited when she heard that her father was coming with them. She originally thought that her father would force her to go back to the village, but she didn't expect that her father would actually be willing to let her come with them. Lian Yue was very curious about everything outside. She looked left and right along the way and was extremely excited like a little child. After arriving at the airport, Lian Yue finally saw the big bird flying in the sky. She pointed at the plane excitedly and shouted, "Father, is this the Kuan you were talking about?" Sun Wuqing also looked bewildered. She also looked over curiously and said, "It is indeed a very large bird." "Father, someone came out of the bird's stomach. Did it eat all those people?" Lian Yue screamed in shock when she saw the passengers getting off the plane. Many passengers around her cast curious glances at them. Soon, Lian Yue's beauty attracted many people's attention, just like when Xiao Ye appeared in the mall and was stared at by people. Sun Wuqing was okay. After all, he was wearing a human skin mask, so he could only be said to be more delicate, but not a handsome man, and he was dressed in a more neutral style now. Many people picked up their phones and started taking pictures of Lian Yue. Su Yang was afraid of causing a sensation, so he quickly pulled the 2 of them away. When Su Yang wanted to buy the tickets, he was stunned. He was in such a hurry to get home that he forgot that the 2 guys in front of him didn't have ID cards. They can't take a plane or even a train. It's over. It's more than 4,000 kilometers from here to home. What should I do? Should I abandon them and run back by myself? Su Yang came up with this idea and quickly put it into action, but was soon discovered by Sun Wuqing. After finding out that Su Yang had abandoned them, Sun Wuqing chased after him. She was very skilled and Su Yang was no match for her and was subdued in a few moves. "Do you want to abandon us?" Sun Wuqing asked angrily. "Don't you want to come out? Otherwise, I'll just take you back." "No. If I want to go back, I can only go back after seeing Xiao Yue. You must take me to see her." "My father is right. I want to see her too." Lian Yue was also very curious about Sun Xiaoyu, because she had heard her father say in the village before that pregnant women would die. She had never seen anyone pregnant since she was a child, so she really wanted to see him. Su Yang had no choice. He had to take them with him, so he bought a car locally. The thought of driving back more than 4,000 kilometers made Su Yang feel that this was a very stupid decision. He wanted to fly a plane, but unfortunately, his pilot's license was revoked when he rescued Xiao Ning, and he never got a new one. The 3 of them got in the car, and it drove eastward. Along the way, the scenery kept changing, which made Lian Yue particularly excited. "It would be nice if I could ride on a big bird. Actually, I really want to ride on a big bird. I want to fly. Big birds eat people. We can't sit in them. I think this car is pretty good." Sun Wuqing felt that the sofa in the back seat was much better and more comfortable than the Jeep he had ridden in the previous military camp. "Then we take this car when we go there. Can we get a bird on the way back?" "No," Su Yang replied while driving. "Why? Others can sit. Why can't we?" "Because you don't have an ID card." "What is an ID card?" "It's something that proves your identity." Sun Wuching, who seldom spoke, suddenly spoke out. I saw they all took out a token, which we don't have. That should be a token issued by the government. Lianhua suddenly realized, oh, I see. It's a token. Father is really knowledgeable and talented. Suyang sighed and said, forget it, I won't explain anymore. I'm too lazy to explain. They can talk whatever they want. They are not on the same channel at all. Considering Sun Wuching's age, before her father went in, she didn't know that much. So even if he wanted to teach her, he wouldn't know where to start. Sun Wuching knew limited things, let alone Lianhua. The two of them were like country bumpkins entering the city, curious about everything. Lianhua's happiness was obvious, and she kept asking 100,000 questions along the way. Sun Wuching didn't show much excitement. When he encountered something that interested him, he also let out a sound, eh? The requirements for identity cards are very strict nowadays. Along the way, larger hotels have to have one. Suyang wanted to spend more money, but the other party did not agree. This is the rule, there is nothing we can do. This is the answer I heard most often. Since they couldn't stay in big hotels, Suyang could only stay in a small inn and get a 3-bedroom with 1 bed for each person. At first, the two women were very cautious. After entering, they kept sitting on the bed and did not dare to lie down, for fear that Suyang would climb onto their bed. After all, this was very scary for them. Fortunately, Suyang was very tired from driving, and the young man fell asleep immediately and had no interest in climbing onto their bed. It was a bumpy journey, at least for Suyang. He felt that he had endured all the hardships he could endure in his life. He drove for 9 days and 9 nights. The moment he saw the Tianhai City sign, Suyang suddenly wanted to cry. After such a long and bumpy journey, he was finally getting home. It had not been an easy journey.